Hello, everyone. This is Apostate Aladdin. Welcome to today's live stream. Why do you believe? The purpose of today's live stream is to ask believers who would like to call in what they believe and why they believe it to be true. There was someone who was in the waiting room, but unfortunately they left, so I'll wait for them to come back. And before we begin, I'd like to ask everyone before they join to let me know how they found out about this stream or my channel in general, because I'm curious to know how you got here. Um, so it looks like we do have someone in the waiting room. I'll give them a minute or two for people to show up. In the meantime, I'll tell you what I'm working on. At the moment, I'm working on the next video about the hijab. The previous one was talking about the topic of empowerment. The next one is going to be talking about the topic of indoctrination and how it relates to the hijab. And particularly, I want to talk about how every woman on earth is introduced, every Muslim woman on earth is introduced to the hijab in a very specific way, and it seems to be overlooked. So hopefully there will be a video about that this week. So we do have someone in the private room. If you are ready, let me know in the private chat and I will add you in a few seconds. In the meantime, if you would like to join, link to join is in the live chat. I'll make sure that it is pinned to the live chat. Give me a moment to do that. Just please leave a brief overview of who you are and what you want to talk about. And yeah, before I add you on. Okay, if you're ready, I'm adding Mando in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going? You are still muted at the moment. Can you hear me? Can everyone else hear me okay? I don't want to unmute you if you're not ready. Okay. Seems like they are not ready. Okay. But at least everyone else can hear me. Oh, hey. Infidel Noodles here. Thanks for showing up. And so is my cat. He's here. So you guys have no idea how much lint rolling I have to do before every stream to get all that cat hair off of my mask, my cap, my hoodie, everything. It's always a problem, unfortunately. Huh. Still no callers, it seems. I hope Mando Smiles can call back in. Reverend Tacos says, is this just for Muslims to call, or can we talk about why we believe in non-God concepts? Well, today's live stream is intended for Muslims to call, but I suppose if we don't get a lot of callers, I can take other types of callers. We'll see. But for the time being, that is the intention. And in the meantime, if you're here in the live chat, can you let me know how you found out about my channel or this live stream? I'm always curious to know that. Okay, I was excited to start because there was someone waiting to join, but unfortunately they're not here anymore. I haven't been in this position in a while where no one's waiting to join the call. So in the meantime, if you have any questions in the live chat, I guess feel free to ask to kill some time. Yeah. MKWK says, through Infidel Noodle, I think. Oh, you found my channel through Infidel Noodle. Awesome. Cadence Blackburn says, found you when I was actually trying to find another famous ex-Muslim Malay channel. Well, I'm glad you're here. But she stopped posting, unfortunately. Oh, that is unfortunate. What's Gucci? It's a brand that sells high-end clothing and stuff like that. It's a fashion brand, but that's not important right now. What's good? Not much. I mean, no, not much. A bunch of things are good. Things are going. What about you? Oh, we do have the caller back again. I will try to add them in a second. Reverend Takas is asking, how do you feel about the orange man coming back to Twitter? I think Twitter is an interesting mess, and I'm glad I left a while back, but um, no comment in particular. I'll wait to see how that plays out. Anyway, it seems like the caller is here again. I will add you again to the stream in 3, 2, 1. Hey, can you hear me?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Hello?
How's it going?
Is there a delay?
Yeah, maybe there is.
Yeah, there might be a slight delay. I think it's on my end. I apologize. No, I wish I could do this at the convenience of my home, but I'm actually far away and I have bad internet connection. But I just wanted to say what's up.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I can
I've
hear
never
you.
really been on this show before, so
Are you still there?
crap. If I get disconnected, please don't be offended.
Yeah, no, I know it's the
It's just
connection.
really here. Sorry.
That's all right. Um, well, I'm glad that you're here. I'm curious to hear from you. I'd like to know. I know what you believe. You are a Muslim, but why do you believe what you believe to be true?
So you do like a straight shooter question, huh? Like, yeah, I mean, we've had a past, and I can see that you recognize me on Twitter. But like, the reason why I wanted to come on to was like, I don't know, I wanted to put all that stuff behind, and I've actually been away from media. You know, for those that don't know, I was an ex-Muslim that found Islam again, and currently still Muslim. I do think some of the things that you've been putting out lately are intriguing, to say the least. There are even thoughts I have myself. Like when you question, the concept of kufr and disbelievers, and you mentioned like Ahlul Fitra and all that stuff. Intriguing stuff. So I have to give credit where credit is due. Like I hope you get some Muslims thinking about that stuff too, because it's important for them to learn, including myself.
Yeah. Well, I'm straight to the questioning. I started asking right away just because I didn't want to bring up anything from the past and, spend some time talking about that just because I didn't know why you were calling. I presumed it would just be about the topic. But yeah, for those who don't know, back when I used to be on Twitter, Mando used to always um, butt heads with me, is putting it lightly. Um, but it's interesting to me that you chose to call today. Um, and I'm glad that you're finding something in my previous videos that is thought provoking. Can you tell me what your thoughts are about these topics? Like you said, fitra and what it means to be a kafir. Uh, I have a lot of questions, especially that you used to be an ex-Muslim at some point. I have a lot of questions about what made you believe in Islam again. So feel free to start answering any of them. Just tell me what's on your mind. You are muted, by the way. Oops. Okay. Got disconnected again. Well, that's unfortunate. It would be really interesting to have that conversation with Mando. So we'll see if he joins. In the meantime, if anyone else would like to join, the link is pinned to the live chat. Uh, Pretty slow start today for some reason. Hmm. What is this? Aaron Ra versus that Muslim dude Daniel. I've been coming across a lot of these debates on YouTube, and I still haven't watched any of them. If you guys want to recommend any interesting ones, any particularly interesting ones, please do let me know. Roy's Hot Sauce is saying, how long have you disbelieved? It's hard to put a number on it, but It's been a few years, at least, since I've kind of faced that conclusion that I don't believe. But I know that for many years past that, I had a lot of questions, and it wasn't an option in my mind. In my mind, that the conclusion is that therefore I don't believe in the religion, but the suspicion was there. Um, but I would say several years since I realized I really don't believe. Yeah, feel free to ask your questions in the comments till the next caller joins. Modern day debates. Okay, yeah, I've come across that channel. Any particular debate that is of interest? Hmm. Aaron Ra. I keep reading that name everywhere. Did a 2+ year long Quran reading with panels of Arabic speaking ex Muslims and Muslims, and none of the ex Muslim YouTube circles spoke to him about it. Hmm. Okay, here's an interesting question. Shushant Pal says, "My Muslim girlfriend just lost her faith. How to console her? I am an atheist Hindu from a Hindu background, by the way. How to console her? That's it's hard to answer that without knowing what's on her mind, really. It feels like she should be the one who's asking um, questions to those who are in a similar situation, if she can find anyone she can relate to. That could help her. Um, Yeah, it's hard to tackle that without knowing what's on her mind. Can you tell me a little bit more? Like, what is upsetting her about losing her faith? Hmm. She was super religious, even tried to convert me. So, what caused her to lose her faith? Oh, we do have a caller, not a Muslim, an ex-Muslim caller. I will take the caller in the meantime while we wait for the next one. Hey, Desi Neo, how's it going?
How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay.
I just took a chance because you were waiting for like the callers, and in the meantime, I said, let me fill up the space for a little bit. I just wanted to say hi to you and just let you know you're doing a great job, and really enjoy your content that you're putting out lately.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
And the modern day debate thing that you were asking, I was watching it yesterday. There were really interesting debates. There are two debates that I saw. One was with Aaron Raw and Daniel Hakikachu. That was the first one, and then there's after a little while there was another one with Matt Dillahunty and Kenny, and both of them were about like Islam and atheism. So interesting debates, but like you hear this when you're sitting there, you're hearing the apologetics from Kenny. It was just cringe. I was like, oh my God, like flashbacks of all the apologetics that you hear all the time. And then the thing with Daniel Hakikachu was different because he's more of like he's more Salafi, very hardcore. Like the world is going to end because of atheism, and Islam is the only solution. And Daniel Hakikachu, he has very staunch views. So it was interesting to hear his views, how the future is going to be all like robotics and we'll be in a pod eating bugs. I like really weird stuff, coming out from him.
Yeah, it's funny and it's sad because a lot of people will actually fall down that rabbit hole from a bunch of different faiths. Like you hear that from Christians too, talking about the apocalypse and the end of the world and so on. It seems like once you've believed this narrative that there's a time when the world is going to end, because God decided it, then all these conspiracy theories and suspicions will have room to grow in their mind. But yeah, that sounds interesting. Do you think there's any topic that is like, what is a topic that is worth debating that you hope an ex-Muslim would go on such a channel and debate?
I would think the real topic would be the authenticity of like the actual, like the question that you just posed right now. Why do you believe? I think that is the key question, because all the other debates about this hadith and that Quran verse and all that, none of that really matters until you prove that Quran is the word of God. So I think the real key fundamental question would be, why do you think this is the word of God? And that needs to be actually ironed out. Like, what is your proof? And, linguistic miracle, why do you think it's a linguistic miracle? Well, nobody could have written it like this. Okay, drill down on that. Like, actually, because I see all these other debates on like the ex-Muslim channels, and they're always talking about, well, this hadith says this and this Quran verse says, like, what difference does it make if the Quran verse says X or Y or Z? If you don't believe it's from God, because if you don't believe it's from God, then it doesn't really matter. But for the Muslim, if he's saying this is actually from God, then it doesn't matter what it says. It's faith, and he's going to believe it anyway that it is true. So if you take a presupposition and saying Quran is true by default, then you shouldn't really have any issue with the Quran at all. Anyway, none of the questions pop up, because all of that stuff that's in the Quran is possible if you believe God is real. But the question is, why do you believe he's real, and why do you think this book is from Allah? That, for me, that is the real core fundamental. That's why I don't really, I wasn't never, my issue wasn't like Prophet's marriage with the Aisha and, Banu Qurayza and all that. Those weren't the issue. Those I understood. 7th century Arabia, that was a culture, that was a type of people. That's pretty normative of that time and culture. But the weird things in Quran is what really bothered me, like a whole predetermination, and the fact that, all these miracle stories, and you're just like, oh, moon split in two, and yeah, you just have to believe it because it says. All of those things that were the real nail in, like a stone in my shoe, like they say. The other stuff I could reconcile. Like, yeah, 7th century, they had wars. There wasn't a system for slavery. So, I mean, like jails and all that stuff. So they took slaves and they used the slave for labor. And all those things can be understood based on the time period. But the whole thing about the miracle stories is what really I can't understand. On what basis do you accept that?
That's a good point, but how would you phrase that for a debate format? So would the position of the ex-Muslim be that you cannot prove, or Islam is not provable, for example? Is that a position to take, and then the other person would argue against that?
No, I would say, like, if you believe the Quran is a word of God, what is your epistemology? What is your criteria on which you believe this book is from God? And is that criteria acceptable on a neutral platform? Not just if you believe already, you're going to
Yeah,
find
but I
all
mean,
the.
how do I phrase that as someone who's taking the position, who's debating against the believer? What would the title of that debate be, for example?
It would be more sense. Why do you think this? What makes you believe the Quran is actually a divine book? What makes you believe it's a divine book? That would be, in my mind, the title. And the other person has to show why they believe it's a divine book, and what is their criteria that we need to accept. It should be a neutral criteria, that a person who's not a Muslim and a person who's a Muslim, both of them can accept that criteria. It's like, okay, based on this criteria, we can say something that does this is a divine book.
But the difficulty with that is that I will have to pose some criteria myself. And like, what criteria would you pose to verify that a book is a divine book?
That would be my point, that we don't have an example of a divine book for me to compare. Like, if I say this apple is red, I know what red is, and I know what an apple is. So since we already know what a red and an apple is, I can compare it and say, okay, yeah, this is a red apple or a blue apple or whatever.
But so if that's your position in the debate, your position would be that we can never verify that a book is divine, is what you're saying.
Yeah, because we don't have an example, or we don't have any criteria through which we can actually assess if a book is divine or not. So what is your, like, what criteria would you even come up with to decide if the book is written by God? Like, they said, like, Quran has its own falsification test. Write a surah like it. Now, what is the answer to that? Like, that's a weird question, because a surah like it is not defined in the Quran. It's all defined by scholars and imams saying, oh, it has to be like this, the grammar has to be. It's such a weird test that if you bring a surah like it, the person will complain that it looks too much like the Quran. And if it doesn't look like the Quran, they're going to complain, well, it doesn't look like the Quran at all. So I like both ways. It doesn't make any sense. And even if you bring a surah, something like it, that's similar, the second part of that challenge is, and they will never be able to do it. So that's poisoning the well right off the bat, that no Muslim will ever accept there's a surah like it, because the Quran itself says they will never be able to bring it like that. Because if he accepts that surah is like Quran, he's already not a Muslim. So it's such a weird test. I don't understand, why people don't see that test is nonsensical.
And even more than that, test establishes that now the Muslim has a responsibility to go to every religion's claims and play by their rules, right? Like if any other religion said, this is a divine book and you have to prove me wrong, then based on the logic of Islam, we have to take that challenge seriously from every other book. But Muslims don't do that. They don't go searching through other holy books and think, am I abiding by all their challenges and proving that their book is holy? They're not doing that.
I actually use the same example. I use the outsider test of faith, and I make a scenario. I say, okay, listen, let's go step by step. Imagine there's a book in China that came in 3,000 years ago, whatever, and it's written in the most beautiful Chinese you could ever imagine. And the person who wrote it at that time, none of the Chinese around him were able to bring a Chinese word, like something written literature like it. Would you think that is divine? They'll say, no, that doesn't make. Okay, well, what if, that Chinese is written in such a grammar that even right now, none of the Chinese can write a passage like it? Would you think that Chinese book is from God? So I would put the same criteria that they have for the Arabic onto a Chinese book and say, okay, imagine if the same criteria is put on a Chinese book that is from China, would you accept that book from God? And the Muslim will right away say, no, I won't accept it as from God because it's in Chinese and this and all the excuses comes up. But when the same scenario is done with Arabic somehow, and the person doesn't even speak Arabic or understand Arabic, but somehow since it's in Arabic and they've been told from childhood, this is the most perfect Arabic written ever, Quran is divine. But same criteria on a Chinese book would not apply. So this outsider test of faith, I sometimes employ that, but the problem with that is the person you're talking to usually doesn't have the patience to go through the whole scenario. They just stop right in the middle. No, you don't understand, and this and that, and also that whole example never goes to the end where you can actually show them that step by step, if you follow down the criteria you call a divine book, no other book would qualify. The only book that qualifies in your mind is the Quran that qualifies with that properties,
Yeah, and I've had these conversations on my channel, and I do have the chance to continue and prod and ask more questions till they focus on the point. And I worry that in the context of a debate, it's harder to do that because the other person is just trying to win. They're trying to move away to the second talking point and so on. But maybe if there's a structured debate, then it would be, on like one of those channels. Because I've been considering it for a while. I think that conversations are better than debates, but at the same time, I don't have that platform, that kind of audience, or I'm not able to get the callers that not just the everyday person, but a lot of Muslims want to hear their representatives having these discussions. So I'm either looking for suggestions for people to send names my way that I can reach out to and ask them to come talk to me on my channel, or I'll reach out to one of these channels and have such a debate. But I'd rather it not be a debate format because I think that changes the dynamic of the conversation a lot. But I'll still do it. Yeah.
No, I get you. And as a matter of fact, your platform, the way you conduct it with one person at a time and in a very proper way, like a normal discussion, you'll ask them question, they'll ask you question. I think your platform is more conducive to this sort of discussion than other platforms that are just like a fight. Like, okay, bring the next opponent in the ring. Let's see, those sort of platforms or channels are really not good for this type of discussion where you sit down and take your time and actually build up your case. It's like, okay, let's imagine this. Let's imagine, okay, now what else do you think is amazing about the Quran? Oh, it was preserved. Okay, all right. So let's imagine this Chinese book has not been changed, and we have verification it's not been changed over 2,000 years. Would you think that book is divine because it hasn't changed? Like, put the same scenario in your platform. I think you would be able to. And as far as inviting somebody from the Muslim community, talk to people from Thought Adventure podcast. Those are pretty young, philosophically minded Muslims. Really good discussions they have. A lot of theological discussion about Islam and all that. So I think those guys, even I would say Khalilullah, the Christian who became a Muslim recently, that would be a good topic to ask him. Like, what convinced you about Islam? He was an atheist and he became a Muslim, and now he's like a full-blown Da'i, sort of, or you could say Jake, the metaphysician. He's also a Muslim, very, very intelligent, good conversation. And the Thought Adventure podcast channel is very good for if you want to have a Muslim who can actually hold a very good, sensible discussion with you.
Okay, I'll give those a try. Thank you for the suggestions.
I'll take my leave. I'll open up the space for whoever else wants to come in. I just wanted to fill up the space because there was nobody there.
Yeah.
But it's a pleasure talking to you, Aladdin.
Yeah, likewise. Thanks for the call and take care. Bye. So we do have one caller waiting, but it is not a believer. I guess I might just change the topic of this live stream because we don't have any believers waiting to call. But I will take the next caller in a couple of minutes. Let's see. EA Dawah. Someone is saying I should have a conversation with EA Dawah. I will write down all these names and look at that when I'm done with this call. Talk to Dr. Shabir Ali from Canada. I highly doubt he would like to talk to me because I've dissected a few of his lectures before, and I haven't said very favorable things about him. I think they are fair, what I said, but still, I don't think he'd want to talk to me, but maybe I will give that a try. Thanks for the super chat, Finn Jake, by the way, saying, I kind of disbelieved after listening to the story about Jesus. There is evidence how the story progressed to myth, Hellenistic mythos, which Islam adopted. So you're noticing of the adaptation of stories between religions is what made you lose your belief, is what you're saying? Interesting. And Finn Jake also says, I took up a challenge in the Quran saying there are signs in the alternation of day or night and night. I mapped it to geometric ratios and numbers to see if Quran had any hints of such. Sorry, I'm not quite following that. I found such links, but I just stopped looking for patterns. I guess anyone can find it in any religious book if you look hard enough. That phraseology in Islam and the Quran, تلك آيات blah 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 لعلكم تتفكرون. It's always like these are signs, that there is day and night. That's a sign. It really loses its meaning because you can't just point at phenomenon around us and say this is a sign that my God is true, because it doesn't really do anything to link their God to these phenomena, whatever. You see that kind of language used a lot in the Quran. Yeah. I will take the next caller. I will talk to the next caller now. The next caller is DEMS. I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going? If you are here.
Hello.
Thanks for the call. So you wanted to talk about being an atheist, right?
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me well? Do you hear any wind?
A little bit of wind, yeah.
Okay, I'll try to stay in place. I guess, hello. I was listening to what Desi Neo said right earlier, and a lot of people suggested that you would debate other people. And I think you would be amazing at that. I think you would be a great debater. But the thing, people suggested that you go to EA Dawa's channel, and I have been there a few times to debate with them. And if there's one thing I can warn you about is that they're very much into philosophy and like metaphysics. And so sometimes they will kind of try to use metaphysical frameworks that, I mean, to me seem like pseudoscience and mumbo jumbo. So talk about, metaphysical truth or contingency and necessity. So yeah, I would just advise you to, not fall within the trap of accepting a framework that makes a lot of assumptions. Anyways,
yeah. I was
yeah.
expecting that kind of thing, that obfuscation, and it really, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like you wouldn't get a straight answer out of such a conversation, because they presume, or you have to take one of their presumptions and go with it about the metaphysical.
Yeah, kind of. The thing I notice usually is like they would play a trick about what truth means. And so one of the arguments goes that, so for example, do you think that truth existed before humans, right?
And what's the point of such a discussion?
Yeah, so the point is that if you recognize that truth existed before humans, so for example, yes, it is true that rocks are solid, for example.
Mm-hmm.
If you accept that truth can exist without humans, and you accept that truth is rooted in minds, then you somehow accept that a mind existed before humans, which I think is like, I think instinctively you can tell that there's something off about this kind of proposition. So the point is that like, oh, so basically if truth exists without any humans, that means that there must be a God because there must be a mind. And yeah, I'm going to let you wrestle with that.
Yeah, I can see how these arguments can be very confusing, because now they're jumping from, there is a mind to there is a God or something. Anyway, I'll check out their channel, and I'll keep that in mind. So yeah, tell me your position. You said a very interesting position in the private chat.
Yeah. With that out of the way, yeah. So I'm an ex-Muslim. I'm an atheist, and sometimes I jump from the hard atheist to the kind of soft atheist position, meaning that sometimes I positively affirm there are no gods, and sometimes I'm like, I have to be skeptical. I have to say I just don't believe. But I think I've moved further to the position that there are no gods. And I guess the way I come to that conclusion is, first off, I think usually what I would say is like, it depends on what definition of God you have. And so, for example, the gods of Islam, Christianity, to me, positively, they don't exist. There is no God that created humans from clay. That didn't happen. We can positively affirm that using modern science. But I guess if we go to the more abstract notion of God, which is that there is this being who is outside of time and space, who is all powerful, all knowing, and everything, I think we can positively affirm that such a being doesn't exist. Just by, I think if we think a bit about what the word existence is supposed to mean, I think when we say something exists, we're saying that to distinguish it from fiction. And so technically, when you wonder, do unicorns exist? We can try to say we don't have evidence that they exist, and so therefore we have to be agnostic about it. But I think that's the wrong way of thinking about it. I think we can say, they're fictional beings as long as we can't establish that they exist. I don't know if you're following my thought process.
I think I am. So we can't disprove that unicorns exist, but that doesn't mean that they're equally likely to be real.
Yeah,
So
I think
yeah. So
I,
your
I think
presumption is that like we have to presume that they're fictional till proven otherwise.
yeah, sort of. So if you ever heard the expression, if it quacks like a duck and if it acts like a duck, then it's a duck. I think if we have a being that is indistinguishable from a fictional character, then it most likely is a fictional character. Like it has to be a fictional character. And I think any kind of God is necessarily indistinguishable from fiction, because a being that is outside of time and space is exactly the same as a being who is fictional. And that's my position.
So the hard atheist position in your mind is saying that God in any form does not exist.
Yeah.
So does that include the definition of God being a higher power, higher than, I don't know, yeah, what would that definition include? Like, what's the most generic God that this definition excludes?
The most generic, okay, in my opinion, okay, and this might sound a bit condescending to believers, but in my opinion, the definition of God that includes the most amount of gods, right? I think 99% of humanity's gods fall into this definition. Anthropomorphic, immortal, magical beings. That's what a god is, in my view. And to me, these beings are fictional, almost by definition. I can't see the difference between something that is supernatural or magical and something that is fictional.
Well, let me ask you this question then. How do you explain, because this is usually what believers turn to when they're stumped or the conversation is stuck. They would say, then what created you? In other words, what do you think the origin of life is?
It seems to be that the first forms of life, through what we can observe through, microfossils and such, the first forms of life were cells. And we have very good idea of how cells function. We have a very good idea of what the component parts of what a cell is. And most of these parts we can literally observe in space. We can observe that, for example, there are 4 macromolecules that are the building blocks of life. And these 4 macromolecules are known to form spontaneously, whether in the oceans or in space. So, for example, you have lipids, which are one of the building blocks of cells. They are basically the cellular membrane. You have nucleic acids, which are basically genetic information and stuff. And all these building blocks, we know how they form. And in my view, I think it won't be long before we figure out the exact way or how these building blocks came together to form the first cells, the first self-replicating cells, where we have very good ideas of like how reproduction would have occurred. Like, for example, there's this process called autocatalysis, which is kind of a primitive form of self-replication. So yeah, I think there are very good ideas, very good hypotheses for now of how the first life forms emerged, and I don't see any need to appeal to magical beings.
Well, here's my position. Could be considered, I guess, soft atheism in a sense, but I don't know. You tell me where it falls on that spectrum. I have a hard time wrapping my head around evolution and the beginning of life. The first cells. I've tried to read about it. I've had it explained to me, and I'm still having a hard time wrapping my head around it. And it leaves enough question that I can't say the origin was haphazardness or randomness. But it doesn't mean that I say gods are likely or just as likely existing as not existing. Like anyone who proposes a god to me, I would say I'm agnostic, meaning maybe you're right. That's not my position on it, but my position is all these gods that we supposedly know what they want and they want our worship or they sent us a message, all of that is man-made because we've only heard it from men, and we can easily dismiss it as man-made since that's the source of it. But beyond that, I can't say what does or doesn't exist. Is that agnosticism? Is that a soft atheism position?
Yeah, I mean I think that would be agnostic atheism or like soft atheism, which I mean I think it's a fine position to hold. I don't think there's any problem with that. I think it's more humble than what I'm coming up with. Yeah, but I guess if you take that position, my question would be, let's say there's a possibility or a very small chance that there would be some divine intervention. What could God possibly do, and how could he do it to create life?
That's a good question, but why do you call it intervention? Because intervention would imply that something has started and now they're intervening. But could it have just been the start and then no more intervention? Maybe.
Yeah.
Can you repeat the question again? I got a little sidetracked in my head.
Yeah, it's all right. The question would be, what did God do and how did he do it? Right. So I'm going to give you a bit of background.
Mm-hmm.
So there's this idea that floats around in Christian or like religious circles that, maybe evolution isn't all bullshit. Maybe it has some truth to it. Like we can see fossils and stuff. But, since theists have a hard time acknowledging that this could only be due to natural selection, they're thinking, okay, there must have been like intelligent design because look at how the body is made and stuff. But the question I have, if that is the case, is what does God do exactly? How does he use evolution? How does he use natural processes to create the human body? So does he create mutations and then natural selection selects the mutations necessary to create humans? Or like how does he create these mutations? Does he just send UV light or something? Does he like when you really get down to it and you think about what could God possibly do, you realize that what is God doing? He's like playing with atoms, he's playing with molecules. Then in that case, isn't he like literally indistinguishable from natural forces? Right, that's kind of my way of thinking.
That's part of it. It doesn't have to be a he, a god with a personality per se. It could be the forces at play. Those would be considered a higher power, I suppose. I mean, there's a scenario that it's. Wait, I'm gonna mute you for a second because there's some feedback from your mic. Yeah, thank you. There's this hypothetical scenario. What if this is all like a science project to some higher entity and it didn't send the UV light in specifically to cause the mutations, but it created the laws of physics, it created the environment, it created the matter, right? Somehow, or collected it from somewhere else in the universe and put it in this observable universe that we can see. And that is the beginning of life, possibly. In that sense, it's not necessarily a he that's pushing the UV lights to cause a mutation to cause life, but it's that entity is what created everything else. I'm really confused here. I'm beyond my depth, actually. I don't think I'm making any sense anymore.
No, I think I understand your point. Basically, within this local universe, everything is natural, kind of, because the creator only, played with the natural constants, the natural forces, and he only created the forces, and everything else came into place. That's an interesting idea, but to me, that's indistinguishable from naturalism. Basically, if God only played with the natural forces, and then he let everything else come into place, then God is the laws of physics, right? There is no God in that scenario, except at the beginning stage. And what you're talking about is kind of the idea that maybe our whole universe is contained within a box from a high school science project from another reality. And I think it's a really interesting idea, but I can't help but to repeat myself and say, yeah, that sounds like a good fiction story. There's nothing to distinguish that from just pure imagination. And if it's just pure imagination, I don't think we can be honest and call that a possibility, or I don't think we can be honest and call that reality. And I guess now I'm kind of stuck. As always, I'm stuck between hard atheism and soft atheism now.
See, I still don't have the confidence to take a position like yours and say there is no higher power in any sense, because, I mean, don't you kind of concede that nature is sort of the God in this life that we live?
Obviously depends on your definition of God, but yeah, I mean, we can just admit that we live in the natural world. And to me, that's naturalism. That's not theism. If we then admit that there's something beyond the natural, something supernatural, then we're making an extra claim. And I would never make that claim.
I just don't like my position being called soft atheism. Like, I'm not taking it personally by you or anything. But when it's framed as soft atheism, it almost makes it seem like I'm giving some credibility to theistic claims when that's not what I'm doing at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think technically we can say, I don't believe in Santa Claus, and that's my soft Santa Clausist position, right? Because we don't have any evidence for Santa Claus, and we're kind of, we can be humble and say, okay, maybe someday we will have some information that proves Santa Claus exists. Personally, I think that's being a bit too modest. I think at the stage we're in, every single prediction, every single idea that theism came up with has been disproven, whether it's the story of special creation or the story of the soul or the story of, I think neuroscience destroys every single year more and more the idea of an afterlife. We come to understand that there's something about the mind that is necessarily dependent on brain activity. Like you can't have memory if you don't have a brain that processes the memories. You can't have perception, you can't have feelings, or so if your brain is broken, or if you take drugs or whatever, that will affect your perception. And if that is the case, I don't see how you can have an afterlife when your brain is already rotting. You see what I'm trying to say? Like, every new discovery we make seems to reduce the likelihood of theism more and more.
My apologist brain started working immediately, and I'm thinking about verses where disbelievers would ask, the prophet, or basically challenge or disagree and say, how will we be resurrected when our bodies decompose, right? And when we die, like this is the manifestation of me, and it's in the ground decomposing. Your God is not going to bring us back to life. And the Islamic answer would say, look at how plants come out of a desert after it rains. God can bring things back to life. And it was not really a real answer right there. So my first instinct was to answer you with an Islamic answer. And then I took a second, I reflected, and I realized, no, actually, Islam does not address this. But we have to fall back on the metaphysical and say, God can do it. God can capture whatever simulated biological processes in your brain that caused your consciousness and memories without actually the physical manifestation of it, which is your brain. But that's not really an answer. That's you're supposing that God can do that. So I see your position. Yeah.
And I think that's a really funny point. Like the Quran constantly records arguments from disbelievers. So, for example, when the disbelievers come to Muhammad in the Quran and say, "Oh, bring us angels or bring us evidence, raise us back from the dead or something," like the disbelievers always make a really fair point, and every single time, without fail, the Quran responds with a really shitty argument by saying something like, "Oh, I mean, you don't know," or like, we brought signs for people before, and like it didn't, they weren't convinced. It's like, okay, that's a good cope. Um, but
Yeah,
yeah,
that's something I've said before, is the way that Allah debates and argues in the Quran is much worse than anything you will see on any, like, one of those debate channels. Like, try to use the same language in any debate channel, not just the phraseology of it, but the same points. Say, "But I've said this before, but you won't listen anyway," or "God knows the truth and you're not listening." They would just laugh you out of the conversation. But yeah, the debates that are had in the Quran, the way that God trumps the disbelievers is honestly doubt inducing in and of itself, I think.
yeah, you said it perfectly.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I mean, listen, if there's anyone else that wants to come up, you can let me go. I'm not a believer technically, but
There's a couple more callers actually, but it's yeah, it was interesting to get me to think about the whole soft atheism position. I still think that for the time being, it's safer to say I don't know what's out there, but I could tell you what it's not, and that's my position on it.
yeah, absolutely. I get that point.
Cool.
Listen, it was fun talking with you. I'll leave the other people intervene. All right.
Likewise. Thanks for the call, and have a good rest of your day.
Hey, take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Thanks, DEMS, for the call. Still got two more callers, both of them not believers, by the way. I know the title is for believers to call in, but none have called in so far, except the first one, and unfortunately could not connect. Maybe another time. I was thinking about making these live streams more like a general call-in live stream, so not really have a specific caller type or topic in mind, then just have it be general and whoever calls in. But then I would still have to be a bit selective. See, that's the confusing thing about it, is if I make it a general call in, the audience has to be okay and the callers have to be okay with me being selective and saying, to the people in the private chat, "No, I can't take your call because I don't feel like talking about that topic right now, or it doesn't fit with the other calls, or because I've had you on the channel a couple of times, so I'd rather talk to someone else." I have to be more selective if I make it a generic call-in show. So it's up to you if I should give that a try. Let me put that in a poll, actually. Yeah, I'll start a poll. Should I have general call-in streams instead? Yes and no. Okay. Answer in the live chat, please. Okay. The next caller, I will take the next caller, R. I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, R, how's it going?
Hello, I'm doing good. How are you?
I am good, thanks. So tell me a bit about yourself and why you're calling in today.
All right. Well, first off, I just want to say one of my favorite parts about your videos is your cat in the background. I think that man must be there like 24 hours a day or something. I don't know how
Yeah.
he's in every single video, but yeah, he's really cute.
Yeah, I'm using him for clicks. That's what I'm doing. No, this is just his spot. That's where he sleeps, so he's always sleeping.
It's a cute spot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm an ex-Muslim. I've been wanting to be on one of these streams for a while, but I end up like missing them or forgetting to like put them on my calendar or whatever. But then I just happened to be awake and on YouTube at this time and saw you were live, and then so that's why I'm here. But yeah, I grew up Muslim. I'm from the United States. My dad is from Syria, but my mom's American. And yeah, so I've been sort of like believing throughout my childhood, but I never really fully got into it. And like I remember just kind of not really understanding a whole lot about it, but just kind of like going through the motions and like praying like my parents told me to do, and just kind of like doing stuff because they encouraged me to do it, and like they kind of incentivize it, that kind of stuff. But I don't think I ever really like felt super and I never really felt it like touch me like in any kind of spiritual way. I don't think, just kind of um like a meditation type of feeling, I guess, like from the rituals and like du'as and prayers and all that. But yeah, I am in college right now, and I would say that I like officially labeled myself as an atheist like a few years ago. Um, but I had for a while before, like at least a few years before that point, knew that I like didn't practice or believe in anything official, but it was just kind of like uh very gradual, very like not in one category for a long time. But now I'm sort of getting into like a lot of interesting readings from like different philosophers and atheists and ex-Muslims, and like looking at different types of content and stuff. So yeah, it's a little bit like of a bigger part of my life now. It's a lot like learning about um like freedom from religion and atheism and that kind of stuff is like a lot of a bigger part of my life than I think Islam ever was. Um, but yeah, it's kind of it's more enjoyable for me, definitely, because I never like could understand Islam fully, and like I'm a very analytical person, and I like to take things apart and make sure that I understand how everything works, and make sure that I understand like if it all fits together nicely. Um, and I like to do that a lot with atheism, and just kind of like uh, not necessarily like afterlife, but just kind of like how we think about the world and how we compare that to what religion says about the world and that kind of stuff. And like, yeah, just like fun stuff to think about.
Well, I have some questions for you, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So you say that this has interested you more, and I'm guessing you've spent more time thinking about it than Islam when you were a believer. What about this interests you? Like some people would see it as, I'm sure a lot of ex-Muslims would be asking, uh, so you weren't immersed in the religion very deeply. Wouldn't it be easy for you to just walk away and not think about the topic ever again? What made it interesting to you?
Yeah, so I guess the reason why I like wasn't super immersed in Islam was because like I just remember whenever I would ask a question or like say something that kind of went against Islam, they'd immediately refute it and be like, no, you can't ask that. No, you can't say that. And that would just kind of like push me away a little bit. And so that kind of prevented me, I think, from fully trusting it. But the reason I'm more interested in freedom from religion, I guess, is just because of how much I can take it apart and how many details I can get into it. And like, I'm reading this really interesting book called Irreligion right now, and it's the author is a mathematician, and I'm majoring in statistics, so I'm learning a lot about math now, and I've always loved math. So with like a mathy brain, it's just a lot more fun, and um like I can like focus on it a lot better. Um and yeah, so it's just a lot more interesting to me overall. And just like I'm not like super knowledgeable about like astrophysics or anything like that, but like theoretical like spatial kind of stuff has always been really fascinating to me. Um And that's just like a lot of the stuff that I'm interested in, like science wise, just not really like super abundant in religion, and of course isn't the most accurate at times. But yeah, I guess that would be why I'm more interested into it.
Well, do you think if you received more welcoming answers to your questions or engagement to your questions when you're a believer, it would have changed your beliefs today?
It's possible. I mean, childhood is really important in forming beliefs about the world, but I remember like last year when I was talking to my dad about all this, he was like, "Okay, well, you have a lot of questions that I can't really answer, so I want to bring in somebody who's more knowledgeable about this kind of stuff." And we had like 2 sessions with him where I just like asked questions and like had a back and forth, and there were a few things where I asked and he gave decent apologist type answers, but then later on, like in the moment, I was like, okay, I guess that makes sense. But then later on, after like doing some research, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, no, that doesn't really make sense. So like, if I was young enough and if they gave me the right answers that would have satisfied me, it's possible that I would have remained religious longer. But I think as long as I have the freedom that I have to just kind of like research and think about stuff, I really feel like I would have just ended up not believing in any circumstance, to be honest.
I can relate to that a lot because I often hear it blamed on the method of teaching when believers say that that's only because you had a bad experience and your teacher or parent should have answered the questions better, and that is why you don't believe anymore, because you just didn't have the right kind of teacher or messenger or whatever. And some might even consider you or someone in your position not truly a kafir, a disbeliever, because they didn't get the correct message. They just got a bad rendition of it. um, but my conclusion was the same, that no matter how the method was, eventually the answer is still a non-answer that didn't make sense after you thought about it. And you even said something. You said, I could never understand Islam fully. And the apologist in me wanted to jump on that phrase and say, well, see, you left Islam because you couldn't understand it fully. But I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, the issue with, in my case at least, was it's not that I wasn't trying to understand Islam or that a sheikh would understand it better than me. It's that their understanding was not consistent with itself and with the rest of the world. So I couldn't understand Islam not because of a lack of trying or because of being given the wrong answers. Even the so-called right answers didn't make sense, and that's what made it not understandable in my head. Does that ring true to you as well?
Yeah, I think what I was more like getting at with not being able to understand it, I agree with like everything you said there. But it's like for me it wasn't enjoyable enough to really immerse myself, but like even now that I'm learning more about it, like I still like, I mean, there's any subject you can say you can't completely understand if it's like big enough, but like when you have this book and you have, supposedly everything you need to know in life in this one book, should be pretty easy to be able to completely understand. But now that I see there's so many contradictions and so many like extrapolations about rules that weren't listed in this book, that have to be figured out by scholars, it's like, there's really no way to completely understand life from this book. And that, like, I didn't realize that when I was younger at the time, but that was probably why I, that was probably a big reason as to why I couldn't like grasp at something to be able to completely understand it.
And something that you said brought up a thought in my mind. It's not really a question, but something I'm going to share. How your father said he will bring in a sheikh, and you spoke with or someone more knowledgeable than him because your questions were a bit too out of his depth. that was my experience as well. And so many ex-Muslims tell the same kind of story, that the people around them say, you need to ask a scholar, or, here's someone you can talk to who knows more about this stuff. And I realized that most Muslims, most believers, and I'm sure this applies to other religions as well, most believers don't think that deeply, and therefore they never ran into these questions. They never used them as a foundation for their belief. It was just their belief is there. They don't poke into those questions, and therefore they don't have the answers, and they'll get someone else to do the thinking for them and for you. And I think that's very telling, that if you ask any of these problematic lines of questioning to most Muslims, they've never come across them before, unless it was an ex-Muslim or a critic who's talking about them. So is that your experience too, that believers around you aren't as deeply invested in thinking about it as you are?
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, I think the guy, I don't think he was a sheikh exactly. I think he was just like a teacher at the mosque or something, or like some Quran teacher or something like that. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, that's kind of like bringing up a funny memory from my English class, where we were reading what was it? That one book that's like a it's very derivative of like the Bible. I can't remember what it's called, but it's a super big book. And we're reading it in English class, and we were talking about like free will with God being able to see everything that's going to happen. And there's this one girl in our class who is like, she's like, I'm very Christian. My whole family's Christian, but we're all female engineers, and like, I don't know, she was just like talking how about she's religious yet she's liberal, crazy. But then she was just trying to argue how, like, I don't know, I can't remember exactly how she was phrasing it, but she was trying to argue how like free will and like determinism can't exist at the same time. And I was just kind of thinking, like, I don't think you would be thinking that if you weren't raised Christian. Like, logically, it just doesn't make sense, but she's trying to, like, mental gymnastics her way out of it just so she can keep her belief. But yeah, that was just something I thought of.
So what about this counterpoint? What about people who say predestination and a deterministic world and free will all make sense, but it's the disbeliever who's trying to mental gymnastics their way out of understanding it? What do you think of that?
That makes me laugh. I mean, it's just kind of like, I don't even know what to think of that, because it's just like something that already doesn't make sense, and then an apologist is like, well, your teeny tiny human brain can't comprehend it, so like, how do you know if it's not real? It's just like, okay, that's just another level of like mental gymnastics. I don't know. But yeah,
that's always interesting when they say, trust me that it makes sense, and it makes sense on a level beyond either of us can understand. So
yeah.
why am I trusting you if you yourself cannot understand it? You're just trusting that God does understand it.
Yeah.
I was told explicitly by someone who is, one of those people that I was talking to who's knowledgeable on a lot of this stuff, that it is a paradox, predestination and free will. He's like, yeah, I'll give it to you. And it was a convert, I believe, but he has some kind of position in Dawah now. And he told me, yeah, I'll give it to you. It is a paradox, but Allah is the most powerful, and he's able to make the impossible happen. Therefore, Allah resolves paradoxes. Therefore, it makes sense.
Yeah, that reminds me, that like brings up a bunch of other paradoxes in religion, and yeah, how it's just supposed to happen because God is all powerful.
Yeah, it's presumption on top of presumption, I guess.
Yeah.
And someone had asked a question directed at you here. Islam Channel saying, are there benefits from being raised to pray, etc.? Asking as a parent of 4 daughters.
Well, so basically, my dad didn't really make me pray like 5 times a day. It was very selective. It was mainly like just during Ramadan, and like I guess if I was ever in the same room as him as like when adhan went off. But like yeah, I mean there was a period where like I did end up like praying on my own as much as I could. I started praying 5 times a day, and then one time I saw my friends didn't at that, and I was like, oh, okay, they don't really take it that seriously. I guess I won't either. But I mean, I don't really see the point. It was just I don't understand Arabic, so it was just kind of useless. It's like I'm just speaking words I don't understand and doing yoga poses at 5 different times throughout the day. So I mean, I think if you have children you want to do something with, just like do something more fun or beneficial.
Yeah, you didn't get any benefit out of it, I guess. Do you think if you did understand Arabic, it would have been more beneficial to you?
I mean, I don't know. Are the surahs like, do they mean something pretty? I mean, I don't think so.
No, I can tell you from experience that most Muslims would go for, the shorter surahs or short sections of surahs just so they can, get through the prayer.
Yeah.
And first of all, you kind of get used to the same ayahs over and over again. And it's more often than not that you'd encounter stuff about torture and the day of judgment and God having an argument with a disbeliever kind of thing than you would come across a verse that rings true to you and some wisdom that helps you out with your day. And it just becomes almost mindless. Like you don't even think about the words, even though you understand them. But I don't know. Perhaps a believer would tell me that prayer affects them differently, and I'd want to know why. But to me, it
Yeah.
wasn't doing that. Yeah.
It always kind of baffles me how like older Muslims just like they're able to do that for so many years without like going crazy from saying the same words over and over again. Like you kind of, even though you like want to use the shorter surahs to get through it, like I feel like you'd have to opt for some of the other ones just to not like go numb from the repetition. But I don't know.
Or maybe it's just easier to do it in mindless, familiar way every day, and that way you don't have to think too hard about it, and it gets easier. I don't know. It depends on how people view the habit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was there anything else on your mind or anything that you wanted to ask me or talk about today?
I think I got everything. Is your like ex-Muslim one on Tuesday? Is that what I saw for your schedule?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. I
Tuesday
might.
in some time zones, and it's like, Wednesday
Yeah.
in other time zones. But yeah.
All right. Yeah, I might pop in if I can remember to put it on my schedule and wake up or make sure it doesn't conflict with my classes or anything. So yeah, it was nice talking to you.
Yeah, likewise. And hope I get to talk to you again on Tuesday.
Awesome.
Take
Thank
care.
you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Thanks for calling in, R. We've got one more caller, but also not a believer. Again, believers, if you want to join, link is up there. Now you're going to make me work even harder and change the name of the live stream and everything. So thanks, God, again. Thank you for the super chat. Secular Rarity says, always so good to see more videos and conversations from Aladdin. Keep it up. I appreciate that. Thank you for being here. And Islam Channel USA. We already answered that question. Thanks for the super chat, by the way. Says, keep up these ex-Muslim talks. Muslims must hear them. It's very interesting that I've been seeing you on the channel for a long, long time now. I appreciate you being here, with or without a super chat. It's I really like seeing people who aren't just basically yes men, watching my videos, because it means that someone else is paying attention. And I like that. I want people from different backgrounds to enjoy these videos as well. Oh, and the caller disappeared, unfortunately. If they don't show up within the next few minutes, I guess that will be it for the live stream. In the meantime, if you have anything you want to ask or say in the chat, now is the time. Also, like and subscribe if you'd like to see more. And yeah, it's so bizarre how sometimes I would have a live stream that goes on for 6 hours and sometimes no callers. I guess this is a bad time for believers for some reason, but not for disbelievers. Ooh, there is a caller. Let's talk truth. If you're ready, I will take your call in a second now. All right, let's talk truth. I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
All right, how you doing?
I am great. Thanks for asking. So tell me a bit about yourself.
I didn't really get a chance to look at the title.
That's okay. So are you a believer of any faith?
I believe in a higher power. I was born into Christianity, raised into Christianity. I'm 49, almost 50. I'll be 50 my next birthday. So speaking from experience, I was born into Christianity. I was raised into Christianity. I've been born into this world and raised into a combination of things. I had to I decided after doing the research and the homework and the study, I decided to re-raise myself, to reteach myself. Because I'm not comfortable with what the humans are introducing to us coming into the world. They're not telling us the truth. They're telling us a whole bunch of lies, and this is all racist. Not just, so I'm not gonna speak on one race, because as a whole human race, we all in this together, no matter how much we separate ourselves and divide ourselves. So I'm saying all of that to say this. I found myself doing research and study on the other different walks of life. You know, so I'm very familiar with Catholics now, because I've read their whole book. I've studied their whole book. I've researched the whole book front to back. The Quran, I've read the whole book 2 times front to back. I've read all of the books. And they're all, it's like, it's to me, the human race is one big race, to me, that has divided itself. You know, you got white people saying that black people is the first people. You got black people saying that black people is the first people. You got, you know, all of the different races is saying the same things, it seems like, about one another, truths and falses. And I just decided, you know, not to join up in any more groups. So I don't do the group thing anymore. I'm just a part of the human race. I am embarrassed to be a part of the human race. I would hate to meet another planet and have to introduce myself to them like I'm introducing myself to you. And I'm embarrassed to be a human. I'm embarrassed. It's embarrassing being part of the human race.
Why is it embarrassing?
I mean, look at what the humans are doing. They're killing one another. They're murdering one another. Everything it seems like they touch, they ruin. All races are guilty of this. I mean, just take a look around right now. Right before I came on your live, I'm scrolling to see who's going live and see who got some interesting topics and see if there's some knowledge, wisdom, understanding, education. Where is it at? And I look on, I'm in Denver, Colorado right now. And in Colorado Springs, there's a mass shooting that just happened last night at a club. It just killed a bunch of people right now as me and you speak. So yeah, I'm embarrassed to be a part of the human race. You know, I don't, when I see you, I see a spirit. I see a soul. I don't see a color anymore. I know the humans like to play the color card and the mind games that come with all of that, but I see a soul. I see a spirit when I look at you. I see energy, and your energy will introduce itself before you speak. And a speaker of truth has no friends, and no one is more hated than he who speaks truth.
Oh, what is such a truth that do you think you're a speaker of the truth?
No, the truth is, you know, I don't have a heaven or hell for you. I don't have a heaven or hell for nobody. All I can do is share with you about planet Earth. I can't tell you about Mars, Neptune, Jupiter. I've never been to them places, even if they do exist. I can't tell you about the moon because I've never been there, but I can tell you about planet Earth. I do have a truth about planet Earth. I probably can't tell you about the God, the Jesus, the heaven, the hell, where we come from, where we're going. I mean,
so what is the truth of
I don't know what the truth is. All I know is the humans got a truth going on, and I don't know. There's so many different truths. There's so many different, there's so much education out there, knowledge, wisdom, so many different topics. You tell me what the truth is. Do you have a truth? What's your truth? What's your worldview?
But what specifically?
In general, we're speaking in general. What's your worldview on the world that you live in? I mean, you're a part of the planet now. You're a part of the universe, whether you understand it or not, whether it makes sense to you or not, whether this all adds up to you and me, whether we can interpret it, whether we can discern it, decipher it, make sense of it. My eyes still see what the heck is going on in the world. And I can tell you a truth about planet Earth. I can tell you that this world is in a real bad condition. I can tell you that the humans are screwed up. I can tell you that truth. I can tell you that the universe is going through a lot right now, and so are the humans. I can tell you that.
So do you have any suggestions for what humans can do better?
I mean, my thing is this: no one can. There's a lot of humans that have come in the world and gone. So to answer that question, to respond to that question, that's a good question. There's a lot of humans. There's more humans that done came in the world and gone than there are humans dying right now. And so I can't bring back the dead. And the answer to me to fixing all of this, if this God thing is true, if this Jesus thing is true, if this heaven thing is true, if this hell thing is true, you got to bring back the dead. You got to bring back all of those people that have been taken away from people. I wish I could bring back all of the humans that have died. I wish that I could fix everything and I can bring back all of those humans that are dead. I wish I can go into the ocean and bring up all of those dead people that are in there for whatever reasons they're in there. I wish I can go into the sky and pull out the people who died in the skies.
What will you do after you bring them all back?
Then we would have to come up with some kind of program or strategy or tactic that would never bring us back to this state that we're in right now. Good question. I don't have any answers for that. All I have is a mind that works and try to work toward answers for that. So if I could bring back all of the dead and give the dead back to their people, that's fixing the world. No one can do that. No one can bring back the dead and give those people back to the people they belong to. And in the scriptures, God say, I have birds that fly in a rank, but they have no leader. We don't need a government. We don't need a president. We are the government. We are the president. I don't vote. I'm 50 years old almost, and I've never voted in my life because I watch the world. I watch the humans, the public, the people, society, humanity. I watch them play this voting game.
So what do you propose we do if we can't, or if we shouldn't vote?
Let me say this real quick and I'll answer that. You got you humans who do vote. To all of you humans out there that are voting, you should be ashamed of yourself and you should be tired of voting because you keep putting these people in the power. And right after they sell you all of those dreams and tell you all of those lies, they turn on you. And you keep repeating that cycle over and over. They play games with the ballot. They play games with the votes. And all of the races are indulging in this as far as I'm concerned. We take the voting program out of the picture. because the world is ruled by numbers. Without the public, without the people, without society, there is no government. There is no president. Without the public, without the people, without society, there is no nation. There is no country. We are the public. We are the people. We the one make up the president and the government.
So what can we do then to
people,
fix this?
The public society should come together. The public not come together to march. I don't do the marching. I'm allergic to people who march, protest, sing. We shall overcome and tear up and create destruction while they marching. I don't do that. So, you know, we bring the public back together, you know, because once upon a time, the public, the people, the society, these are people who are family members. The public, the people, society left their family and ran out into the streets, and they grouped up and became a new family. And they're sticking together.
What do we do once we have all the people brought together?
You set them down, because right now mental health is the biggest disease in the world amongst the many diseases in the world, amongst the many famines in the world. Mental health is a problem, because right now you and me are having a decent conversation. But if your mental health and your energy introduces itself before you speak. So we got to work on mental health. Mental health is real. If you don't have knowledge, that's what mental health and crazy is. If you don't have wisdom, that's mental health. That's crazy. If you don't have understanding, that's mental health. That's crazy. If you don't have education and information in this world that can
So what can we do? Like, say we want to improve people's mental health and knowledge and learning.
Stop forcing medication. Forgive me for cutting you off, but I love that question and I'm obsessed with answering it. Stop forcing. You have people that come in the world. There's different kind of disabilities. You have the person that's born physically disabled and mentally disabled, and sometimes it takes medicines and other things to help that person. And then you have the person that's not born physically disabled or mentally disabled, and they come into the world, and after they arrive, life happens to them. All hell breaks loose on them. So we got these different kind of disabilities that you can fix, mental health-wise, physical health-wise, and then we got disabilities mental health-wise and physical health-wise you can't fix. And concerning mental health, everybody don't need medication. In the prisons, I was incarcerated. While I was incarcerated, I noticed a lot of people who came to prison, they couldn't get to the drugs that they were taking when they was free. They couldn't get to those that substance treatment abuse that was abusing them. So they run to the medications in prison. They play mind games and say they're seeing pink elephants, and they take their life's trials and tribulations and they turn it into a pill bottle of medication.
So say if we tackle these issues, if we tackle mental health and over medication and education, what is the next step after that, if we're able to do all that?
Then you got this thing where you live in a world where you got these money-making machines. Homelessness is a big problem, to answer that question. Homelessness is a big problem in the world. But we live in a world where we got money-making machines. God doesn't show, the higher power doesn't show me in a vision that we don't really need money to make it. We don't need presidents. We don't need governments. We just need people who know how to think. We don't need we got enough smart people. The world don't need smart people. It's got enough smart people. The world needs nice people.
How do you propose that we get such smart people to make the changes that we need to improve the world, if not government?
You got to rehabilitate the minds. You got to fix what's left of the world. What's left of it? You got to rehabilitate it. You can't play with it.
Say you have a platform right now.
Stop flossing all of this money in front of these homeless people.
Say you have the ability to do something about all of this. Can you tell me, like, give me a step in the right direction?
It takes money, because this is a money world. This world is based off of money. And they say money is the root of all evil, but money is a resource. So we take all of these homeless people and these mental health people, we find homes and houses for them. We give them the chance that they never got. You build houses, you make houses. I make cars. There's a guy, his name is Beast. He goes into the grocery stores and he buys over hundreds of $1,000s worth of food for the people. We put people in positions they've never been in before. We're going to get rid of racism, and we're going to get rid of bad credit. And we're going to start giving people a second chance and a first chance at life, and stop making people think that they got to go through all of this hell just to coexist. Money, your life means more to me than money. Your life means more to me than material possessions and the thing we came in this world with that we can't take with us. People,
I can tell that like you've experienced and witnessed a lot of difficulty, and it takes a toll on anyone to see people go through all that suffering, and at the same time see people discussing and arguing about the wrong things from your point of view, and all their solutions like government and the way that people vote and the way that they deal with mental health. None of it is really tackling the issue. It can be very, very frustrating. Have you thought about taking just one of these issues and working on it yourself, or finding a community that are working on such an issue? Because it's hard to tackle everything at once, you know?
Hey, you know what? I like you. I love your questions. I like your energy. I've tried. Let me tell you something. I tried all of that. I've worked with the different humanitarians and the different nonprofits here in Denver, Colorado. I do motivational speakings. You can Google my name and you'll see me on the internet talking to a group of kids. I just spoke to 40-some kids in Estes Park, Colorado, youth at risk. The humanitarians are not being what they're supposed to be. We have all of these different nonprofits. These different nonprofits, we have people who are going to the government and they take their ideas to the government and they file their 501c3s. And the government look at their dream and the government say, this is humanitarian, this can help the world. We need something like this in the world. So the government gives them this humanitarian funds called 501c3 funds. And these people, as soon as they get these funds, they go and buy the houses and the cars and the material possessions they never had. They don't work on their nonprofit. They don't have a staff. They don't set things up that can help the world. I've tried all of these things. I've tried everything.
Do you think you can found or join a new organization that is not that materially corrupt?
I believe that's possible. I believe there is an entity that exists that is opposite of everything that I just said. I believe that there is an entity that works toward these things we're talking about, and they're loyal and they're faithful. I believe.
Can you give an example of such an entity?
I say that again.
Can you give an example of such an entity? Someone who's trying to do the work that you hope to see more of.
I'm gonna say this. I have not met one. I've worked with several different entities, but despite I have not met one, despite I haven't been given the opportunity to work with someone who's already established, and I haven't established this myself, I still believe that there is an entity that exists. I just haven't been blessed or fortunate to cross paths with this entity yet. I've crossed paths with all of the bad entities, and I've removed myself away from them. I worked with one nonprofit, and he was so not professional to where he was working with the gang members and different kind of people, and he was giving them the key to his building, and they was hiding their drugs, and they was doing
I can tell that, like, if you have tried many things and you keep seeing that nothing is working, and the people that are supposed to be helping and getting the government help are not implementing it correctly or using it for their own gain, it's very frustrating, and it seems almost dire and impossible that you would then find a solution. But have you tried just doing something on a one-person scale? Not start.
Hey man, you is amazing. You are amazing.
Thank you.
Yes.
Why?
And in all honesty, I have come to a point where I stopped. When I got to that question that you just asked me, I took a break, and I've been just hanging out with the higher power, hanging out with truth, hanging out with this topic we're having. I've been hanging out with the knowledge of it, the wisdom. I decided to back up off of everything, stop, do some more research, do some more homework, do some more study, learn some more. Because in my journey of what I have learned, I realized there was so much more for me to learn. And watching these people not do the right thing has been teaching me and educate me on what I would do if I'm blessed with this opportunity. I am blessed with it. I just have took it and put a freeze on it. I just been watching the world like Nostradamus, been studying the humans, studying the people, studying the universe, you know, learning more about it, learning more about behaviors, personalities, characters, you know, watching what the humans are up to, researching and studying the world leaders. You know, the people are tired, you know, so this topic is bigger than us. And I do know that you and me have touched on some of the most beautiful parts concerning this topic, but it's so much more to be touched on and spoken on. It's so much more bigger than us, so much more bigger than what we know. If I can change the world, if I can fix the world, if I can make the world a better place. There was a little girl.
Can I give you one task to complete before the next time that we cross paths, if we do again?
Because I'm about to subscribe to you. I'm following you. I'm going to try to keep up with you everywhere you go. And shoot, go for it.
Yeah, so my assignment for you would be, when you're frustrated about something, try not to link it to your frustrations about other things that are going on, and try to turn it into an action point. What can I do? Even, you know, stop thinking about organizations and solutions for everyone. What can I do to help one person with this? So, for example, you're talking about homelessness and helping the needy. You don't necessarily have to go and find a homeless person and feed them every single day, but maybe try to have a conversation with one of them, see what could improve their lives further than just, you know, giving them some money or a handout.
Right. I do that.
Yeah,
I do that
there
daily.
you go.
I do that. What you're saying, I do it daily. I do it regularly. I have people who call me just for advice, just for opinion. This is bigger than money. It's bigger than material possessions. This is bigger than a house and a car. This is, you know, every bit of what you just said. This is about knowledge, wisdom, understanding, education, information. You know, I look at the homeless people when I stop when I'm commuting, and I have my homeless money. You know, I have homeless food, and a lot of times I sit down with them and I talk with them first. Sometimes I pull the money out or the food out and I let them know I want to give this to you, but is it all right if we have a conversation? I would like to have a conversation with you. I mean, because I'm disabled. I got disabilities you can't see. I talk to a mental health therapist twice a week. Been talking to him for 14 years. He's about to retire after 60 years of this work. He's no longer he can hardly help me. He helped me coming through the door. Now the tables have turned because he had an education and information I didn't have. And I also had an education and information he didn't have. So it's been an iron sharpening iron thing here. So he's retired, but we're still going to be working together until the end of time. I struggle and battle with mental health. I got off my butt and went and got help. A lawyer, a district attorney, a judge didn't make me do this. My mom, no one made me. I knew something wasn't right with myself. You know, so I went and, you know, and I wasn't comfortable talking to somebody, but I realized and I messed up the first day. He put me out of his office the first day. That was 14 years ago. And I came back and we haven't had a problem since. He's like a dad to me. He's like an uncle to me. He's everything to me that my family never was to me and didn't give me a chance to be to them.
I'm really glad that you found that kind of person in your life, and I hope everyone does.
So I'm saying that to say this. Yeah. Without the higher power, mental health don't work. And you got to have someone to talk to. And you got to talk to the people. And I'm saying all of that to say this because it's not about giving them money. They need more than just money. They need more than just a house and a car. These people need to be fixed mentally. I was a mess. I was abused as a child. I've been shot. I got a 23-year-old bullet sitting over my heart. I've been stabbed 8 times.
Well, you know what? Let me ask you one last thing. If you if you really want mental health help for
You
people
gotta
who need
want
it,
it.
yeah, is it possible? I know you are against voting, but is it possible to find someone who is closer to power than you are, who is trying to effect a similar kind of change and support them? Because even if,
That's
because
what I do. I've helped people get their disability. I've showed people how to do this. See, I wasn't born physically and mentally disabled. I came into the world and life happened to me.
no,
So
I
it's
mean,
easy to
is
fix
there
me.
like a political party in where you are that is trying to do more for the homeless or trying to do more for mental health that you could support? Because even though I agree with you that the voting system is a
I
poor
mean,
one in the U.S., it's a mess. But if it's the closest thing you can do to effect change on that scale is supporting someone who does have that agenda in mind, that could be something to work with.
that's what I do, boss. I voluntarily do it. I got people that call me. I'm up all night. I don't sleep.
Mhm.
I don't sleep. I'm up all night. I have young people calling me, older people calling me. You Google when you get done, Google Gary Armstrong, gang member. When you get done, and to whoever's watching this live, to all of you out there, God bless you. Stay focused, stay alive, keep God, keep the higher power in everything you do. To everybody out there, Google Gary Armstrong gang member. Don't put no spaces in it. Just type it in, and you're gonna see me on the internet talking to kids.
Just
And I volunteer because
okay.
you can't pay me for the work that I do. I have people who I've worked with that get paid for it, donations.
We have to get to the next caller, unfortunately.
Okay,
So yeah, I'll just give you a chance to wrap up. Is there anything else that you want to say before you go?
I do. I want to say this to the people, to everybody that's listening and watching. Positive change is something that you got to want on your own. You can have the higher power behind you. You can have all of the angels in heaven and the whole world supporting you, but you got to want it for yourself. I wanted it for myself. Positive change is real. Knowledge, wisdom, understanding, education. Without that, we're not going to make it. And keep the higher power first in everything you do. Read, 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 and keep on reading. And get as much education as you can, and try to be a person, try to be a good humanitarian, somebody that can change the world. And when we leave the world, we leave this world, we leave the world with something that the people can survive off of. And be kind to yourself and be kind to others.
Thank you for that message. Yeah,
Thank you for having me.
of course. Take care of yourself and have a good rest of your day.
Hey, and anytime you want to talk and do you want to do an interview with me and or whatever, I do it. I'm with you. I got you.
Sounds good.
All right.
Take care.
Peace.
Bye-bye. All right. Thank you to the caller for calling in. I can tell that there's a lot of frustration and care and empathy there. And I wanted to hear him out, and I'm glad I did. And I urge everyone who has such frustration to talk about it in an appropriate setting, and then try to change it to action points. And your action points don't have to be as grand as the problem or as the frustration itself. So yeah, I'll get to a couple of comments and then the next few callers. We still have a bunch of callers. Rebecca is asking, do Arab Muslims get special reward for converting Americans? As far as I know, there is no like scheme for that kind of thing. But on a metaphysical scale, you do get rewards for converting someone to Islam, like in, as points, basically, as good deeds. And it really depends on the person whether they're doing it because they want the good deeds, because they want more reward in heaven, or they don't want to go to hell, or because they genuinely care about saving a soul, from going to eternal hell. I can't speak for people's motivations, but I can confidently say there is no such a thing as like monetary reward or something like that for converting Americans or like non-Muslims. However, there are a lot of Dawah channels that make it into a spectacular thing. You see tons of videos that are like subhanallah kafir, or someone converted in 3 minutes and all that bullshit, and you see the clickbaity thumbnails, and you see how they like just gish gallop till they get the other person to say yeah sure I convert, or they plant someone to do this fake conversion, or maybe it's perhaps a real conversion, but it's, you see the way that they do it, that is definitely motivated for clicks, for getting more people to watch, and that there could be a monetary component to that. But as a general scheme, I don't think that's a thing for monetary gain. And then I find this interesting when a caller who has no familiarity with what's going on starts talking about the mask. You're wearing a face diaper. That's pretty embarrassing for the human race. They think this is some kind of COVID thing, but yeah, for those who don't know, I wear a mask because I'm hiding my identity. Yeah, I hope that clarifies that. Let's see some more comments. Aladdin, you have the patience and manners of a prophet, as I was imagining him when I was young. No, it's the other prophet, not this one. I'm not after the money. Let's see. We do have a bunch of other callers, so I'm taking the next callers very, very soon. Abu Aisha, you can call in. The link is pinned. And by the way, the poll is still going. Do you want me to have more just general call-in streams? This one was supposed to be for believers, but we don't have any believers calling in today, so I'm taking in any calls. But I could just have like a weekly or bi-weekly or whatever, just general call-in. I will have to be a bit more selective about who I take in. I will ask people to give an introduction in the chat about what they want to talk about, and then I'll decide if I take them or not. Anyway, the next caller is Reflecting Rye. I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, Aladdin. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for taking me on.
For sure.
Sorry, I think I got disconnected earlier.
No worries.
Yeah, so after this energetic call that you just had, it was quite enthusiastic, and I think you dealt with it quite well. And it was very,
Thank you.
yeah. So, just you just mentioned, about conversions. So I was just recalled of a video that you made and that I found really interesting, and that I think actually recalled me of a thought that I had a few years earlier, and that was pertaining to the video that you made, that Dawa is evil. And you made a really, really, really good, great point that in effect, when you look at it, this whole uh, you know institution of trying to convert others to, calling them to Islam, is in fact a very dangerous, you know it is dangerous for the people you are trying to convert, because most of them, statistically speaking, most of them will not convert. So you should not even attempt to put them to this, you should not put them to this risk. You are exposing them to this risk, which is going to be to, expose them to the risk of going to eternal hell, according to their belief, of course. So it was a really great point that you raised, and I think I don't think anyone has actually addressed it. Uh,
I mean,
it's a really,
I've seen
yeah.
some commenters say things like, well, it's the truth and you have to spread the truth, or that basically the idea is that those who are honest will be converting to Islam, so they're not really putting anyone in danger's way who doesn't deserve it, you know? But there's no better answer than that.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what. Uh, to this to the response that you just mentioned. So I'll mention a very specific case of, let's say, the child that Hazrat Khizr killed. Now, if you read the hadith about this incident, it's very clear that the child was killed because the child would have grown up to become a non-believer, and he would have put his parents in danger, who would most probably have become non-believers because of him. Now, if you're saying that any person who would be exposed to this such sort of dawa, and any true believer, or any person who's actually sincere and honest, will actually come to believe, then how was this the case? Now, I mean, why was Allah actually helping a group of, two persons, actually their parents, who actually by their nature were of such weak iman that just because of their child, they would have become non-believers. I would say they had very weak iman, and they was honestly speaking, if the God is just, he should not have helped these people, just like he does not help others who don't believe.
Yeah, but Muslims would say, well, he's being merciful. Do you not like it when Allah is being extra merciful and he saved 3 people from hell that way? But
This,
yeah.
yeah, yeah, this is a very interesting point. And I was, in fact, this was just, I was on another, I was not able to join as a caller because I don't know why there are few channels like Adventure Podcast, EA Dawa, and all these few channels have a requirement to show your face in the background. They don't show it on the video, but they ask you to show your video or your face for a second or two. I don't know why is that a requirement. So they ask the
I guess
callers to
to
join.
verify that you're not a troll or something. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I wanted to know why that is the case. Most probably to verify something, but I don't know because I'm not able to join that way. I don't want to show my face right
I could have used such criteria, but then most people won't be able to join.
now.
Um,
Absolutely, yeah.
yeah, so I understand why they're doing it. Maybe if they had some trolls, but still, it is a barrier. But I
Wow.
get your point about that. The story of Al Khidr it's something that I will talk about in a future
Yeah, yeah.
video.
And
But
so why I was
yeah.
mentioning this
Mhm.
is that I think it was a video on EA Dawa or EF Dawa, and someone came up with this question about, uh, why Hazrat Khizr killed this boy, and it was unjust to the boy. Now, the response that I think it's Dr. Imran who gave the response, and he responded with by stating that actually it was an act of mercy of Allah that he actually killed the child early on, even before he disbelieved, due to
Mhm.
which he's now in heaven. Now the point is, if Allah is technically, and I actually have thought about it, that Allah cannot be merciful. He can be just speaking, but he should not be merciful. I will go talk about it some other day probably, but uh, so if you're talking about a person who was going to disbelieve and Allah actually intervened, and due to that intervention, now that person is in heaven. Now, my question is, why is this favoritism going on? There are all these other humans are exposed to this test, and they are going through this test. Many of them will not believe. Many of the believers will not follow the instructions that are given by Allah in the Quran and Sunnah. And all of these people have to go through this test. They have to strive to earn Jannah. And then there are few people who, due to this divine, who have won this divine lottery to go to heaven directly. So how is this just? And now a few people might say, well, if you give $5 to a poor man, you're not the all the other people cannot claim, well, you're being unjust to us. Well, that is not the example that you're going to apply to this case. Actually, I think I would like to apply the example of a teacher giving extra marks to one student, let's say 5 or 10 extra marks to one student for no reason at all, while all the other students are going to earn marks according to their performance. Now, is that fair? Actually not.
Well,
So
I have
I
an
would say that's not.
apologist response to that.
Hmm.
What if their answer is, well, God is. I agree with you that God cannot be both fair and play favorites arbitrarily,
Exactly.
right?
Exactly.
Um, Especially, it's not like it's not even like the parents prayed that the kid would stop disbelieving or something, and then God intervened. Or no,
Yes.
he just did it, right?
Right.
Um, a believer could argue that the cost here is that 3 people went to heaven when they didn't deserve it, but on the other hand, it made a point in the story that was integral for Islam, and it taught the prophet that he should be humble and question his own knowledge and trust in Allah more than his own knowledge and all that kind of stuff. They could say that all of that was just it balances out. 3 people go to heaven when they don't deserve it, but a lot more people are taught a lesson. That's one answer.
I don't know. I mean, this is an answer. I think just this is just holding to straws. I think, but because every person should be dealt with individually. Now, just because I've just I'm trying to respond to this particular refutation. So every person should be dealt with by Allah individually, according to what that person did. because that was the reason that Allah created humans. In Quran, He has said several times, I think, we created human beings so that they may do good deeds, or we so that we may test them. Now, if Allah is testing them all, then and if the Quran does not mention of any exceptions, now if there are no exceptions, then why are these exceptions out there? There could be very easy ways to explain, or even if Allah had to demonstrate some sort of an analogy or any sort of knowledge, He wanted to impart some knowledge onto the Prophet, I think there could have been a lot more possibilities instead of breaking this fair system by sending a few people to heaven for no reason, and breaking this, causing this whole system to become unfair.
Well, then the apologist's response would be, well, you don't know all the factors at play, and you cannot make the assertion that this is not the best way to do it. But it's obvious that there are many other ways Allah could have conveyed the same point without,
Exactly.
undermining His own fairness and His
An
own
own fairness.
system.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I agree with you. But it's always fun to try to think of the apologist's response. And
Absolutely.
yeah, it's better to
We
have a
should always,
conversation with them and let them say it. But yeah.
absolutely. I always try to think the answers. I mean, how would the other person refute it by probably interacting with them, or if I'm not able to interact with them, by thinking, by getting myself into their shoes. Because when I was a Muslim, I was, I mean, I used to read a lot, and So I've been an avid reader from since my childhood. So I read about religion and a lot of different subjects. So, and I sort of I got more interested into reading about religion, so that I'm able to give dawa. So, and I was part of these orchid groups, back when it was open. So I've been part of different groups giving dawa. I've always liked to discuss about religion. So I am able to think about them. I used to read about religion, so I know sufficiently well. I'm not saying I'm not at your level even. So I would say that I know well. So I can think like, how would they respond? Because I was responding some of the responses. I was giving the same responses, but over time I realized that all these responses are not, I would say, such sort of responses. If they are just about one or two matters, I might have given. I might have still been a Muslim probably. But when you are coming up with such excuses, and you come to a point where you're thinking that, okay, so there are so many things that where you have to come to this, a very very what should I say, pointless or meaningless excuse, a weak excuse, that you realize that, okay, now the entire system appears to be standing upon nothing in the air. So that is when I think it sort of dawned upon me. It wasn't a sudden realization. I think I was it was actually, I was slowly realizing it over time. So yeah, that happened. So just one point, just another point that I was just thinking about. So you mentioned earlier in the call that you have a problem getting your head around evolution. So I'm not an atheist. I would categorize myself as an agnostic, because I don't uh, think that we can actually disprove a God. But I would still say that I would deny, to the best of my knowledge, about the religions that I've studied, I would deny the existence of a religious God. Uh, Maybe
Wait,
there is a religion,
deny
probably.
is deny the right word?
I mean, because by denying, I mean, to the best of my knowledge, I don't believe that they exist. Religious God, the God that is posed by, or presented by these religions, the major religions.
Yeah, because I just wanted to point that out, because that language is what believers use when they say you're denying, meaning that you're refusing to admit the truth. So you're not trying to say that you're refusing to admit the truth of God.
Of course, of
You,
course,
based on all your information, you conclude that He doesn't exist.
of
But
course, yes.
they got us using this language that you're calling yourself a denier.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, yeah. Thank you for correcting the statement, and actually it does matter, because there are a lot of people out there who will grab onto a sentence and they're like, wait, you are denying. So you're right about that. So I want to ask you, so what actually doesn't make up? So I wouldn't say that I'm an expert on evolution. I've read I just know very basics about it. But you said that you don't get your head around evolution. That doesn't make sense to you. What part of it doesn't make sense to you, in essence? I would say. Like, it seems unlikely that it would happen. The diversity of life does not appear as if it would be a result of natural forces.
It's I can understand it on a smaller scale. Like when I look at two species that had a common ancestor and I see the mutations that I can see, for example, the green-shelled one survived better in the green area because it was more sheltered from predators, right? And therefore, by natural selection, the green-shelled organism started surviving more, and that's the one that remained. I can understand mechanisms like that, but the mutation going from the beginning of it going from no life to life, and then going from that to more and more complex life, and then all that branching out, I'm having a hard time seeing it. It's easy to see on a small scale but not on a large scale. And I still don't understand the first step. How do you go from no life to life? That's the part that I'm confused about.
Mhm. So, but so the first step, I would agree, is the major, I would say, a hurdle. And how I look at it is, so for example, if there's a lottery and there are a billion potential winners, and the person who wins that lottery, he would, let's say I am that person. Now I would not be able to, thinking from his perspective, I would be like, how unlikely was it for me to win this lottery? But I won it. So it becomes sort of unbelievable. Like, okay, I won it. It was so unlikely, but actually someone had to win it. Now, why I'm using this analogy is, looking at this entire universe. I don't know how many stars are there. I don't know how many trillions. There are probably a trillion galaxies out there, but that is not a perfect estimate. I think the estimate comes down to 100 billion sometimes. But let's say there's definitely trillions of stars, which means there are trillions of solar systems out there. And when we look into life, it is made up of the most common elements that exist in this universe. It is made of the most commonly existing elements, of course, not the very common, because these elements have to be these elements have to be sufficiently complex ones. For example, a carbon having the ability to connect in four, having four free electrons, so it is able to make it is able to form very long chains due to that. But these are very common elements in the universe that exist naturally. Now, if the universe is so vast, considering all that, and then the way they're interacting, when we look down into an RNA or a DNA or any other simpler life forms that we have, we see that it is all just interaction of molecules. So why would you think that it is not possible for these to just, uh, you know, start a self-replicating molecule to just exist from the beginning, just happen to just as a random chance, um of forming, and then of course there are a number of more unlikely steps. But I would say this did not just happen on our planet. It must be happening on a number of different planets, but ours, maybe if it's the only one, but most probably not, was the one where it was able to reach this at this point. But it's all, so I would call it this a law of large numbers. So why would you think it's not likely?
I
Because since these are
Yeah,
all basic elements, very common elements, and they're interacting, when we look at them, they're interacting in a very, very natural way.
I understand what you're saying, and I didn't used to think about it that way before, and then I did get to that realization that um, it's a large number, and therefore the fact that it's unlikely or random doesn't mean that it is impossible, because when you have enough attempts, eventually one of them might happen.
Absolutely.
Um, but at the same time, that seems like a bigger step than mutations, but that's a bigger step going from no life to life. I still have a difficulty wrapping my head around it. Or like from no life to a closed system, a self-replicating closed system. So I don't know. I still need to think about it a lot more, and maybe I should have a live stream where the whole topic is, inviting people to explain it to me, where I take the position of, life life had an intelligent designer or an intelligent beginning or something. That is my position, and then people would take the opposite position. That would be interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, thanks for trying to explain it to me.
Absolutely, no problem.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert in evolution. I just have some basic ideas. I try to look into it from time to time. It's a fascinating concept. I wouldn't even say that I'm still convinced that there was no designer, because as I said, I'm an agnostic. I'm not sure about. So um, in fact, I would mention over here that this. The existence of life, I think, is less of a problem for me than the universal constants, I think, where so this is usually called the fine tuning argument, the one that I'm referring to now, because that is about the universal constants and why are they this specific measure. But there are responses to that as well, and I think they're quite reasonable and acceptable answers to respond to the fine tuning argument. But of course, that leaves something like the possibility, and that's why I'm an agnostic. I think I would never be an atheist for that reason.
Understandable. Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, thank you for taking me up. It was
For
really
sure.
nice talking to you. I really enjoy your videos. Uh, yeah, they're a bit longer usually, but I usually prefer shorter videos. But whenever I'm working, I usually put my earphones on and usually listen to your videos during work hours.
Yeah, thank you for that. I've been trying to make shorter videos lately. Live streams are long, yes, but the videos are
Yes,
getting shorter. So yeah, yeah.
but
Thanks for the call,
nice
and
talking to you.
likewise. Yeah, take care.
Thank you very much.
Bye bye. All right, thanks for the call, Rye. Yeah, I've got some people saying they love the longer videos. Most people prefer shorter videos, but yeah, for the callers waiting in the back room, yes, I am taking general calls today. The next caller is a believer, though. Finally, we got a believer. The next caller is Alina. I'm gonna read a couple of comments and then I will add you to the call. So FP became a member. Thank you for joining. I'm surprised you've been here for several live streams so far, but didn't strike me as someone who would join as a member. I appreciate that. And Factual and Logical was asking me, they thought I was Pakistani and they were surprised to learn that I'm Arab. They're saying, are you from that place? But Pakistani people, or most of the converted people, are defending it like they have seen Allah. They don't know Arabic language, but they still have hardcore Islamic. So I'm confused about what they're asking, but no, I am not Pakistani. But yeah. Anyway, I am gonna take the believer, but they keep disconnecting. Unfortunately, she keeps getting disconnected. As soon as she joins again, I'm adding her to the call, and we've got 3 more callers in the back room. Yeah, the timing of today's live stream, I guess, wasn't great because it's not as populated as it usually is, and not as many believers. Okay, Alina is here. I'm adding you to the stream in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
Brother.
What the hell? Of course. Sorry about that. It was a Muslim troll. Now I gotta go back and cut this part out of the live stream. See, this is why some channels would prefer to have someone verify with their face. But if I do that, then I won't get as many callers. Anyway, that was fucking annoying. The next caller is T. T, I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with that. It is quite annoying to hear that.
Yeah, thanks
It's
for
so
letting them
funny.
go first. I'm sorry about making you wait.
No, it's all good. So I guess a bit about myself. So I no longer believe in the faith, but I was sort of sorry, it is quite late here, so I'm just trying to formulate my thoughts.
It's okay.
I think so. A bit about my background. I'm a moderate Muslim, so I'm not. My family is not hardcore in any sense. Islam was sort of just around me, so I wanted to sort of stick with your intention of the life, which is why do you believe? And so I think the easiest, like most straightforward answer is your parents. Do you know when you're young, you kind of believe everything your parents tell you? Like you want to believe that your parents are telling you what's best for you. They want to, tell you the truth. It's almost when when I look at my parents, they're like very nice people. I think people forget that Muslims at core, if you take away Islam, they are just good people. But obviously some of the extremists sort of go a bit too far. So for me, I was raised with Islam and I believed it because that is what I was taught from a young age. That's what is, I would go to madrasa and learn about it. And I think as I grew older, when you surround yourself with just Muslim friends, it kind of reaffirms those beliefs. So yeah, I grew up in a Western country though, so I saw people from many different religions growing up, Hindus and Christians and stuff. But I think for me, um, that's just what my parents taught me. And when you grow older, it's hard to understand the world and how big it is without God in it. It's too complex. I know people who are like, how can you be educated and still believe in God? I think it's too complicated. So the easiest solution becomes God. I think that's why people believe it. I don't know if I'm making sense, but that's sort of my chain of thought. I was raised it and no one told me otherwise that there was an option to opt out. It's never presented to you. I didn't know that was a thing you could do. Like you could just not believe in it. It's never presented in Islamic countries or even if you're raised in a Western country. So yeah.
And so if that was never presented to you, how did you eventually stop believing?
I think for me, I actually did come across your TikTok. I remember watching, I think it was a live stream or something. I think your TikTok is what started a bit of my, I was already like maybe halfway just, sorry, 1 second. I live at home, so it's gonna be a bit quiet until they're back in the room.
Sure, take your time.
Yeah, I came across your TikTok, and that was the first time I've seen it in a social media format or any format that someone is actually leaving Islam and they're actually presenting it. So it was actually your content, which it wasn't like it wasn't like you caused my deconstruction, but I was being gaslighted so long that there is someone out there that thinks like me, and I've never seen it presented to me. So it was very almost confronting. And then seeing you get backlash is almost, it's difficult because I'm like, shit, like that's how people would feel. Like if I were to tell a Muslim, this is the backlash I would get. So it was almost like I was being gaslighted my whole life. And if you had any doubts, you put it to the side. And seeing your TikTok and social media was like someone saying what was in my head out loud, but I'm just too scared to do it. So I think that's what sort of started it. But in terms of beliefs, it was more like I was raised with it, and it seemed like it's too complex to like. I found it hard to fathom that a prophet convinced that many people. Like sometimes I think about it, I'm like, how did he convince that many people? And then how did it spread? Like, do you know when people go through forced conversions, right? Like, say you take over a land and you forcibly convert someone, but then do they pass it on to their children? So do they believe it, forcibly take it, and then they pass it on to their children, or would they not like hate it as well? So that was also a confusing part for me, because if I was forcibly converted, I would have pretended, but I wouldn't pass it on to my children. So that was another question I had, sort of, when I was in that mindset.
You know, I actually have some thoughts about that. So I thought about that too. If people were forced to join Islam at some point, I'm sure some people were, just like every other religion, but especially in the context of their city being invaded or something,
Yep.
wouldn't they not teach their kids about Islam or tell them in secret, like, hey, we don't actually believe this stuff, you know, we just need to do what we need to do? How would Islam then spread to the next generation? And thinking about it, there's already this sense of rebellion. I've seen it a lot where people who were raised by non-Muslims, they are told about Islam, or maybe they come from a Muslim background, like they're Iranian or something, but
Yeah.
like atheists, and they want to go against their parents because they see it as their parents holding them back from the truth that their peers are sharing with them. Um, so it's very easy for the next generation to not take the scrutiny from their forced parents seriously and start to fall for the group rhetoric.
Yeah.
That is one way. But also, you can think about it without the forced conversion aspect. I've been reading this book about some ancient civilizations, and for thousands of years, much of the population would actually believe things about, you know, their leader ascending to the next life, or even them ascending to the next life, and things like that, and all the rituals that they partook in. Some people devoted their entire job was to work on part of the tomb that the leader will be buried in. And
Yeah.
how could that leader have convinced so many people, and like thousands of years of leaders and followers? And it's the same concept as a prophet in Islam, right? It just seems grand because it is the one that survived and made it this big.
Yeah.
But yeah, when you look at other religions, you would think the same thoughts.
Yeah. It's almost it's hard to tackle as a child. It's almost like I wish I wasn't taught it. Like, I think of people who use religion as a way to cope with maybe depression or other issues. Like, I see TikToks time from time. It's like, if I didn't have Islam, I would be like a raging alcoholic or something. But I'm like, how would you know that if that's all you knew? Like, how do you know what you are without, being? It's almost like giving someone, like, I don't know the best way to explain it. Give a child a cigarette and then let them keep smoking it, and then they're like, "There's no way I can survive without it." It's almost like you're raised to survive on it, that you don't know if you will be able to cope without it. And that's why people who leave the religion, um, I know one of your callers earlier said that when it comes to depression, you something about you need God to fix your mental health or something. I think that's where the issue starts, when you start mixing mental health and God and coping that as a coping mechanism, because that's not a valid coping mechanism. Because what if one day you stop believing? How is that a long-term issue? I don't know. It was one of my thoughts. I guess another sort of, I wanted to add on, so I'm a woman, and I know a lot of people get confused about how can you be a Muslim woman who loves Islam. I feel like it's very difficult to understand from a male perspective. But I'll say from my perspective, I think for me growing up, even though I was moderate, I was still forced to like cover most of my body. Not a hijab by any means, not anything like, but like legs. I don't think they've seen the sun in like my entire life. But I had to love it because I knew I didn't have an option. When you're put in a situation where your parents don't let you choose what you can wear, like in the summer, and I'm sweating and I'm seeing other Western women just wear what they want, I despise them. And that's why a lot of Muslim women despise other women, because it's almost like they want to do that, but they can't. So you almost fall back on like self-hating. And that's what I did. I think for the longest time I was like, or at least I'm covered and modest. I'm like more superior and better, because that's what men want as well. And I was just raised like that. That's just my mindset. And I think a lot of Muslim women wouldn't admit that that's why the way things are.
You know what you said earlier about believers who say that without Islam, I would be an alcoholic, I would be depressed, I would be this and that.
Yeah,
It's not only that they're trying to rationalize their belief, but they look at the worst case scenario that they're always scared of and told to be afraid of,
yeah,
and it makes them feel more secure. So that Western woman that you saw, you would start thinking, well, she's morally corrupt and loose and she's going to hell and men don't respect her and so on and so forth, because it makes you feel better about your position, I guess,
yeah,
because you
pretty
have no
much.
other choice. Yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like that's most for Muslim women that I interact with. Um, and they don't know I'm not a non-Muslim, so I can hear like their raw thoughts, and it's pretty much just how it is. Like when it's summer and they're absolutely sweating, they're not going to tell a non-Muslim they're feeling hot, but they know they're like, oh shit, it's extremely hot outside. I'm dying, but I'm doing it for Allah. And just hearing that, it's just like, oh my God, like can't even say anything. Like, what can you do about it? That's just how they were raised.
You know, the obnoxious thing is they might make a joke like, sure, I'm hot, but it's not as hot as hell. So
Yeah. I'm like, how do you know you're gonna get into heaven? You still have to do like 5 daily prayers and all the other stuff. Like the cloth is not gonna get you to heaven, you know.
but I've heard that joke a lot, and for someone to find that funny, it shows so many issues with the way that they think, because
Yeah,
they really think that this is saving them from hell. And it's funny that other people, like the white Western women, are going to hell. So you
yeah,
laugh at that and you stop worrying about being hot in the moment.
yeah, pretty
Yeah.
much. You know, I was thinking about like Muslim children being raised and just normal children. I think the child age, maybe 5 to 6, just I think any child, people forget that even Muslim children are just children before they are Muslim. And so it's funny to me seeing them being raised, and they're obviously much more honest about what they feel. Like, I don't want to pray. Why are we doing this? This is so stupid. And it's like the same. I think every Muslim child has that experience. I don't know if you've had that experience, but when you're being told to pray, even though if you believe, you know, deep down you could not be bothered waking up to pray Fajr, or you couldn't be bothered like doing these. But as a child, you're much more honest about it. And then as you get older, you kind of lie to yourself, like, this is good for me. Like that transition happens.
Or it actually turns into self-hate. Like I can relate to that, where I start to feel bad as a human being because I have these feelings of, I don't want to stop what I'm doing right now and get up to pray, or I don't I'm not feeling as touched and connected and all that stuff from prayer as I'm supposed to.
Yeah,
Therefore, I'm doing it just because I have to do it. But I understand that intentions matter, right? And if you're not completely feeling it, does it even count? And I would just start feeling bad about it myself as I'm doing it. And I think that's very
yeah,
harmful. It's a harmful way to i- if you're not intelligent enough, it's easy for you to skip ahead and just do it anyway, or don't do it and not feel guilty, whatever. But if you really think about it, you get really messed up. um,
yeah.
so I
And
feel like Islam is like punishing. That's something about teaching kids religion. If you truly deeply understand Islam as a child, it's gonna fuck you up. Like
yeah,
it's horrible, and it's punishing the people who choose to think more. Like I envy people who didn't think very much.
yeah. It's almost it's a punishment to just be able to think about things or to know too much. I think for me, knowing more about Islam is ruining. I just wish I didn't know more. Like, I could have just stayed a moderate. I would have been happy in the sense that I wouldn't have to use my brain as much, and I would just get along with just, I don't know. Like, sometimes I'm just like, I don't want to know all this shit. Like, I don't want to know about what's happening in the world and what's happening. Like, and it's even worse when you know what's happening and no one listens to you. Like, the left doesn't listen to you, the right don't really care about you either. You're just a pawn in their sort of game against like they don't really care about you when it comes to it. We're still just a person of color that they probably don't care about. They just want to push their own agenda, and you can't talk about it anywhere. Like you're almost pushed to silence. And I'm like, when will there be a time where we can openly, like, everyone says anything they want about Christianity, and even Hinduism cops it from Muslim preachers. Like, I remember I went to a wedding and they're talking about disbelievers at a wedding. Like, he's like an imam, like, this it's Veronica. I'm like, why are we talking about disbelievers at a wedding? Like, how sad are you?
See, that's something with Islam is it's always involving others. Like if you ask someone like a preacher sometimes, or even people on such calls, I ask them, why do you believe Islam to be true? And they go, well, Christianity is so and so. I'm like, wait, no one's talking about Christianity or Hinduism or disbelief. Like, why do you believe Islam to be true on its own? And I realized Islam cannot stand on its own two legs. Like all they talk about is in these khutbahs, we want victory over this and that. We want, may Allah do this to the disbelievers, to the bad people. It doesn't have an identity in and of itself unless it has something to fight. So yeah, it's odd that at a wedding, the guy's talking about disbelievers. Like, yeah.
Even just asking a Muslim friend, like, why do you think Hinduism wrong? And then he's like, well, multiple gods doesn't make sense. Okay, then what about like Christianity? And then he's like, well, how can Jesus be God? And then I'm like, well, how did Muhammad fly on a freaking wing thing, like, and split the moon? How is that more believable to you than like everything else? It's so weird because I remember thinking like this as well. I don't know how the brain works, but when you're in that bubble, everything else sounds so absurd except your own like religion. And I've been through that. I'm like, how does that work? I don't understand the psychology behind it, but I
Well,
remember
how did you
thinking,
snap out of it?
I think for me, I remember I didn't go too deep into Islam. It's such a weird thing, but I remember vividly learning about the punishments of the Day of Judgment and how a pregnant lady, their baby will just drop on the Day of Judgment, will just fall out. And then I think I was maybe 10. I think for me, I was lucky in the sense that education was pushed on me, and then Islamic education was pushed on me at a later age. So I think whilst most people are maybe 5 or 6 or maybe even younger, I started when I was maybe 10 or 11. And by then I had gone through the Western education system, learning about, like, I wouldn't say critical thinking. I don't think they really instill like quote unquote critical thinking, but I remember learning just, I don't know, general maths, and just my brain was occupied on school. And then later on, I got introduced to Islam, like properly, not just at home and learning the Quran, but learning about the other things, the prophets and stuff. And I would sit there and hear it, and it would just, I don't think, I think half, I don't know if I am pretty accurate, but sometimes I feel like most Muslims don't actually believe. Like, I see some Muslims who drink, I see some Muslims who, like, maybe just, like, they don't pray, they only pray, like, Friday and, like, Jummah. And then I sometimes think if they actually believed, like, they would be punished, would they be this lax about it? I don't know if the general just population genuinely believes. Unless I see someone in like a niqab praying 5 times a day, or man with a full grown beard that preaches it, I think the general population, I struggle to wonder if they believe. Sometimes I look at my parents, they don't pray 5 times a day, and they just pray when they feel like it, and they don't really follow all the rules. They listen to music, they do everything else. I sometimes ask myself, do you like genuinely believe, or do you just believe in God and you just fall into the religion of Islam? Like sometimes I feel like most are just agnostic and they just go with the God that was assigned to them from birth because it's the easiest thing. Like, why would you switch religions? That's what I think. I don't know if you have a
I
different
agree
opinion.
with that. And, that wouldn't be a problem if they didn't cosplay as a believer, if their effects weren't the same as a believer. Like the way that they enforce a lot of things about how life should go, about how society should run, about how to view the others, even the not so believing believers that you describe, like most Muslims, they still are very dogmatic about certain things. And I wish they weren't, because it's true. I've asked myself that question a lot. If you genuinely truly believe in Islam, it should be your number one priority. Like, you should put aside everything. Yeah, sure, go to your 9 to 5 if you have to, but other than that, you should dedicate your life to Islam. Because if you really believe that at the end of all this there's a trial and you don't even have a guaranteed seat in heaven if you're a Muslim, then why aren't you doing 100% or 90% even? And I just came to the conclusion that those who deeply think about Islam and deeply believe either become obsessed with it, and we consider them extremists when I think they're just the most reasonable, right?
Yeah.
Or they become disbelievers because they realize this doesn't make sense. It's very hard to find like a so-called moderate that practices everything in Islam, sticks to it very well, and somehow still fits in with the rest of the world and doesn't stick out as an extremist. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So then what do you think of, say, progressive Muslims? Do you think that they know? Sometimes I'm a bit confused by them. Like, I don't know if they genuinely believe that they think the Islam allows for gay people, or do you think, like, I don't know, I don't understand how gay Muslims work, or like how that whole thing works.
I think even they're confused by them. I mean, I don't want to speak on their behalf, but a lot of ex-Muslims I've spoken to told me at some point they were a Quranist or a progressive Muslim. Quranist meaning someone who only takes the Quran and no hadith and stuff, because then maybe it helps, it leaves more room for interpretation and clears out some of the issues in the hadith and all that. But it usually ends up being some kind of in-between stage. It's hard to have a solid footing as a progressive Muslim when you keep kind of destroying the foundation of your religion in terms of texts and like what do you take to be trustworthy and so on, because you end up with the conclusion that just try your best and it's all about good intentions and we can disagree about things, and then you end up with something that's not really the Islam that a Sunni Muslim would think is Islam. Yeah, so I think more power to them, do your thing. I just don't like when they present themselves as some kind of majority in Islam, or that they're actually affecting a change in terms of how Islam is understood or practiced. I don't think they're having a big influence on that.
It's almost like they pave the way for the conservatives every time. In any country where, even just look at Iran right now, like the moderates will pave the way for the conservatives to take power, and then they suffer under it as well. And I don't know how many times this has to happen before they learn that you just can't, you can't in between it. You just have to pick a side. Otherwise you will suffer. Muslims suffer the most from Islam. I mean,
that's what I
suffer
say.
more.
Yeah, Muslims and ex-Muslims suffer the most. It's not about the outsiders who are like watching this argument and cheering for the death of Islam or whatever. That's not really what we're here for. Most people who are suffering are adherents of Islam or ex-adherents of Islam.
Yeah. Well, how do you see the future panning out? Like how do you think there will be change in terms of, like, I'm very pessimistic in terms of how, because it's either going, I feel like we're just becoming more polarized. I look at India as a country that was fairly liberal in terms of Muslims that resided there, and it's becoming more polarized. Same with Bangladesh. Like, you're either pretty much an atheist or you're just a hardcore Muslim. I find less and less in between people in those countries anyway.
Yeah, I think people are going to stick to Islam as an identity, and they would double down. Even those, not really believing believers, the ones who don't think too deeply about it, I think they're going to double down on principle just because of identity. I think there's going to be more disbelievers coming out publicly, but it's not going to be an overnight thing. It's going to be multiple generations, and there's going to be a lot more conflict than we're already seeing, because this is the first time, like the past 10, 20 years, first time that Islam has ever been challenged this publicly, this boldly, I guess. And people are still not quite listening because, like you said, the only people who want to pay attention are often paying attention for the wrong reasons, because they want to use this as part of their talking points. I have hope, but I don't think it's going to be a quick thing. And I think there's going to be a lot more suffering before it gets better.
Do you sort of, I've always wanted to know what made you like snap out of it, or like what made you go from, I'm guessing you were quite a moderate. I don't really know how you were as a Muslim, but how did you transition from, say, it was obviously a long process, but what made you go from, I don't know, like I believe in this versus like I completely, like, how did that process happen? Considering you were raised in Saudi Arabia, I'm guessing. How do you do that?
Well, you asked, I was a moderate. I don't know how to answer that question because I don't consider my family extremists at all. Like they blend in just fine. They deal with the outsiders just fine. But I was more religious than the average Muslim that I knew, and I was taught Islam from a very young age. It was always part of my upbringing, and my parents did it with good intentions, right? It wasn't, they actually genuinely just wanted me to have a good foundation in life and the afterlife, to the point that I know more about Islam than they do. And that's ironic. And I understand why. Like, you get busy with life and they're doing their best Islamically, like they pray 5 times a day and all that kind of stuff. But I would never have considered me or them to be extremists by any means. But I would still have a lot of questions since a very young age. And when I look back at it more and more, like in my journey as an ex-Muslim YouTuber or whatever, I realized that, yes, I've always believed, but it was because there was no other option. Because, like, especially growing up in Saudi Arabia, everything in my world, including like the casualness of the mention of God in every form of media, even if you're watching something funny, Allah is still like in the conversation somehow, you know? It was just a fact of life, just like you need to drink water or else you're going to die. And Allah exists, you know? It was like that. And I've always struggled with questions, but it was never, the conclusion of the struggle was never, if there is no answer, therefore this must be a suspicious religion, or it's not true. It was always, this is true, I just haven't figured out why. And I'm just going to put it aside for now. You know, as I got older, I've got more stuff that I have to take care of, school and all that stuff. And just kept like asking the question, not finding an answer, putting it aside, and so on. And I just got to a point where I'm forced to think and ruminate and contemplate all these things when my Muslim fellow colleagues, classmates, whatever, didn't think of it that deeply. I started asking Muslims around me questions like, how did you deal with that question? And they're like, you know what, I've never actually thought about it at all. And I just, go ahead.
Sorry. I think for me, I forced myself to think about it when in the future, it would impact other relationships, in the sense that I remember being in the questioning stage for a long time, even as a child. Just, I think my whole life, I've always had questions, but it wasn't enough for me to like be bothered or have the capacity as a child to think too hard about it, because you kind of just get on with life. You have things to do as a child. I want to go, I don't know, play outside or something. I think as you get older, I thought of the fact that one day, for me, I do want marriage in my life. And then I do want kids. And I had to think long and hard about, like, okay, I need to figure out what the hell I believe in, because this is ultimately going to dictate like the rest of my decisions. And I still don't really know what path I'm going to take. Like, I'm still closeted. No one knows. It's a bit hard, but it's the safest option for me right now, even though I live in a Western country. I think, but it's still difficult because I think people forget that moderates in Islam are not exactly like, I think the definition of moderate in Islam is just someone who just it's still conservative as fuck, but not like to the point of like, I don't know how to explain it. I look at my Christian conservative friends who are on the extreme side, and my parents are still worse than that. But
Yeah,
they're moderate.
people
But
say
I'm moderate.
moderate, like people say moderate, and then we stop the conversation right there. Oh, that's a moderate Muslim, so it's not a problem. No, even the moderate Muslims are causing lots of issues for those among them who don't believe.
Yeah,
The
like
definition
it's
of what it means to be a moderate Muslim is very different than a moderate anything else.
yeah, it's like you still. I mean, interfaith marriage is still off the tables. I think for every Muslim, especially as a woman. Um, it's not even. I don't even like how it's not even an option. They really cut. Like, there is no way as a Muslim woman to like. You would think maybe taking marriage as a route to get out, but even then they restrict everything. Like, it's almost impossible for me to stay closeted. Like, you can be a male, you could marry maybe like a Christian or something, fake practicing Christian, and you're like off the hooks. But as a woman, it's near impossible to have a way out in any form. And it's just like, I remember learning as a child that interfaith marriage was allowed for a man. And I remember the reasoning I got was, oh, because religion's passed through your father. I'm like, how does that make sense? My mom's a stay-at-home like mother. I've learnt religion mostly from her. How does that even make sense? And then I think as I got older, I realized the Quran just addresses like the Quran just addresses men. So they didn't even think about. So just from scholars, they concluded, all right, women,
Well,
no
they're
interface for you.
well, they're projecting their view of a family on your future family because a man is the man of the house. He decides how things go. So if you're married to a man who's not Muslim, he can decide how things go, and things are not Islamic in that household. So
Even
that is the religious justification.
even by Islamic understanding, or just let do Islamic way of life. Like, you know how the man is the breadwinner, has to make the money. The woman is still primarily at home with the children. I don't even know how that would work. I guess the man has more power in terms of like say, but if you're gonna raise your kid, how do you raise your kid with Islam if you're working and you have a Christian wife? Like, that never made
Well,
sense to me either.
you're forgetting that well, the man gets to call that. It's not really about the practicality of how they're taught Islam, because the kid can go to, Islamic school, or if you're in a Muslim community, every school is Islamic school, right? So the kid will
That's
be
true.
taught religion in community. You're thinking about it as someone who lives somewhere not an Islamic country.
That's
But
true.
yeah, and you're also forgetting that Islam explicitly, moderates and not just moderates, like progressives, don't really want to acknowledge this. But Islam explicitly says in the Quran that a man is dominant over the woman. So the man runs the household. And if he decides that, like, if, say, for example, it's a Muslim married to a Christian woman, or a Muslim woman, and the Muslim woman decides she doesn't believe anymore and she feeds her kids these kafir ideas, he has the right to beat her as the man of the house, Islamically, right?
Yeah.
So if
With a
the
miswak, actually, just a tap.
yeah, don't even get me started. So if you reverse the roles, if it's a Christian man or whatever, non-Muslim man, and he decides that you teaching your kids about Islam is disobedience, he could beat you. And Islamically, it's kind of, they get it, they get that the guy has to control his household. So that's why they wouldn't put you in such a household. That is like the best, well, not best as in good, but that is the most fitting explanation I found for why women can't marry a different faith in Islam. It's
Okay.
because,
I get where you're coming from. Yeah. In terms of like
um,
power dynamics.
exactly, yeah. And you mentioned relationships. I was actually gonna get to that. That one of the triggers that got me to face my doubts was I was considering, I didn't want to be one of those guys who gets in a relationship with a non-Muslim and then tells the person, "Hey, you got to
Yeah.
convert,"
Yeah.
Like, even if I'm not practicing and she's not practicing, I don't want to be like, "Hey, just for show," because my parents, and like, I got to do what they say. I just
Yeah.
felt like that's not fair to them, and I felt
Yeah.
pathetic doing that, to be honest.
Yeah.
No shade, to anyone who has to do that. That's not what I'm saying, but I felt like I need to face if I'm going to do that, if I'm going to ask my partner to convert, I should mean it. Like they should
Yeah.
actually mean that they believe this, but do I really believe this? And that's part of what got me looking into it, is if I'm going to involve other people in my life, I don't want to bring them in while I figure things out. I need to have figured things out by now. This is the time for me to make the next step in my life with interpersonal relationships. And that was one of the triggers, is you've been putting this off for a long time. Now you have a fully developed brain, you have the internet, you have time. What's stopping you from doing that investigation?
I think
So
that's exactly the same for me. Like,
mhm.
I was like, all right, I'll just let this erode in the back of my mind and I won't think about it. And then as I got older, I'm like, do I really want to marry a Muslim man in the future? Even if he is progressive, I'm looking at my own parents and they are getting more religious by the day as they get older. When death impedes, people grasp on religion. And I was looking at them and I was like, they were not this serious about religion like 10 years ago than they are now. And I was like, even if I take the progressive route, how do I know it's going to work my way towards the end? So I had to really think about it. I'm like, am I a progressive Muslim or am I just a hypocrite? Or maybe I should just I don't know, swing that way. But even leaving religion, I think people forget it still affects me. I still don't drink. I still can't eat pork. I remember it took me a year just to get off just halal meat. It took me that long, just a year long, even though I knew it's no different. If anything, there's more suffering. I didn't even know that, until recently, that the halal slaughter is actually not the more
Humane.
it's like the more humane way. I actually didn't know that until recently, and then but they feed you that narrative so often that you actually believe it without even researching it. I was like, wow, there's things that I still probably view Islam in some ways that I haven't thought about, and something pops up and I didn't know it, but because they push it on you, like even the maturing, I don't know how that started, the maturing quicker in the desert or something. There's no foundation to that, at all. I tried looking, I'm like, maybe there's some foundation to it. I'm like, so they made it up and somehow convinced the population that that's a valid reason. It's pretty obscene, pretty crazy to me to think.
It's I attribute that to the lack of skepticism. When you start to ignore your skepticism about religion and you start to accept answers that are just because, or because Allah knows and so on, then people can feed you, the same people, the same channels, not YouTube channels, but like channels of information, can feed you other information, like women used to mature faster back then, or um, halal butchering is more humane, and you'll believe it because your questioning never got you anywhere useful with the first questions. So what's the point of asking more questions? You already took the first one on face value. And that's why I think that we have to oppose this idea of unquestioned faith, that people have to start thinking, wait, why do I know this information, and is it actually true? So yeah, it's going to take some time to work through all the information that you gained with the benefit of the doubt that you gave to the sources at the time.
Do you find there's some Muslims who are quite academically smart and I would say are critical thinkers outside of faith? Why do you think for me, it did translate into me leaving. Sometimes I think, why does it not work the same? There's some really academically smart people who actually are critical thinkers. I'm not just talking book smart. They think of the world very deeply. Why do they not end up even thinking about leaving the faith, or not even leaving, questioning it? Do you think they go through that process and just put it aside?
I can't speak for all of them, obviously. I can tell you a few different variations of such a person that I've come across.
Yeah.
There is there are a lot of them who end up leaving Islam, and then now they're not considered a Muslim who is very academically and otherwise smart. But we focus on the ones who are Muslim and we see them as they stick out, and we wonder why they stick out. But we don't know if actually statistically most of them end up leaving. We just don't know that. We just see the examples of the ones that do remain. So that's one thing to consider, is maybe there are a lot of such people and they end up leaving Islam. And there's also sometimes it's how early on a fact you've taken in, or something you've taken in as a fact. If you've taken it in very early on as a child, chances are it's ingrained so deeply that you're not going to subject it to the critical thinking that you subject the rest of the world and new information to.
Yeah.
So
It's
it
almost
just,
like
yeah.
if
Go
you're
ahead.
too old, you're like I can imagine, say, a 40-year-old discovering his religion's not true. He's probably not gonna want to think he wasted like 40 years of his life. That's a bit too much to
That's
handle.
part of it, yeah. I've spoken to older ex-Muslims, and they talk about the grief that they feel is way worse than anything we would feel.
Yeah.
That they've spent so much of their life and also influenced others to think more like them, and then they regret it. What about the people that I taught about Islam or treated in that way? Even if I suddenly realize that all of that was not true, I will feel so guilty and bad. And sometimes it keeps them enough from going down that path. And I think it's complicated because faith is about ignorance. And I don't say that as an insult. If you know something to be true, then you don't believe it to be true. You know it to be true. It's a fact. It's not faith. Faith is about being sure about something that you don't know for a fact. So it leaves a lot of room for emotion. And when you have such high stakes, when you have the purpose of your existence and everyone else around you, and potential eternal torture and all that stuff, and the ability to see all the people that you've lost, all of that stacked up against confusing questions, some people just, their emotions take over and they don't think deeply about their belief. Or they think deeply and they find a way around it. I really don't know. That's why I'm always interested in talking to believers, like the purpose of today's live stream. But unfortunately, the only self-proclaimed believer was no, it's not your fault. So I want to know more from them, and that's why I want to put another disclaimer. I can't speak for them. On the other hand, they usually speak for us, and they say a disbeliever thinks this and that. I don't want to be doing that the other way around. These are the kinds of believers that I've come across.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I sometimes wonder people who've left faith or claim to have left religion and then found religion again. That's something I struggle with understanding. I don't know how you go from atheist. Say you've been raised in religion and then you go atheist and then you go back to religion with like an immense sort of passion that this is the truth. I don't know how that works. I've always wondered if you end up finding anyone, maybe title it, because that would get views. I think a lot of people would want to see that. Yet to come across understanding how that works out in their head.
Funny enough, about 3 years ago or so, or a bit before that, I can't exactly remember, but one of the people that I was talking to when I was not yet, officially, I suppose, an ex-Muslim, was someone who left Islam for 7 years or so, according to him, was an atheist, and then returned back to believe. And I was so interested in talking to him because that's exactly the question that I was looking for. What makes you believe, especially if you start from a point of not believing? And turns out he returned to a Sufi belief, mystical belief. And why do you say, I want to know what that means. Tell me.
I'm not going to explain. I don't consider Sufism like, that's just, I don't know if there's any Sufis on the call, but I feel like that's just the softer version of Islam. I don't consider it, it's not the majority religion by any means. I don't know what's the percentage of Sufis. So I feel like, I don't consider it Muslim.
Yeah, see,
That's just me though.
That's what most Muslims think. And I didn't let that get in the way. Well, he didn't open with that, but I figured that out, and he mentioned it. And he said that he doesn't think that Sufi should be classified as different from Sunni. But I just let him explain, and I asked the questions that I had. It wasn't really, sell me on Sufism. It was more like, how did you resolve such issue and such issue? And his answers were just very vague. Like he was in the progressive Muslim category of, you got to
Okay.
cut out a lot of the hadith, you got to distrust this
Yeah.
and that. And
Cut the hadith, bro. It doesn't exist. The Quran,
yeah.
half the verses don't exist either.
And that's the thing, like in the Quran, I was asking him, what about how do you understand this verse and that verse? And he's like, well, all these answers that we've heard before. I wanted to talk to him more, but at the time I was frustrated by his vagueness. Like I didn't have this
Yeah.
skill that I have of now being able to sit down and really drill down into a point without coming off as offensive or offended. So I didn't push it too hard at the time. But I wish I could have another conversation now. I don't want to do that because he knows me personally. So
Yeah.
but yeah, there was nothing in there convincing. And it was, if anything, the funny thing is when I spoke to the people who referred me to him and they told me, so how did the conversation go? And I told them some bits and pieces. And I said, yeah, it was like Sufi vagueness. And they said, oh, okay. They were disappointed. They wanted like Sunni answers.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's funny that even their best example of someone who left Islam and came back, they don't approve of. So yeah, I don't
It's
know.
always funny when Muslims claim there's like 1.9 billion Muslims, but then you're like, oh, Shia, not Muslim, and then what are the other branches again? There's like this other one.
Sunni
I forgot.
Shia and Alawis and
Yeah. They're like they're not Muslim and they're not
Ahmadis.
Muslim,
Yeah.
but then after that, when they want to bring up the statistic, they count everyone as a Muslim again. I'm like, you gotta pick a lane. How many are there? Like,
I wish there would be more categorizing of Muslims. Like, I want to know how many Muslims are actual like Sunni hardcore believers, how many are indifferent, because it wouldn't be 1 point whatever billion. The numbers would drop very quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. That was quite funny to me. But I think with Muslims, I'm starting to see like their representation. I don't know if they genuinely look at Muhammad hijab and like I was looking at some of the Muslim YouTubers, and their comments was like overwhelmingly positive. I struggle with I don't know if he just uses big words and they're like convinced that he's smart. I don't know. He contradicts himself so many times in his own videos. And I'm like, this is the best representation, like Ali Dawah and like, because this is not a good, it affects me as well because I'm perceived as Muslim, right? So I think people forget that ex-Muslims are still perceived as Muslims. So the reputation of Muslims still affect us. So we don't want bad rep for Muslims either, but they're not doing a good job when I look at some of the bigger people like Zakir Naik and stuff. I think they forget that outside of their bubble, these people look insane. They don't look intellectual as they claim to be. And it annoys me because I'm still perceived as Muslim. Like my name is very Muslim, and it still affects me because that's if people see these retards as the top and like they probably think this is what I believe and I agree with these things as well. Unless I like specifically say, oh, I'm atheist, by the way. I shouldn't have to be doing that before every convo. But
see, that's one thing. Like people keep asking, why do you use the label ex-Muslim and so on? Well, first of all, there is no room for ex-Muslims in Muslim society. Therefore, we have to make ourselves known so that we don't have to always pretend. But it's not something that we necessarily take into day-to-day life. But if it's relevant, it's because we don't want the association, not just unfair association, like because people think it's all about stereotypes and whatnot. No, I don't want the very fair association of me with Islam,
Yeah.
Like
if people assume I'm homophobic or people assume I'm this when
and
I'm not.
They're not wrong.
None of those things.
They're not wrong in assuming that a Muslim is homophobic. Like that is statistically sound. Like absolutely, if you, for the most part, that statistic holds. If you meet a Muslim, they're probably homophobic, and that's unfortunate. And we can't just expect people to, we can't expect everybody to first have a conversation with you and then figure out that you're not a homophobic Muslim. I think it's a safe assumption, unfortunately. But
Yeah.
yeah, we like I don't want people to look at Muslims as others, as outsiders, as insane, but their leaders do a much better job of that than any of us could. Like, I'm not
Yeah.
trying to do that, but you look at what these, yeah, like the examples that you brought up, when Muslims are proud of Muhammad hijab, I'm just embarrassed. As a Muslim, I used to be embarrassed of such people. As an ex-Muslim, um, I hope we get to a point where people don't presume that I am a Muslim based on my name and appearance. But for that to be the case, we have to get to a point where there are enough
Yeah.
outspoken, open ex-Muslims that you can't just presume. Like, you can't presume a white guy called Chris is Christian.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
And
I hope we get
I
there.
don't know. I don't know if we'll ever get there, but yeah, it does affect. It does affect your day-to-day life, and I'm rooting for Muslims to just not, like, even in comment sections, where, like, in any social media platform, like, you're doing, like, I don't know if this is, I sort of grew up without social media, and I didn't know this is how the community was, because I was obviously raised with not hardline Muslim friends either. Like, we were pretty chill about it, but it's hard to not view them and not despise them. And I understand why people are so far right now, because they're not doing a great job at presenting themselves. Like, you think you'd platform like Shabir Ali, but even he gets hate from Muslims that he's not a real Muslim.
Yeah, Shabir Ali, I dissected a few of his lectures, and he, it's not like even the things that he says. No matter how nice you are about it, you still have to promote a bad position. You know,
Yeah.
so Muslims think that he's being too gentle and not really saying the facts as they are, and non-Muslims still find it horrific that he's talking about, sex slavery so casually. So I think the problem is the religion itself, and it's hard to propose a solution aside from, stop practicing your religion because it makes you look bad, you know?
I find it funny when a video is like 3 hours long and it's like about, like, is this wrong in Islam or is this something? And then the answer is 3 hours. I'm like, surely, surely you got to think, like, you really have to bend a lot of things for this to work. If the answer is like, hey, is sex slavery bad? The answer should be no, but somehow we're going to make a 3 hour lecture explaining why that's fine. I find that so absurd. Like, even as a Muslim, I remember watching these things as a Muslim when I found out that sex slavery was a part of Islam, because obviously they don't teach you that. I don't think that's a common, I don't know if that is in Saudi Arabia. Is this a common thing that you know as a child, or is that like a,
So I didn't go to a Saudi school, right? I went to a
okay,
school mostly expats, Arabs from other nationalities. And we didn't learn any of that in school. But in my Quran classes at home, I remember coming across the term mulk yamin, and I asked my teacher, what does this mean? And the answer he gave me was something like, oh, the servants or whatever. And it was one of those things that I thought, wait, that doesn't make sense. But then I moved on, and it was only much, much later when I came across it I was over 18 years old, and I was like, wait a second, wait, what? Really? Like, even as my intimate knowledge of Islam more than my peers, none of us was taught this stuff. And we're given, because I was a child, you don't just tell a child, at least most of the time, you don't tell them, yeah, it's a slave that you can sleep with. So yeah, we weren't taught about that stuff. But what you said is right. When you come across a list, like I've written this before, it'd be a list of suspicious things in Islam or problematic things, and each one of them takes 3 hours to give me an answer about. Isn't that at some when do you cross, like, when do you draw the line and say, okay, this is enough suspicion? Obviously, you're trying to hide something here.
yeah. There's some videos where they talk about the Hura lane, and there's women, like Muslim women, commenting like, this is, I didn't realize, like, I think they were looking for that it doesn't exist, like it's not real, or maybe that's what they were searching for. And the comment section is just so disheartening. Like, oh, is this, like, what do I get then? Or like, is anything for me? Or even just the fact that I think the over sexualization in heaven that continues, just it transcends to just the fact that there's so much sexualization in heaven. I feel like is why it adds to like if you say this is what you're going to get in heaven and you just sexualize women in heaven, it just obviously how much worse are you going to do it on earth? Like I remember thinking that and just watching that, and I was like, well, this is why it's so bad. Like you make just doing a handshake haram, but somehow sex slavery is okay, and having sex with these ghostly things in heaven is fine. It was very hard to fathom that simple things in life, like holding a man's hand before marriage, is so sinful, but that was fine. And that was very confronting because I was never taught that as a child. And I sometimes wonder how Muslims learn that initially and then take that in and then go with it. Like I can understand things like maybe Aisha's marriage, you can try and rationalize it to some extent, or maybe you can rationalize other things, but I find it hard to rationalize sex slavery. How do you confront that and just not and just move forward after that and still stay in the religion? Because there are some people who actually know about it and still, even women that still then stay in the faith. I'm like, oh God, I don't know how you do that.
Well, they receive it in a defensive stance. I mean, by the time that they hear it, it's not usually brought up by their colleague who's curious about, wait, did you come across this too? It's usually, look at this hateful kafir, Islamophobe, ex-Muslim, money grabbing, whatever, saying
The
that
Jews pay us.
you
Yeah.
said it. I didn't want to say
Yeah.
it. Like this is the language that they use, and they say, look at them bringing this accusation against our perfect prophet, and it's immediately framed as an accusation. So the mindset is, okay, so we're defending against the haters, the enemies, the evil. How do we do the good thing and make it make sense? And that's how anything horrible looks justifiable. And from the angle of slavery, it's, well, what could you do? Slaves existed and Muslims treated them better than any other slaves in the world. Boom. And that's not even necessarily true, but that's the talking point, right?
Yeah.
But yeah,
I think as a
yeah.
Muslim, I thought slavery, well, that's how I rationalize it when it comes to like, this is for any of the viewer who's not Muslim, but because they're probably like, how do you not just think of the word slavery? I think for me, I rationalize it like at least to have a job or something. I think, I don't know if you did the same thing, but I tried to rationalize it. Maybe slavery is just like they're getting paid. It's just like labor in a sense. They just, I think that's how I rationalize it. It's either that or they're dead. So you rather just be a slave, right? So when I remember seeing, I think it was an ex-Muslim comment or something. They were like, would you want to be owned? Like if you were a slave, would you want someone to own you? And I was like, okay, maybe you're making some sense here. I don't know. And it was just like really conflicting in my mind during that time. Like, can I rationalize it any further? I wouldn't want to be a slave. So how can I do
I've
that to
tried
someone
that
else?
angle before. In one of my conversations with a belligerent da'wah person, I don't need to name him at the moment, but I remember asking him, would you want your mother or sister or wife if the opposing army took over your city?
Is this something I've seen this? I think I've seen this. Yeah,
That's the guy.
we won't name him, but yeah.
Yeah. I remember asking him something to that effect, like, okay, put aside what is the truth right now. If the tables were turned, right, and you hold on to the truth, but they claim that their religion is true and therefore they're going to take your female relative. And I'm trying to explain it that way because I know it's difficult for him to put himself in her shoes and try to think as a woman. So I'm approaching the angle of, what about your sister, mother, brother, which I think is a bad approach in most cases. But besides the point, I tried to get him thinking about the females in his life. Would you rather they be taken as a slave or whatever? And he said, over being killed, yes. Like, really? You would rather your mother be forcibly, slept with and taken as a slave than killed? What kind of life is that? And he quickly switched to something else. But I think if you get someone to think about it from the other's point of view, from what would it feel like to be in that position, and reduce the whole, I have the truth, therefore anything is justified aspect of it. Just think about it from an outsider's point of view. Would that make you any more likely to accept Islam or see it as holy or divine? But I think the biggest problem is everyone is lacking empathy. And if you had empathy, you wouldn't be a believer. Yeah.
But I can't tell if religion devoids people of empathy or they never, I can't tell because sometimes they are empathetic. But not to, like, they'll be empathetic to a Muslim, like very, like I've noticed they're very focused on Muslim causes globally, but as soon as you bring up a cause that's not, or where it brings Islam to a bad light, like say Iran, even though some of them are Muslims, but their oppressor is Muslim, they don't want to bring it up anymore because the
Because it
oppressor
might
is
give
what
Islam a bad name or a bad look.
yeah, I'm like, do you come on? Even as a Muslim, I struggled with. I'm like, I care for like a lot of things, and even if it's non-Muslim and they're being attacked, it's somehow always. I didn't like how as a Muslim I would see issues happen, and the first thing, like, say 9/11, the first thing was like, how can Muslims, even though it is valid, I remember reading about how Muslims got attacked a lot after 9/11, but then everything after that, like where Muslims caused the issue, um, it somehow just was never brought up and it became Islamophobia. Like, how did the first thing come up? Like, someone could die, and the first thing is like Islamophobia. I'm like, how did you make someone who actually caused the issue like the victim here? Like, I don't know how they do it. They do it every time and it's working. It's still like happening. Like, I don't know how many times it has to happen.
Salman Rushdie was
before-
stabbed and they started talking about Islamophobia. Like,
yeah.
you just gave people a reason to be afraid of Islam and then said being afraid of Islam is bad and it caused this.
Yeah, and don't say anything bad about it because I'm gonna behead you. But don't be Islamophobic either because that's
Yeah.
bad. You should feel ashamed of yourself. I had one last question. Sorry, I really dragged. I was meant to stay for like 20 minutes, but I had one last question for you. And so I'm not Arab, so I think people get so confused about how. So I would read the Quran. It's like as if I'm reading gibberish. Like I can read the letters, I can read it all, but I had no idea what I'm saying. And I've always wondered how, as an Arab, you grew up knowing the language. How did you read the Quran and not just like, see, I didn't know that every second line is about hell and torture. I'm just reading the Quran. I have no idea what's being said. That's why maybe the fear wasn't as strong for me because I don't even know what I'm reading. And so I can only imagine you knew what you were reading. Did you not ever double take while you're reading it, or people around you like you know what you're reading as well? So how did it make sense in your mind that it was okay? Like this is a holy book or something?
So I'm trying to think about it as far back as I can go. There are a lot of words in the Quran that don't make sense in colloquial Arabic, right? Like very old words, or even they're just words that were local to that context or place or time that even Muslims themselves struggle to define without the speculation of scholars. So there's a lot of that if you're just reading, you can't really follow the story. And that made it a little easier to not focus on the content and try to focus on, because I was trying to memorize it at the time, focus on tricks to use similar words in my head to remind me that this is the upcoming verse and so on. So I was really focused on memorizing it. But there was a lot of things in between that I was interested in. I wanted to know, what's this story about? Or, okay, I understand when it's talking about hell. I vividly remember when I was a child being taught about the tree, Zuqum, the fruit of it, how it doesn't fill you, but in hell you're just going to be eating and drinking things that are bad for you and just torturing you even more and all that graphic stuff. And I focused on these things more than my classmates at the time. I mean classmates in school. And Quran class was private. There were no other people there except me and the teacher. And they didn't think about this stuff because they would just usually know the smaller surahs and just repeat whatever they need to repeat to get through the prayer and move on. I would think about it more deeply, and it troubled me a lot. And I tried to ask questions about it. And it's this is why sometimes I have to keep a handle on my emotions when I see a non-Arab speaking Muslim tell me about how I learned about all this stuff as a child and I'm not messed up, so you need to stop talking about this. they really cannot relate to the experience of intimately understanding this and having to digest it. It was horrific sometimes. It wasn't the focus of my life, but it's deep, and it got me thinking from a young age. What about all the people who are going to hell? Like, say I am doing my best to be a good kid and a good Muslim, and I'm going to heaven. What about everyone else? And that was one of my first issues with Islam is, what about everyone else? Do those people really deserve to be tortured? All the things that I'm reading about them. And I was always interested in, actually, I still have this book. I used to read a lot when I was a kid, and some of the books were just like fairy tales and stuff like this kind of stuff. I bought this for sentimental value, but it was.
It helps you sleep at night.
It's nice revisiting like the same exact book that I had when I was a child. I remember all the fairy tales and the magic and the flying animals and all that kind of stuff. And I remember asking, how come we don't see miracles like what's in the Quran and things like that anymore? And I have to believe that these are stories. These didn't actually happen, but the Quran happened. And I had to make that separation in my head. I have to believe that everything related to the Quran and like all the magic there is real, because there's the afterlife after that. Like, people are living and dying based on this. It is the truth. And there's hell attached to it. There's heaven attached to it. Everything else is just a story. But I had that question from a young age. And then the question turned to, if I presented my book to someone else, they're more likely to read the nursery rhymes and like, the cute stuff than they would be to read the horrific stuff. And then they're going to believe them both the same, which is they're both stories. So how is this fair? And that really started my doubts. Not even doubts, just disturbance inside me, because I couldn't make sense of it. But there was no option in my mind that Islam is not true at the time.
Yeah, because you never presented it. At least with Santa, they tell you at a certain age, it's not real. It's like that for Islam, I guess. But you're never told it's not real. You have to figure it out on your own, with all forces against you, telling you that it is real. And it's such a hard process. And sometimes I wish as a kid I just was never. I look at other kids who didn't have religion in their life. I'm like, what would I have been? Because sometimes I remember feeling a lot of depression after just coming to terms with the fact that I no longer believe in God. That was a huge step for me, and I had to deal with it alone as well. And I could vent to my non-Muslim friends who tried to be there for me, but it was hard to explain it to them because they don't get it, because they never grew up with it, or they had a faith that is like Hinduism or something, which is so like wishy-washy anyway. For them, it's like Diwali, and like, I'm not going to speak for all Hindus, but for them, it wasn't like they didn't have rules to follow. Just don't eat beef and you're good. I wish my only rule was don't eat pork, but I have a bunch of other rules to adhere to, and my one was a hellfire punishment. They don't have hellfire. So sometimes envy them, but yeah.
Yeah, I distinctly remember I would go to Mecca a lot, more often than most people, because I lived in Saudi Arabia, so it wasn't that difficult to go there. My parents wanted to go often. And even when watching them on TV, there would be moments where everyone in the crowd cries, right? Because the imam is crying about something. And sometimes it would include my own family members. And I asked, like, why are you crying, Mom? Like, as a confused child, why are you crying? And she would tell me that, it's about feeling the emotions very deeply. It's about the fear of Allah and all that. And all these verses and du'as where they start crying is usually about save us from hellfire, save us from this and that. And I felt like I was bad for not feeling it on the same level. Yeah, like for not feeling that group pleasure of crying together. And am I bad for not being terrified of it enough? So every time I would like stray away from being terrified about it and thinking deeply, stuff like that would bring me back. And I felt like I was behind everybody, even though I was trying to understand more than most people, more than my own parents even. My questioning was deeper than theirs. and I just felt like I was doing something wrong. And I think it's so messed up that we are okay with people crying about being terrified of God's torture, and then we think that this is a healthy dynamic, for them to live their lives that way.
Yeah, it's like an abusive ex that just doesn't leave you alone. But you can't talk about your ex either, because their reputation wouldn't be as good. But you can't like sort of let other people know that they're bad to warn like future people. It's just
Imagine
so
if
bad.
it's like if you were dating a person of color, call it, let's say for the sake of the example, okay, has nothing to do with their race, but say you're dating a black person and then they happen to be an abusive person, and then you
Yeah,
end the relationship, and then you tell the next person who they're about to date, or you talk about it publicly and you say this person did so and so, people start calling you racist and they say, hey, you're doing a disservice to black people, and you're saying that's not what I'm saying at all. It's not about
yeah,
their race, it's about what they did, and it's about their system of beliefs. And
yeah,
that's what Islam is going through right now. You're trying to talk about your experiences, and it's not just about bad experiences, it's about the core concept itself. And people say, well, you're doing a disservice to people of color, or you're harming
yeah,
them.
yeah. Except the faith just will continue on, because I genuinely think a lot of people would be better without some of the just like this. I don't know. Sometimes I just look at like people in my home country and just like Saudi Arabia and like what could have been, because they're very educated people. They are innovators as well, and they are being held back by themselves. Like if they wanted to, they could do even better than the West, but I feel like religion is holding them back sometimes. And I don't think I'll be alive for when like there's a reformation or something and like something happens and change happens. But hopefully one day, maybe not in my lifetime, I don't think. But
Well, I hope we all get to be a part of it.
yeah, I just know my kids, if I do choose to have any in the future, will have a much better childhood. So that keeps me going. I guess that's my purpose.
Yeah. I hope that you said you're confused about what you're going to do in the future when it comes to marriage and things like
Yeah,
that. Just please keep in mind, do not ever get into a situation where you have to pretend to be someone with your partner, because then you never know how long that pretending will go on for. So
yeah.
yeah, I hope you find a better way out of that situation.
Thank you. Hope so too. I'll let you go to the next caller if there are any left. Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Yeah, thanks for calling in, and have a good night.
You too.
All right. Oh, the cat has risen. Good morning. He's still here? Sometimes he would jump on my chair, and that's his way of saying he wants to, cross. So I'm his bridge sometimes. Wait, let's see if it happens. Come on. Get up. I guess not really. He doesn't want to do it right now. See, that's the thing about cats. They're not dogs. You can't. No? Now I look bad. Okay. Never mind. I'll take the next caller then. The next caller is Shah. And then after that, Yuri also wants to join. Shah, I'm taking your call in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
Hello, hi everyone, to you, Aladdin, and all the audience listening to us right now. I hope you guys are doing well and healthy at the moment. I'm happy to be here. It's been a long time that I was trying to join you or AP and discuss about different things related to your activities, but now I'm here finally. I'm an Iranian, ex-Shia, ex-Sunni, agnostic atheist at the moment, and it's been a few weeks that I'm out of Middle East. Unfortunately, I cannot fight like my brothers and sisters in Iran, but I'm trying to be their voice internationally, just like the organization that I'm a member of, Free Thinkers Generation, trying to connect and aware Persian speaking and myself, I'm doing to the English-speaking people. I'm here. Let's have a quick discussion for how much ever it takes. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, likewise, it's a pleasure to have you. I'm glad that you're in a safer position now, and I'm sorry that you couldn't uh, struggle like your fellow. I'm sure you're struggling in your own way, and I'm glad that you're doing this, that you're speaking out. What's on your mind? What would you like to talk about?
Um, well, I always knew that since I left Islam around the age of 17, 18, and it's been 3, 4 years that I'm fighting. I'm 24 now. I'm not just an ex-Muslim, but I'm a Harbi, Murtad. I'm fighting Islam because I believe that Islam is a destructive ideology, worse than any other ideology ever existed. Apart from this, I saw a video of a mother of a young man. I'll repeat, a young man who died 3 days ago. His name was Kian Pirfalak. He was a 9-year-old man who was shot by the forces of the Islamic regime in Iran. You know, it's Islamic tradition, Islamic sunnah, that they got to recite Quran when someone dies. She proudly, in front of maybe 2,000 people who were gathered for his funeral, she loudly screamed that, "Do not play Quran recitation for my son. He hated Quran." What should happen to a society that the 9-year-old kid hate Quran? The answer is simple: Islamic ruling. Islamic ruling with the help of social media that lets you witness what's happening in your society. You're not blind anymore. You can see what's happening. And the society reaches a level that the 9-year-old kid hates Quran, and his mother proudly comes in front of 2,000 people, screams it loud, that do not play Quran recitation for my son. I have the video in my channel and in the Telegram library that we have. And people chant for her. And people claim, yeah, we don't have this in our culture. More than 2,000 people. There are a lot of videos that comes out of Iran recently, and it's clear that this movement, this revolution is a renaissance, way greater than the French Renaissance, because we are living in a different time at the moment. And Iranians are aware now. And I'm proud that I've been trying to spread their voice to the world. There was an incident, Aladdin, that Iranian was tied in a place. His hands and legs were cuffed. He was a protester from southeast of Iran. His name was, I think, Khodanur, which means the light of God. Now, look what happened to this guy. They captured him. They tied him to a place that he can't move anymore, and he asked for water. They kept a glass of water, a water bottle, in front of him, where he cannot touch it or drink it. Do you know the similar incident that happened by the peaceful Prophet of Islam? If you guys read chapter 5, verse 33, Surah Al-Ma'idah, which is one of the most violent verses in Quran, the verse starts like this. Chapter 5, verse 33. إِنَّمَا جَزَاءُ الَّذِينَ. Surely, innama, surely, indeed. Like when Allah says surely, then you cannot change it. There is no nasikh, there is no abrogator of the verse. Surely the punishment of those who wage war against Allah and His Prophet, and they try to corrupt the land. Yas'awna. They try to corrupt the land. They do not corrupt it. They try. They intend to corrupt the land. It's nothing but they be murdered or hanged or crucified, or their hands and legs be cut from opposite sides, right hand with the left leg. And then Allah explains that this is a penalty in this world and the hereafter. What's the reason behind this verse, guys?
Wasn't that
Some group,
the hadith where
yeah, Sahih Bukhari.
yeah.
So some people came to Muhammad. They said, we want to become Muslim. I think from the tribe of Oraina, if I'm not sure, if I'm not wrong, sorry. It's been 2 months that I've stopped discussing with Muslims, and I'm focusing on what's happening in Iran. So I've forgotten a lot of verses at the moment. You can show the hadith, you know more than me, of course. These people came to Muhammad, they became Muslims to Medina, and then they didn't feel good. They felt sick. Muhammad sent them to a place. Dr. Muhammad, Qasam ibn Abdullah, sends them to a place to drink the camel's urine and milk. Ignore the benefits of drinking camel's urine. But they go there and they kill Muhammad's shepherd. They drink that whatever Muhammad had prescribed for them. They ran away. They drove away all the camels. I think it's Sahih Bukhari 223, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, you're already showing it. Look at the end of the hadith. Muhammad ordered them to be captured in the morning. Probably in the morning prayers, he got the news. And Muhammad's gang, like a mafia, captured them within the noon. Before the noon, they were captured. They were brought to Muhammad, and Muhammad ordered them to die with pain. Do you know why with pain? Because Allah in that verse doesn't say yuqtalu. Allah says yuqattalu. There is a force there over the verb. You got to pronounce it with the force. Meaning that you got to kill them. Yuqattalu. Ayusallabu. You got to kill them by being tortured. And I'm not saying it by my own. I'm saying exactly what the Islamic Republic, the Shia regime over Iran, occupying Iran, had interpreted within the national TV. They had brought a sheikh to the national TV, and they were giving advices to the security forces how you should kill the protesters. And this is exactly how they interpret it. You got to kill them by torturing them. How did Muhammad order to kill them? Let's read it. And they were captured. Muhammad ordered their hands and feet to be cut. They were kept on a desert called Al-Harra. They asked for water. Muhammad did not give them water. Muhammad put heated pieces of irons into their eyes, made them blind, and let them die with pain. At the end of the hadith, which is mentioned in one of the hadiths in Bukhari, the narrator says they waged war against Allah and His Prophet, and they became infidels after they embraced Islam.
See, well, the narrative goes that they killed this man, but
Mhm.
the problem with that is that we have no details to say that anyone has proved that or anything of the sort. But I've always heard in the apologetic interpretation is that they did these things to the man, therefore they deserve to have the same thing done to them. And there is absolutely no proof that anywhere that those killers did that thing to the man or that they even killed the man. But like you said, linking it to the verse already prescribes something very similar. You know, chopping off of limbs, crucifixion, and the brutality of it just makes it obvious that it's not an extremist interpretation. It's in the Quran.
Mm-hmm. Now, yeah, we can just, if we take the same example, same hadith. Okay, they fought Allah. How can I fight Allah? Is Allah living inside Kaaba in Mecca that I can hold a sword and kill him? No. Bukhari himself says in his book, chapter 5, volume 5 of his book, which is the interpretation of Quran, in the bracket writes, what does yuharibun Allah mean? He says, Muharabatullah kufr bih. Fighting Allah is disbelieving Him. Period. I can't kill Allah. I can't murder Allah. I can't enslave Allah because He doesn't exist, of course. How can I fight Allah? I
mean, we are fighting Allah at the moment.
Yeah, we are fighting Allah. But one thing about what you said in the previous discussion, extremism. I have a problem with this word, and I will tell you why. Extremism means opposing the fundamental view, taking it too much, going out of the borders. Now, if for example, Allah, that you gave the example exactly, chapter 4, verse 34, Allah tells in chapter 4, verse 34 to beat your women. If a Muslim, after passing the first two steps of giving advice and not sleeping with the wife, if he takes the problem to a therapist, to a counselor, is he an extremist or a fundamentalist or a liberal?
That's he's not taking anything to the extreme. He's just applying what Allah allowed him to apply.
No, I said if he takes the lady to a therapist to consult someone, not beating her. He doesn't choose to beat her. I consider him an extremist because he doesn't follow what Allah has prescribed. A fundamentalist would be someone who does as Allah says and as Muhammad did, right? But for example, these people who try to ignore the reality, like Quraniyun, Quranists, or reformists, I consider them extremists because they don't follow what Allah has said. A true Muslim is Sayyid Ali Khamenei or Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. They are following Muhammad step by step. That's why I have problem with the word extremism and liberal. And by the way, I consider reformists and Quranis criminals, because a fundamentalist Muslim tries to he's logical, as you said. He says, this is my book and I follow it. That's it. He sounds more logical than a person like a reformist or a Quranist that tries to ignore the reality, tries to tag a new expiry date to the expired food of Islam and present it to the new generation. I consider them criminals. Every
Criminals
single
by
Qurani
what
and
crime code? Like the
supporting
Islamic crime code, you mean?
No, by the human rights, because they lie. They try to ignore the reality that's causing terrorism in the world. They try to justify it. They try to ignore the suffering of people, and they try to spread the ideology behind the terror in another way.
Well, do you think they're doing that intentionally?
Reformists? Yes.
Yes. Like they're doing that with the intention of lying and deceiving?
Of
Or do
course,
they actually
reformists are
believe?
liars.
But are they lying to you knowing the truth about Islam, or do they really believe that they have the correct interpretation of it?
I think if a person knows and has read Quran and spreads the word of Quran, knows what's written in it. I was a terrorist before coming out of Islam because I didn't know what's written in it. I was a terrorist in my home, even if when I was a Shia, and less fundamentalist when I was a Sunni for a few months. I didn't know what's written. I have been told to. I have been brainwashed. But reformists,
like, were you doing that intentionally?
Yeah. For example, a reformist like Tawhidi, who calls himself a Imam of Peace. Many people must know this guy. I consider him a liar because he knows what's written in Quran. He tries to lie, mystifying the verbs, mystifying the words, tries to justify the act, and tries to save Islam. Whoever spreads the words of Allah in Islam must be taken to trial. And I say it openly, because if you know what's written, what hate speech is being mentioned in that book, and you spread it, you are intentionally or unintentionally spreading terrorism. That's why I consider every single Muslim, including my family members who are Muslims, a potential terrorist. And now many people might oppose this view and might say, oh, Shah is extreme now. But wait a second. How many type of Muslim do we have? Real Muslims and those who think they are Muslims. No, they can't be they can't turn into a terrorist. They can't. But those real Muslims and their children are those who cause terrorism. Aladdin, who joined ISIS in Syria and Iraq? Where were they living?
See, though, I agree with some of what you're saying, but I want to word it differently because it's easy to misunderstand or have that statement be unproductive. So I think that people that we think of as terrorists, right? People who do horrible things to others, like that's the definition of terrorism that I'm going to go by at the moment. It's striking fear into others and harming others. All right. That's not really the definition of terrorism, but I think that's what we're trying to talk about here. You're more likely to be that person if you're already a believer right? If you have the foundation of having that ugly belief of Islam, you're more likely to become someone who harms others if you adhere to it very well than if you weren't a believer to begin with. I agree with that because I think not that most Muslims are potential terrorists. That's not what I think. I think that most believers of a bad religion are potentially more strict believers in the future. If they adhere to it more strictly, they're going to be even worse to others. That's how I think of it. So I think that people are good despite of Islam, not because of it.
That's why I defined what is a Muslim. Allah says in the book, I mean, Muhammad himself writes in the Quran, chapter Al-Ahzab, verse 21, لَقَدْ كَانَ لَكُمْ فِي رَسُولِ اللَّهِ أُسْوَةٌ حَسَنَةٌ. Surely Muhammad is the best example of morality. How many of Muslims today take Muhammad as the example of morality? How many of them would marry a 6-year-old? How many of them would cut the hands and legs off someone who comes out of Islam? Many Muslims are not real Muslims. That's why I said a lot of Muslims are not real Muslims. But those real Muslims, many of them are terrorists, and many of them have the potential to turn into terrorists.
But even though
How?
you may
By
be
being
technically
manipulated.
right, based on what Islam says about what a Muslim is, even though you may be technically right, the problem is if you start telling people how their label for themselves is wrong, it's not going to get them, it's not going to change things.
You know why? Because Islam or any other faith is like a condom over brain, doesn't let you think. If someone gets triggered by Iranian women burning hijab in the street, but not by Iranians being killed for burning hijab, then something is wrong with that mindset.
I agree.
Something is wrong with the logic that they're using. That's why we are here. We are here to help Muslims. We care about Muslims more than they care about themselves. Why would I talk about Islam? What would I like? What would I gain by that?
I
Spreading
don't agree
awareness,
that we
having
care
a
more
good
than they
society.
care about themselves. It's just that we see things differently. Like, I'm sure they think that they're doing what's in their best interest, but because you and I don't see that there is an afterlife and that that is not part of the equation. In their equation, whatever suffering they have to go through, whatever things they don't understand or things that seem horrible, they can put up with it because the afterlife is more important. So they're still looking out for themselves, just as you claim that we're looking out for them. It's just that the equation is very different.
Why did I say we? Let me say myself. I care about Muslims and Islamic societies more than themselves, because I know what the society can achieve by coming out of Islam. I know how life can get better. Minorities, children, men, women, and I said men because Islam turns men into sex-desiring animals who are led by one man, and that's probably the Ulul Amr, the leader, the Amir al-Mu'minin. And women, of course, that we know the biggest enemy of Islam are women. But this is the reality that I'm dealing with. I know that Muslims can be manipulated. You mentioned Salman Rushdie earlier, and I was listening to you. Read the comments of videos about Salman Rushdie. Just read the comments and face the reality. We are proud of him. May Allah bless him. May Jannah be his reward. May Allah take him to the best level of the heaven. This is Islamic mindset. They don't care about human being. Why? Because the faith has turned into their identity in the West, and they don't have time to read their books in Middle East because they got to survive. An Afghan kid who has to go around the city to find bread to eat. He doesn't have time to read Quran and understand. Yeah, Muhammad was a thief. He had his own gang. No, he doesn't have the time. He can't think when he doesn't have good education system. When he doesn't have the time to face the reality. Yeah, these all are connected. Yeah, that's my point for now. If you have a question, Aladdin, I would like to take it. Otherwise, I would like to mention something related to politics.
Well, I was going to ask you, how do you suggest? I'm not familiar with your conversations, so maybe you already are addressing that, but how do you suggest you would change the mind of someone who thinks like a commenter who says, "We're proud of the terrorist who stabbed Salman Rushdie"?
Sorry, could you repeat? How would I address? How would I?
How would you change the mind, or what do you think is the best method to change the reality that is many Muslims celebrating a terrorist attack like that?
With what kind of Muslims? We have two type of Muslims. We can divide Muslims and turn them into sections in many different ways. But now I wanna do it based on where they live. Muslims who live in the Middle East and Muslims who live in the West.
You can answer either. Yeah.
Yeah. And Iranian society I excluded because it's completely different and I have lived in it. I know it's completely different. People who do not live inside Iran or have not lived there for a short time, they can't understand what I'm saying until they leave there. So people who live in the Middle East and people who live in the West. Islam has become the identity of immigrants in the West. Probably because of many reasons. One of them can be the society did not accept them. They couldn't change. They forgot their passports a lot when they were running away from the countries that were led by Muslims into the countries that are being led by women, but they did not forget their Quran to be in their suitcase. Blind faith. That's why I call Islam a religion, a condom over your brain. What we can do, challenging the belief always turns into success. How did we turn into ex-Muslims? Which we got challenged by ourselves or by what we saw. If I had a person like Shah when I was over 10 or 12, when I used to burn American and Israeli flag in the school, chant for nuclear energy, being a member of terroristic group like IRGC or Basij, if I had a person like Shah in my society, I would have came out of Islam way before I turned 18 or 17. We need to let them realize that yes, in a secular society, challenging your beliefs is allowed and practicing your belief should be allowed at the same time till it harms human well-being. So if a Muslim tries to say, yo, you can't challenge my belief, and he gets more triggered for burning Quran than people getting killed over burning Quran, either they need therapy or they need to deal. We need a perfect law to secure our rights in the society. About Middle East, we just need to show them. Middle Easterns do not have time to read their books. Terrorists are the leaders of Islamic societies in Middle East, and normal Muslims who do not know who Muhammad was do not have time or the energy to read. They got to earn money, they got to feed their family, they got to run to survive. So two different approaches: showing them the reality in Middle East and let them face the reality in Western countries, that your belief is not even your identity. We don't care what you take as your identity. Your belief system should be challenged. Do not silence people by titling them Islamophobia or Islamophobic for commenting about the Muslim man who stabbed Salman Rushdie.
Well,
First
about
thing,
that,
one
I want to
last
ask
thing,
you
last thing.
something. Well,
Yeah,
before
last
we
thing
get to
about
that,
this matter. Okay, sure.
so an apologist would say, but you are self-admittedly an Islamophobe. You do hate Islam. So why shouldn't I call you an Islamophobe?
Okay. First of all, I don't hate Islam. I'm controlling Islam very well in my society and around my friends and my circle that I live. Hate comes from being defeated. I'm being scared of. I'm not. Second thing, phobia doesn't mean hating. Phobia means being scared of, having an irrational fear of something. Islam is the ideology, not Muslims. Islamophobia is different. But Islamophobia, by the word Islam and phobia, we already defined Islam is the ideology and phobia is the irrational fear. Is it irrational to fear um, someone stabs me for me insulting Muhammad or criticizing Islam? It's absolutely justified. Yeah? So they are misdefining it. That's always what the Dawa gang members do, misdefining it, lying. النصر بالخطأ النصر بالرعب. Muhammad said victory is with the deceiving, or in war you got to deceive people. With the fear you will win. That's the strategy of Muhammad. You think Islam is more scared of me criticizing Islam or someone who holds an AK-47 and goes to a mosque?
You?
Of course. What did Muhammad do? Muhammad ordered people who used to criticize him to be assassinated in midnight. Asma bint Marwan. She was murdered, assassinated in midnight. What was her crime, ladies and gentlemen? She wrote poems against Muhammad and Quran and Islam. Who was the biggest enemy of Muhammad who held the sword against him? There is a verse about his father in Quran. Surah Al-Qalam verse 13. That calls Walid bin Mughayra son of adultery. قتل بعد ذلك الزنين Khalid bin Walid, son of Walid bin Mughayra, brother of Walid bin Walid, was the man who made Muhammad cry, was the man who defeated Muhammad, was the man who made Umar ibn Khattab and Osman bin Affan to run away to other cities after the battle. What happened to him? Muhammad said to Walid bin Walid, Khalid bin Walid's brother, tell your brother, join us, and he will get more. He can achieve more. The terrorist turned into a Muslim. Khalid bin Walid, sword of Allah.
Wasn't
The man
Umar supposed to execute Muhammad when he first went to meet him? I remember a
I'm not
narrative
aware of
about
that.
Umar. That
Umar?
Umar was going to either execute Muhammad or he was going to defy Muhammad, and then he joined Islam. And it seemed like
No,
there was
I'm
a
not
lot
aware
of.
of that one.
I
I'm not,
maybe I need to
unfortunately.
correct myself. Then I want to look into that. But it seems to be a theme of whose side are you on, rather than do you actually believe in Islam as the truth?
Yeah. Aladdin, Islam is not scared of violence. Islam defeats everyone in violence, any ideology. Ideology that. Let me give another example that might enlighten others
Wait,
more to this
before we get
matter.
to that, I want to go back to something we were talking about. We're talking about Islamophobia, and you mentioned Muslimophobia. Would you consider yourself a Muslimophobe?
No, how can I? How can I be a Muslimophobic when my mother prays 5 times a day?
But
How can I be
how can you
Islamophobia
not
when?
be a Muslimophobe if you think that they are that a true Muslim is a potential terrorist?
Well, probably I should be Muslim concerned than Muslimophobe. I'm not Muslimophobe. I don't. We are fighting for equality in Iran. Muslims are burning hijab. I'm talking about myself because I belong to that society and I care about Muslims around the world too. But what do we care more? An individual who is a victim and victimize the society, or our society and human well-being? I consider human well-being over everything. I don't sacrifice my morality for my own benefit. So if my society is going to be damaged by a Muslim stabbing another person for burning Quran or criticizing Muhammad, the society should be saved from such criminals. I'm not the one who has to change my way to criticize Islam. Muslims need to find a way to stay calm
No,
and
I
realize that this
agree
is
with
the
that.
right of all the human being.
But let me rephrase that question. How do you keep yourself from being hateful or fearful of Muslims if you see that they are all, or the believers among them, have a high potential for doing such an act?
Is it okay for a Jew to be scared of Nazi soldiers? Was it okay for a Jew to be scared of a Nazi soldier? Of course. But is it okay to just kill the Nazi soldier before he does anything? No.
But
We
that's a
all need
different.
to.
You know what? I was going to say this is a bad analogy, but
You think it's a false equivalence?
it's a very sensitive
Analogy.
topic. But let me think about it for a second, because I was going to say, like, Nazis are clear about what they believe, but then again, Muslims are clear that disbelievers, or say there are lots of Muslims who say, yeah, apostates should be murdered or executed. They won't get up and do it themselves, but they think that in a fair system that should happen. So I see where your analogy holds up. I'm just very hesitant to use that analogy. But how, like, wouldn't you be wary, because you're describing a position that's very difficult to hold, not being afraid but just being concerned enough and not hating them, but you know the potential for danger that you see in them. How do you keep such a delicate balance?
How do I keep such balance? I try to avoid right now. I try to avoid people who are triggered by me criticizing Islam. That's my first step to be safe. But how do I really keep it balanced? I don't know, Aladdin. As I told you, most of the Muslims are normal people. They don't know what their ideology is. They just been fooled. They have been brainwashed by their leaders, by their family. They're carrying something that they don't know what it is. Are they good people to trust? Yes, of course, just like any other person. They can be good, normal Muslims. They can be bad, just like how we can have good and bad ex-Muslims. Are you um are we looking for a better society? Yes, I am looking for a better society, a better world. So I have to spread what I think is good for the world, for my society. How can we help these people? How can we aware them? At the same time, I don't need to be scared to people when I'm talking. Until I see something, until I feel something, until that you have been doing this for a long time. There are people that you think they are good. You can have a dialogue. The moment you start criticizing Islam, they turn into someone that you can't take it anymore. At the same time, there are people that will listen to you. They will try to justify, and the justification comes from their ignorance. I shouldn't be scared from such people. I have Muslim friend, two of them. My best friend is a Sunni Muslim who till today practices Islam. In Iran, a Muslim who practices Islam in Iran is a very, very hard thing to find, by the way, today. So, yeah, we don't need to be scared of each other, but we need to be concerned about what people who follow the ideology can do to our well-being.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. I just always want to give it more nuance and thought when it comes to using certain words, I guess, and making general statements. But I do hear where you're coming from. The sensitive thing is what you say is not wrong, right? If you hold the belief that certain people deserve torture, you may be the kind of person who will never actually get up and stab anyone, but you're closer to being okay with someone else stabbing them, or you're closer to stabbing them than someone who thinks, no, that person does not deserve torture, and I disagree with them, but I hate them even, but they have a right to criticize my stance. And Islam is a bad position to start from. I have to be careful with the wording because people might presume different intentions or connotations. But it is true that someone who's starting from a point of dehumanizing someone else is closer to agree with a terrorist or be one themselves than someone who thinks they have the foundation of, we can agree to disagree or something of the sort. So, yeah, there's there's a lot to be said there. But anyway, there was
Can I
one last thing
mention
that you
one
wanted
more
to talk
thing
about.
about
Yeah.
this? About this, that because you mentioned sword, and it is important. That's why we criticize. We don't fight Muslims. That's why we just challenge. How many ex-Muslims do we know that held a sword or an AK-47, went into a mosque and murdered people? None. Absolutely none. How many people we know stopped atheists or non-believers? Just in the West. Forget about Middle East. A lot. Now, one last thing, and you will realize what Islamic mindset is. When Muhammad was in Mecca, there was a guy called Nadr bin Harith. He challenged Muhammad. He told Muhammad, if you claim that you are a prophet, I will ask you 3 questions. And Aladdin helped me finding the verses that I mentioned. I will ask you 3 questions, and I want you to answer me those 3 questions. Muhammad says, all right, ask me. He starts asking, what's the story of Dhul Qarnayn? What you talk about him, but you don't talk in detail. What's the story of Dhul Qarnayn? Second question, what was the story of people who went into the cave? How many were they? What was their purpose? It's called People of Cave in the book, also Ashab al-Kahf. Last question. Till today, no believer can define it. Till today, no Muslim can define it. What is a spirit? Define what is a soul. Now, Muhammad says, give me 2 days and I'll come back. Just 2 days. If you are a prophet, you could have just asked.
I made a video about this whole topic. Yeah, it's.
Did you? Oh, I didn't know it.
This
Interesting
video right
topic,
here. Yeah,
Interesting topic.
the whole debate that they had. But yeah, please continue. I'll add the verses on the screen in a minute.
Yeah, thank you so much. Because many people do not know this, and this is really important. What happened to Nader bin Har? Define a spirit. So Muhammad says, give me 2 days. Wait a second. If you're a prophet, just tell your God to tell you right now, right here, in front of everyone. Answer the questions. But Muhammad needed time to go and search, ask people. Muhammad goes and comes back after 15 days. After 15 days, Muhammad comes back. The reason is mentioned in Quran, Surah Al-Kahf or Surah Al-Isra, verse 21, 22. Oh, Muhammad, never say, surely you will do something. Instead, you got to say, inshallah. The reason you didn't do that is you didn't say, inshallah, that Allah, if Allah will. This is why in many Islamic countries, Muslims themselves joke with inshallah. They use it when they do not want to do something. What was the answer? The funniest answer is in Quran about people of cave who went into the cave. Well, some people say there were 4. The 5th one was their dog. Some people say there were 6. The 7th one was their dog. No one knows, only Allah knows. All right, we know that Allah must know, but tell the answer. What was the purpose? Why did they go there? No answer. Imagine you go to a doctor, to a pharmacist, and say, "What's the purpose of this tablet?" It's like, no, only pharmacists knows. No one else knows.
Yeah, not only that, but the pharmacist would then belittle your knowledge and tell you, but you don't know much. I know more than you.
Exactly. The other question that was that destroyed Muhammad's prophecies and plans, and he had to move out of the Mecca because he was ashamed for his tribe at the same time, along with these critics that he had faced by intelligent people, was the question of who was Dhul Qarnayn. Many people claim he's Alexander the Great, but he's none of these. Dhul Qarnayn in Arabic, though means the owner. Qarnayn means horns, 2 horns. If you Google the word Naram Sin, and Aladdin, please show it on the screen. Naram Sin was a figure of ancient Assyrians that they had drawn his pictures on the tablets, and it's now in the museum. If you look at the picture that has been held in the museum, Naram Sin, you are going to realize Muhammad someone had explained the same tablet, the same figure to Muhammad, and he has mentioned in Quran. And that's the answer. That Dhul Qarnayn goes to a group of people. He sees the sun being set in the muddy spring, and he freed the slaves. Look at exactly. Look at the 2 horns over his helmet. Look at the people on top of the screen, on top of the tablet. There is being set, close to set, on top of the mountain. That's exactly how Muhammad lied to people. He thought that he has companions. He had thieves who go and travel to other lands, and they will witness things, and he'll come tell him he can use them as prophecies, but he didn't know that things can be recorded. He failed. He gave an answer that destroys Islam by that verse that the sun sets in the muddy spring. Ignore about the nonsense that's mentioned in the answer. I think it's chapter 17 or 18, verse 85, 86. The last one, the most funniest answer. What is a spirit? Well, Allah says it's a matter of Allah and no one else knows. You just know very less. That's my matter. I know the answer. So, yeah, this is how Islam answers. What happened to Nadr bin Harith?
He was killed.
After the Battle of Badr, he was killed. How? After the Battle of Badr, Muhammad used the strategy to free people and get money. Like, took them as hostages and freed them by taking money from Meccan people. And this is the same strategy that Islamic Republic of Iran, the terroristic regime occupying my country, did to American embassy. Took them as hostages, released them after being paid, after spreading fear. But few people were killed. One of them was Nadr bin Harith, who was taken by Ali bin Abi Talib in front of Muhammad, and Muhammad ordered Ali bin Abi Talib to cut his head. This is how Islam deals with critics. Why? Because the place that logic and challenges exists, Islam cannot enter. Islam cannot enter the place that you think you challenge that ideology. As simple as that. That's why we need to do what we're doing in any way we can. Criticize or humiliate Islam. Because many Muslims think, oh, these people aren't afraid of coming out of Islam. Allah will punish them. We need to break these sacred things that Allah will punish people. Allah doesn't exist. Allah cannot exist. Allah says, for example, in last verse, I know that I'm preaching, but Aladdin, forgive me about that. Last verse, let me mention it. In chapter 8, Surah Al-Anfal, verse 65 and 66, Allah makes a very big mistake. How? Allah says that go and defeat enemy. If there are 100, you will if you're 100, you will defeat thousands. If you're 2, you will defeat 20. If you're 10, you will defeat 100. And after the battle, when they couldn't win, and they came back to Muhammad, Allah sends another verse. Al-an, which is a Persian word, became mu'arrab and entered Quran. Al-an, khaffaf Allah ankum. Allah gave you discount on your hardship. Wa'alima fikum dha'afan. And realized there is weakness among you. Like Allah did not know before that incident that there is weakness among the believers. But he realized after that moment. Allah claims he's all-knowing. And all-knowing cannot be not knowing. When all-knowing says that I realized, then he's not all-knowing. It's just like a chair that is not a chair.
I mean, also for Allah to have like an emotional reaction, to be angry or laugh or happy or whatever, it means that he is coming across the information for the first time. So when you do something that upsets Allah and his throne shakes and he gets angry and all that, it means that he just got surprised by this information, not that he knew you would do it before your inception. So, yeah.
Exactly. This is how Allah cannot exist. Muhammad was a sex-desiring, power-desiring man who had tasted the greatness of being rich, and he used his ideology to get whatever he wanted. And then people like Umar ibn Khattab, Ali bin Abi Talib, Osman bin Affan, Abu Bakr, I shouldn't use that word. Abu Bakr spread it, helped them. Many other people. Abu Zar Ghifari, a thief who joined Muhammad, fifth person who became Muslim. He was a gang member. He was a thief. This is an ideology for weak people who need religion to be powerful. As simple as that. This ideology should be stopped, not in a harsh way, but in criticism. At the same time, if you are living in an Islamic country, you need to drop the fear and try to unite people who think like you. We are looking for a better world. We do not want to see young children to be married to 54-year-old men. We don't want to see women being beaten by their weak husbands. We don't want to see sex slavery. We don't want to see violence in our society. We don't want to see an economy based on stealing from other lands. No, we do not want that. Aladdin, do you want that?
I don't necessarily agree with everything you said about the manner of approaching the issue or the language that we use around it. I agree with most of what you're saying, but not everything. But since we don't have enough time to get into every single point, like I will have to leave it at that. But yeah, thank you for calling in today.
I appreciate you. And the last thing, let me take a minute to say something. I literally beg whoever is in the audience who is listening to spread the words of Iranians. Islamic regime has brought tanks and mass murdering weapons into the cities. The media doesn't support it. The media doesn't support it. No country likes Islamic regime to be removed from Iran because they will face the consequences. They want Islam being empowered in Middle East. From Saudi to Turkey to Azerbaijan to America, they all love Islam. They all love Islam. America wouldn't dream about selling billions of dollars because of Islamic regime to Saudi and to other countries, to Turkey. Russia wouldn't dream about having so much of control over Middle East without Islam. Same to China. United Nations has been supporting Islamic regime. They have been kicking reporters of Iranian reporters out of their meetings by the order of terrorists like the agents of Islamic regime. Please stand with the people of Iran. True feminism is being shown by the Iranian people when a woman is burning her hijab and men are protecting her. When men in Iran chant women life freedom and women respond by man, country and development. This is equality. We are fighting for equality. We are fighting a better land. We are fighting for a better society. This is probably the moments that they will talk about in future. This is the renaissance of Islam, and I wish my brothers and sisters a massive victory in Iran with a free land, and we will take our country back. Thank you, Aladdin, for giving me a chance to speak, and I appreciate everyone. I wish you health and success, and make sure you stay away from Islam. Have a good one.
Thank you. Same to you. Take care.
Take care.
Bye. All right. Thank you, Shah, for your call. We've got a few more callers. I'm unfortunately not taking any more from the live chat anymore. And so far, we haven't had believers, but we do have a few in the private room. So next up are going to be believers, but not Muslims. And there is an ex-Muslim turned Christian in the waiting room. So wait around, and you might get to listen to him talk. Okay, so, and also Sayed, who's waiting to join. I'm sorry, but we've spoken before, and there isn't enough time today, so I will have to take the next 3 callers only. Thanks for the super chat, Nazon. Says, why is Abu Lahab the only person by name cursed in the Quran? Is God not powerful enough to destroy him? I think Abu Lahab being mentioned in the Quran is funny because it's used as a miracle when Muslims point to it and say, see, Allah predicted that he will die a disbeliever, and he did, which is not what a miracle is at all, or a prediction that's impressive in any way. But it's interesting that he chose to memorialize the beef that he had with Abu Lahab since before the creation of humanity, with the Quran being created before humanity was created. And again, thanks once more for the super chat. Do you think that the Quran and Hadith was refined and changed to what it is today? My belief is that it was actually very crude at first. Absolutely. I think there's a lot that came in the Hadith that was not actually true, didn't happen around the time of the Prophet. Which I have no clue, and I don't care to find out. I don't think there's ever a way to find out at this point. Even if you follow the methods of verification, the Hadith sciences, as they like to call them, that still doesn't remove the possibility that people made up a lot of these things. So I gotta say that, yeah, this is not, I don't think all of this was exactly the way it was when Muhammad was around. But we have to just take the believers' words for it. What do they believe Muhammad said? And that's what matters. And what matters is that a lot of people put a lot of weight into Sahih Hadith. So, yeah. Let's see. Who is the next caller? Yuri, I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
Good. My microphones are not working, so I'm using my internal microphone from my phone. at the moment.
That sounds
So,
good.
okay.
Yeah,
I
so
wanted
tell
to
me a
talk.
little bit about yourself.
So I'm a Noahide, right? It's basically, in less than 3 sentences, a form of Judaism for the non-Jew, right?
How do you spell that?
And let me put it in private chat. Noahide.
Okay.
Right.
Interesting.
So,
Okay.
how could I put it in a simple manner? I wanted to talk first about a alternative view of to how Islam first originated, but hearing the other ex-Muslims talk, right, it gave me into a deep. It gave me thinking, right. A lot of members of my community, of the Hispanic Latino community, are easily swayed into Islam because they cannot read the Arabic. What the imams are showing them is al-Khamiyad, and then this is proof that you were Muslim. And here comes the Dawah people and showing them al-Khamiyado, and al-Khamiyado, it's one of these things that is very, very, it's influenced by Arabic and Muslim culture. But if you read it, you're gonna find Christians and Jewish communities also using al-Khamiyado. Because I've been learning al-Khamiyado for quite a while, and I've found that some gospel accounts are in al-Khamiyado. So it's making me wonder, what are your thoughts on, Muslim preachers, using, such tools to bring people into Islam?
Tools like translated Bibles, you mean?
No, al-Khamiyado is not a Bible. It's Arabic word. It's an Arabic writing style, right? And it's written in Mozo-Arabic, Spanish, right? Let's say it's Spanish written in Arabic, and they're saying this is Arabic. This is where you come from. This is your ancestors were Muslim, so since your ancestors were Muslim, right? A lot of Hispanic Christians are accepting Islam at face value, and the ones that think critically, they're like, oh, Muhammad couldn't be a prophet because the Bibles and everything, and they don't know the hadiths of it, right? But they're using critically what their beliefs are coming from, right? But put it in a simple manner.
I didn't know that. They're basically, these preachers are saying that your ancestors used to be Muslim, and that gives them some kind of credibility, or it gives the Hispanics motivation to join Islam.
Yes, that's a very that's what I'm trying to get at, right?
And that's not something that I'm familiar with. That's interesting. Okay, I didn't know that.
It's mainly because the sources are found in Spanish and in Arabic, right? And let me find. I have a book in here. It's a map of Islamic sources. Let me see if I can find it, because I have a lot of books in my personal library.
Well, that is interesting that they would use that as a strategy, because if you think that it's a selling point that your ancestors used to be part of that religion, therefore you kind of belong there, does that imply that those who don't have a Muslim ancestry aren't as likely to be Muslim or shouldn't become Muslim? Is it about the truth of the matter, or like your ancestry? Which matters more?
I guess it's both, right? It depends on who you ask, because if I ask an Arab, a person that's mixed with Arab and Hispanic, because if you know Lebanese, Palestinians, Moroccans, they go to Latin America, get this woman pregnant, and that's why you have a big diaspora of them, right? In here, like in my family, there's a few Lebanese people, and they're getting them pregnant, and it's like they value more the blood and not the belief that you're Muslim, right? So let's say if someone, let's say a indigenous Mexican, let's say like the Tzotzil community in Mexico, who are becoming Muslim, they're learning the Aqidah a lot better than those who are mixed in Latin America, and they're like, oh, they're not Muslim, right? They're just looking at them because they're mixing some indigenous beliefs within them, and they're like, and then I'm looking from a outsider perspective, and my uncle, one of my uncles, is also indigenous. He's Tenek, and from this group, and he's looking at them and studying them because he's a person that is a person that likes, how do you put it, sociologist to a degree, right? It's different opinions, but of, do you go by blood or do you go by akida?
Well, one should argue that it doesn't matter whether my ancestors were Muslim or not. Is it true? Am I joining Islam because it's true and it makes sense, or because I'm trying to bring back my community to what it was before the previous invaders or conversion or whatever happened?
True. And it's like, I've gone into a deep rabbit hole, and I agree with certain scholars that Islam is a corrupted form of Ebionite Christianity or Judaism, right?
Well,
So,
actually, I want to know what you believe. You said that.
and Noahide.
Sorry?
So it's a Noahide. It's Judaism for the non-Jew, right?
What does that mean, or what does it entail?
It entails, the 7 laws of Noah. The morality aspects are divinely given, right? Because by the people of Noah. And then
what makes you believe that is true?
What makes me believe that is true? Because how could I put it? I believe in the transmission of the Torah from Mount Sinai, and then you get into more questions of, what do you believe about Mount Sinai? What do you believe about Judaism? Right? And you get into a big morality debate of, where do you think morality comes from? Is it innate or is it divinely inspired?
But it doesn't have to necessarily go to morality. I think that's how a lot of religious preachers and apologists steer the conversation. But where did your belief come from? Like, were you always a believer?
I've always been a believer to a degree. It's just, sorry for the sound. I'm gonna try to get a chair. I've always been a believer, but where areas a lot of people go agnostic, right? I went deist, meaning I believe God still existed. He just did not interact with humanity.
But what were you raised as? What religion were you raised as?
I was raised, Christian. My family comes from a converso background. They are crypto Jewish communities from the Americas. So we were outwardly Christian, but we practiced some Jewish concepts that we didn't know about. Our history got erased without us knowing. It's a lot more of, I wouldn't say it's blurry, but it's like, you're Christian, but you're ethnically, your family were forced to Christianity, but you've maintained a secret identity.
So was that how you arrived at your conclusions of your current beliefs?
No. My conclusions, it was a process. I wouldn't say that's the first part. My conclusions, how I came, it came into talking with a few Muslims, mainly girls, because what's it called? In Judaism, there's a concept that religion comes from the mother, and in my process, when it's like, okay, since these girls are going to become mothers one day, like, what do you know about your religion? And they knew a lot more than the men did, the kids. There was 16, 17, 18-year-olds, right?
No, I mean, so your conclusions about your beliefs.
Yeah,
you arrived at those by discussing Islam with others?
Yes, it's ironically, it's discussing Islam. you know, because certain Jewish scholars consider Islam to be a form of Noahide faith, right? Because Noahide it's a big, broad concept by itself, and you have to get into it, deeper and deconstruct it as to which Noahides are considered Noahides. You have to use, law according to their tradition. So it's I'm sorry. I feel like someone, I'm reading the comments. Thanky, the saying like crypto Jew something Islamist is will make up. No, there's some precedent to our history, right?
So, so what do you believe about the world? You believe that there are moral commandments that come from the Abrahamic God?
Yes, in a very, very broad sense, yes, and that everything is divinely interacted with one another.
And what makes you believe that?
What makes me believe that is, we don't, it scientifically, right? Energy, from energy, right? Energy cannot be created nor destroyed. That's a scientific, belief. So it can only be changed. So it's something that went into my mind. And like, oh, since energy cannot be created or destroyed, it can only be changed. It's like, oh, okay, so that sounds similar to, there's a divine spark in everything and anything to a degree. There's a degree of holiness, as I could say.
So if you think that energy cannot be created or destroyed, how does that, or maybe you're trying to say that therefore there was some kind of God or creator that transformed matter into life? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it is. I'm not trying to do mental gymnastics, right?
So how do you arrive? You don't have to look at the comments and don't pay attention to them, but how do you arrive at, like, from that to therefore, I believe that it's the Abrahamic God and it has commandments?
So I guess that's a question that I have to think about it, because it's, for me, it's really simple. It's like it has to happen. You have an origin. How does divinity, go from one place and then the morality goes into another? And
now,
like,
I'm not asking you to divorce morality and divinity and the origin of life, but even if you presume that morality comes from God, what made you realize, because matter cannot be created or destroyed, therefore the Abrahamic God is the one that I believe in?
Matter has an origin, right? To a degree. We don't know the origin, but we know it has a, all right, it's gonna be changed. Right? So how could I put it? Like, you have biblical concepts like, oh, you have a beginning of the world and the end of the world, right? And that it's gonna blast in the end of fire. So how could I put it in a? Because I never thought about it like that. Because. Ooh.
Well, it's not just about linking a creator to matter not being created or destroyed, but also why the Abrahamic God specifically?
So the Abrahamic God, and why not just any other God?
Yeah, and not just like, you could compare the Abrahamic God to all the other options of gods at the moment, or multiple gods, polytheistic or monotheistic. But did you compare it to other gods, or was it something so obvious about the Abrahamic God that made it make sense in this situation?
Something so obvious that made it make sense. The only other God, I could say that compared it with was the Sikhi form. You have the that was the first sound under Sikh theology, is the only other thing that I compared it with. And I said, oh, this is similar enough, right? And I didn't get deep into Sikh theology and and concept of ik ankar. Sorry. But I said, oh, this sounds similar to what certain, Abrahamic faiths believe. If you pay close attention to the idea of panentheism, right? And my question is now, how like I'm questioning myself, like the same question. Why how do we arrive to the conclusion, right? And basically, a lot of us are gonna say the transmission of the Torah, and we're gonna say, oh, it's divinely inspired by Hashem. But so many questions I have that you're making me think that I never thought about.
And I want you, when you're thinking about it, to consider, what would this sound like if someone else was telling me this about their belief? So if someone was, and not in the context of a debate or an argument or anything, but you are seeking information about a different religion or a different belief system, and you're open to it, and the other person is giving you the answers that you are currently saying out loud or thinking, what would I think if I was receiving this on the other side of things? Because that really helps clarify things sometimes. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm trying to think, right? Because if I'm trying to put myself in your shoes, right, and in the shoes of any other person, I have to think, okay, some of them completely disregard religion, others see it as, form of philosophy. So I have to put myself in many different shoes that fit many different sizes. So,
well, okay, here's a different way of thinking about it. If someone was telling me about their belief, if they were trying to give me this answer about their belief, what would I find convincing? So it's not you trying to appeal necessarily to other people's way of thinking, but in this example, you would think, if someone was telling Yuri about their religion, would this answer make sense to me? Specifically, why do I believe what I believe at the moment? Why specifically the Abrahamic God and not a different God that would make matter not being created or destroyed, would make it make sense? And it's okay to not know the answer. That just means that is an opportunity to think about it. And I'm curious to know what you think of in the future. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just fixing some minor things here on my side. Yeah, I'm curiously don't know the answer for the question you're asking, right? Because there's many different answers I can give you, and I can give to anyone, and it might not be the answer. If I talked with you, or if it was I talked with Ridvan of Apostate Prophet, or if I talked with a Christian, an ex-Christian that's turned atheist, right? They give me the same question, and I might have to answer differently. So it's something I'm gonna have to take my time.
And not just to what would convince me, Aladdin, but the answer honestly as comes to your mind. Why do I believe in this system of beliefs? And explain it from A to Z, not just the impulse that you felt that made you more likely to be an Abrahamic believer than another one. If you try to put it into words, if you can explain it to someone else, whether or not they're convinced, that is a good step.
Yeah, I feel like it's something that should take some time for me to explain, because there's I might have the answer in the back of my head, but it won't come out right now, right? Because you get into like, what is God? Why is God? Why is the Abrahamic God the true God or the only true God, right? And if I think about it critically, it's more I just have to give an answer that makes sense. It does. I don't. And here's one.
You don't have to give any answer at the moment. You don't have to do anything, obviously, but you should find an answer that makes sense to you first. So feel free to think about it for as long as you need to, and maybe in the future we'll have another call and you'll tell me what you thought of.
Sure. Or in my 3 days, I'm on via YouTube as a
You're cutting out, by the way.
my own.
I think you're on the move or something. But anyway, we got disconnected, unfortunately. But thanks for the call, Yuri. We've got 2 more callers. Yes, I know we were supposed to end, but every now and then there'd be an interesting caller. And oh, Yuri's still here. No, it seems to not be working. Okay, that's unfortunate. I'll get to the last 2 callers. Something interesting. Earlier, the first caller I was supposed to talk to was Mando Smiles, and his connection was bad. But then there was hope that there's this like Muslim female. I think her name was Elena or Elena or something like that, and I thought she was genuine. But her connection was also cutting in and out till I added her, and it was a troll. And I'm wondering if there's a link there. I don't know. I'm not going to accuse him of anything. I hope that if he happens to see this, if you want to join on another live stream, I will be happy to have that conversation with you. And thank you for becoming a member, Druzilla. Thanks for becoming a member. Consider becoming a member or following me on Patreon. If you want to be generous, Patreon or PayPal are more forgiving with their fees than YouTube is, but I appreciate everyone subscribing and becoming a member on any platform. Okay, now the next caller is Amir Khan. Amir is a ex-Muslim, apparently who joined Christianity like a week ago or something of the sort. So let's see what he wants to talk about. Hey, Amir, how's it going? You're muted. Still muted, by the way. Hey, Amir, can you hear me? You're muted. I still can't hear you. I don't know. Yeah. Hey, you're still muted. Let's
Oh
see.
my God. Okay.
I can hear you now.
actually had my cam on, but
Yeah.
not. So let's redo it.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So I wear my robe. It's on Sunday because I like to, just stay cool. So anyway, let's so I was saying that I will prove God on cam today. And everybody will become a believer. Okay. So here we go. Okay, God, please float this phone. All right.
Interesting.
Well, I'm just joking. So yeah, of course we don't have any kind of evidence like that for God, right? Yeah, but I was thinking, you would ask me, why do I believe and not believe, and why did I leave Islam and join Christianity? I actually, when I was Muslim, right, I was kind of agnostic Muslim for most of the time.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead if you have any comments.
Agnostic Muslim meaning what?
Meaning that I had my doubts, like for hadiths, because I read this hadith says that you can drink camel urine as medicine. I was like, come on, man. How stupid, right? So that hadith, right? It's a Sahih hadith.
Yeah.
So I was like, hadith can't be right. If there's just one hadith that's just so wrong, and there's so many, like, how can I even believe in any of that? So I was like, maybe Quran is right? And then I read Quran without hadith, and it was impossible. It says moon was split in half, and I was like, what are you even talking about, right?
So
Yeah.
when did you come across this stuff?
What you said? Hold on.
When did you come across these things?
These things? What things?
Like the Quran, the moon being split in half, and that hadith. How old were you when you came across these things?
See, the authenticity of the Quran itself, I've been questioning since I was in Pakistan. I was like a child, like 5 years old, 6 years old, 7 and 9, 10. Till 10, I've been asking, and I had like a problem with accepting that. How can this, like, how can you like say that this is actually the real book that was stated back in the days? And so I have been questioning as a child, and I grew up, and I just forgot about the questioning until I when I came to America. I was still trying to practice it. It just, I've been questioning it all this time, and just now I just realized it when I watch a couple of videos. I watch your videos too, and you had like nice questions, but I think you are focused more on like the existence of God, right? Then
Not necessarily. In my live streams, when I'm talking to believers, it's more about why they believe, not whether God exists in general or not. If anything, no, I don't really argue that God does or doesn't exist. I'm just curious to know why people think he or it does. So, what did you find appealing or more convincing in Christianity once you realized Islam is not true?
yes, the one of the things was the Bible not being directly from, like, it's not God's word, but humans writing down what human interpretation of what they experience and what they thought. So I was like, it just seems more plausible.
Seemed more plausible.
Mhm.
But there are certain supernatural events in Christianity as well, as silly as the ones that are in Islam. So what makes it more plausible to you?
Like I said, because it's not claiming to be the exact word of God, like that's been written in heaven. That's, to me, it's a bigger claim. And in Bible, if they say they're miracles and they're like silly, we can like say, okay, they may not be true, just humans interpretation, human make mistake, and maybe they made mistakes, right? But in Quran you cannot say it, that those silly events in Quran, they cannot be a mistake because they're from God. Like, I mean, how can he make a mistake, right? Or she.
Well, if say Islam didn't claim that the Quran was perfect and the word of God, say that it was also like Christianity and it was inspired text, divinely inspired text. So would that have kept you a Muslim then?
I would have been Muslim way less. I would have left it way back, and I will tell you the reason. So that was just on the surface of what it is right now, and why I even question the Quran itself. Like, it has a lot of silly things, but then it's like a huge, for me, a moral argument and inconsistency with the modern world. And I know you're in your head, you might be asking, man, what's the difference between Christianity and Islam, right? They kind of like both don't are not compatible with the modern world, right? But Islam, for me, um it says that you cut hands of thieves, you what you call that you beat your wife if she doesn't obey you, if you even feel like problem with her I think that's too immoral. Like, who what kind of religion would say beat your wife? I mean, that just made me you know
Wait,
just
I
hate.
have a random question for you.
Yeah.
Do you watch Christian Prince often?
I watched him twice.
Okay. I was
I
just
just find
curious.
them.
I was just curious. Okay,
Just
well,
twice, just twice. That's it.
so
I find them being more Islamophobe. I think they're too critical of Muslims. They make fun of them. They make fun of their script. I mean, we all humans. We don't know so much about ourselves. We don't know so much about universe, and I think that's kind of petty to make fun of people for having belief, having faith. faith is a human we need faith for a lot of things. So if we just don't have faith on anything, we won't be human anymore.
Well, I'm curious then. I know about the things that are horrible and morally questionable in Islam,
Yeah.
but do you have you ever come across something as morally questionable or suspicious in Christianity?
Yes, a lot.
So what do you think about those?
So, yeah, I have to do some mental gymnastic, but I will explain to you if you're interested of why I keep my belief. I did come across a lot of negative things. I have a lot of questions, but I still continue to believe. So I did for example, there is a verse about slavery, where he says you can even sell your daughters and all that in Old Testaments. So those, yeah, I have my question, but I did come across verses that kind of cancels that. There are verses that says don't keep slave traders are immoral people, and and I did not find anything like this in Quran, where it says that. In Quran, I'm talking about hadith, because we already talked about hadith being too irrational. But there's nothing in Quran which says that you cannot have slaves, you shouldn't be
Wait, the
immoral,
Bible
be wife.
verses you were talking about, they
What
negate
you
each other then, right? The Bible verses you mentioned, they cancel each other out.
Not really, because if you read into Christian theology, like a pretty common belief that the New Testament kind of cancels out the old, because this New Testament is more for modern humans, and Old Testament was for like the people of that era, where they were like, for me, I see it as a journey from ape to humans, is what you know religions are. Like religion kind of, or Christianity kind of led people from the animal instincts to the human being that we are today. And I think our morality is really based on a lot of the things we learned in the past.
So I see that you're part of your reason why you find Islam to be suspicious and not divine is that
Mhm.
there are morally questionable things. But when you see similar things in Christianity, you see it as part of the evolution of the religion.
No, no. I'll say that I don't see any verse in Quran. If it was, I wouldn't question it, right? I don't see anything that says in today's world, do not do that. I don't see anything that says don't have sex slaves. I don't see any words that says
Well,
don't beat
would
your wife.
that if those existed, would they cancel out the verses that say do beat your wife and do have slaves?
See, you're asking me a religion that doesn't exist, but I have to see it. If it was like this, then there should be other things that I have to like read and stuff. To, I mean, you're asking me a religion that doesn't exist, but if it existed, I might have been a different mindset. And I might have different journey, right? So it's hard for me to answer that, because what exists right now is what we can talk about, right?
So in Christianity that exists right now, you think that every problematic thing in it is dismissible by something counter to that, also in Christianity?
Yes, there weren't, like, it's written by human beings, so it can have little bit errors here and there, scientific abnormalities. Like, for example, I do agree that evolutionary biology is a fact, and if chimpanzees share the same genes, same ancestor at one point. I do, I mean, I studied all that, so I do have firm, like understanding of evolutionary biology. But what I'm trying to say is that, like, a Quran claiming it to be from God, directly God, and Bible not claiming, kind of gives it a little bit more room to speculate on those statements, right?
But how do
I
you
mean,
gain a new belief that involves speculating and is obviously flawed? Like, what is the other side of that? So you're saying this is room for error. Well, what is the thing about Christianity that makes it true?
so yeah, that's a question that I was trying to get to. First off, I was atheist in the middle part, after I figured out that Islam was a little too bad for me to even follow it just for the sake of it. I was atheist, right? And I was having existential crisis. I was having depression. I just see everybody as molecules. I didn't really see why we would keep the why would we keep the fetus, right? I mean, the embryos. And why would we not just abort them, like, even late, because they're not really human beings. I was seeing that was my perspective back when I was atheist. So that caused me a huge dilemma in my head. Like, I have the possibility of having some kind of incident that can make me terrible, that can make me like hate life. And why would I be living just for that possibility? Like, something like that can happen. I didn't really see a point of life. I know it might be easy for a lot of people to just accept that there is no point in life. Like, what I mean no point in life is like, as in whole, at one point earth will be destroyed. Like, we go through entropy. So at some point, everything will be gone. So whatever efforts we do, our efforts are not going to be. It's like you have a savings account and you keep making money, and then the bank will go out of business and you lose all your money. So it's like, will be fruitless to even save money. So that was my like feeling at that point, right? And then secondly, for me, faith is not that bad, because we do have faith on a lot of things that are scientifically not proven. Like, you can have faith on your spouse. If you have a spouse, you can, there's a chance that the spouse will cheat on you, but you have faith on him. In your children, you have like a chance that they can kill you when you grow up. They can become murderers. They can become terrible people, but you have faith on your children. So some things are, to make us humans, to make life simple, we have to have faith. So I believe having faith in religion can help deviate those negative consequences. I mean, it's not like I'm a fanatic. I'm not like going out and saying this is the true word. I'm just saying, like, it helps with making life simpler, instead
But
of keep questioning, because you will keep questioning. It doesn't stop.
not necessarily, but everything that you mentioned is there's a lot to be said there, but you're
Mm.
saying that as, in a general sense, that purpose in the form
Yeah.
of religion, but why specifically this one?
Why specifically Christianity is because, number one is that the way it's formatted, it kind of like how European societies now. I'm not sure if Christianity was the cause, but how European societies were more successful, more like they have better laws and better understanding. And I read Christianity. It feels that it coming from the text itself, where it says to love your neighbor, love your, and don't judge others on based on godly law. Just judge others on based on law of the land. And it's kind of like forms feel like it creates this democracy type of law, where you don't judge others on based on God's law, but the land of the law. And first, second is like the resurrection of Jesus has. There's a lot of I mean, the apostles literally died because of that. And I'm just having a faith on the text, that if any text is real, then that kind of makes me question that why would they give up their lives just for resurrection. And
I mean,
thirdly, yeah,
Muslims have given up their lives in the days of the Prophet and since then, right? Um,
yes, yeah, but
why
but
would they
did
do that
they
if it's not true by the same logic?
but did they give up life of, like, for example, let's say, I'll compare it. Let's say there was a claim in Quran that Muhammad split moon in half, right? And just to defend that claim, let's say 12 of the people or even more witnessed it, and they killed them. They come because they died because to keep that statement itself. Because I'm not talking about promoting the Islam. I mean, they may have a lot of you know like they may have some kind of agenda. They don't want to be the leaders of this and that, right? I don't, if it makes sense. I can
Not quite,
rephrase it.
because I mean, there have been sacrifices just for Islam. Like, many people do actually believe in it truly, right? And they've died
Yeah,
for Islam, not because of some political gain or some war or whatever. It doesn't prove it or disprove Islam in any way. So why does Christianity's claims that people died and it has to do with resurrection make you believe in Christianity? And
they
one more
is
thing I want to note is that
yeah.
you're always comparing it to Islam, but on its own, does Christianity make sense and seem true on its own with Islam out of the question?
So first question, why like in Islam some people died, but they didn't die because of supporting something like they witness, right? It's more like I believe that Islam is true and I can kill, but you say I witnessed this. I witnessed a moon splitting, and then they, it did happen. So many people came out and said that. Even there's some non-Christian documents suggesting that the Jesus was resurrected. Now I know it's a wishy-washy, but I'm just saying it gives a little bit of a clutch, right? Now with Islam, I don't see any statement like this. If it was, then I would go and see Quran itself have a lot of problems because it's claimed to be from. So it's like there are more problems to deal with. I'm not saying I don't believe in Islam because I hate it. It's just it logically doesn't make sense. Now Christianity doesn't logically make sense as well. However, it's easier on my mind to just accept it. It's easier on my life, right? And why I pick Christianity, why am I comparing? Sorry, why am I comparing it to Islam? Is because Christianity is the largest religion. Islam is the second largest religion, so it's easy to study those. I mean, I did study Hinduism too, but it's just it doesn't really match with a lot of the stuff that's going on Earth. That's it.
So, does the truthfulness of a religion have to do with how easy it is to find and study, or is it independent of that?
See, I'm not saying that there is absolute truth, right? What I'm saying is that it helps me now having belief in God, and is easier to easier. Christianity is easier on my conscience and conscience. What is conscience or conscious? Conscience, right?
Conscience, yeah.
Yeah, always confused with those. But so it's just easy on my conscience. That's the main reason why I follow Christianity, not other religions. It's easy on my conscience, and it's easier to study because it's available in English. There's a lot of sources. There are a lot of believers. Well, anyways, I'm just gonna show. This is what I was using to float my phone. Anyways, go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah.
So, do you actually believe in heaven and hell?
Those are concepts that we can't really prove or disprove.
No, I'm not going to ask you to prove to me that, or why do you believe in heaven and hell? Do you believe in that heaven and hell are real?
There's a possibility, yes. There's not. Yeah.
Are you afraid of going to hell?
No.
Why not?
Because if God is just, if God is good, then he wouldn't put me in hell. Like, even if there is a hell, but it wouldn't be for me or other people who are nice. Like, there was this guy, Saeed, right? And he's a really nice guy. He's a nice Muslim. And I believe if God is just, then I don't think he would put anybody in. So I'm not afraid of that. If God is not just, then God doesn't exist because he says he's just. And if it follows.
See, that's funny. That's kind of part of how I realized that God is not real, is the claims that God are just don't align with the system that he put in place for heaven and hell and his commandments and all that stuff. So it made me realize that the author is either a lying God or it's not really a consistent and true God. But it doesn't seem like you're taking words from the Bible or from Christianity to be a point against God, even if they are. Like, you're not being critical of your belief.
Can you give me an example?
Like some of what you mentioned that Islam says about women, is Christianity says stuff about women too, but you wouldn't count that as a moral point or shortcoming against Christianity like you did with Islam.
Yes, so like I explained to you, first off, the New Testament is like Jesus actually protected Mary Magdalene. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but the one of the apostles that Jesus had was actually a prostitute, and like people were trying to harm her, but he got in front of them and says, if anybody who like hasn't done any sin, throw the first stone. And I think that kind of gave us a moral ground to understand that we have to look at others as a human being rather than is sinful or not. I'm just that one thing. The second thing is, again, why because Bible is not really the word of God, like as is. So if there is issues, if humans make mistakes, right?
But
humans
that sounds to me like if a Muslim says that, oh, hadith are not the word of God, so if there's a sahih hadith that I don't like, I can say that this is not actually something Muhammad said. Isn't that the same kind of cherry picking that you're doing here?
Not really, because like I said, Jesus came when he came to you know, let's say he did, right? There's no evidence, I cannot prove it, but let's say on faith only, I would say he came, right? He literally said that you this is a new covenant that you have to follow. No more sacrifices, no more, this wild attitude, and I've come to solve all this, and new world will be like, this way. That's the message. It's in the Bible. I mean, I don't have the quotation because I didn't want to be like the Bible heavy topic, more like a philosophical concept of God, and maybe in next stream, but I know you've been there. But in Quran, they cannot do it. Yes, hadith they can, cherry pick, but in Quran, since it's the word of God, and he said that it's halal on you to have like what your right hand possess, then why doesn't say later that, okay, back in the days people were wild, they did it, don't do it, this is wrong for you? I don't see it like in Quran. Do you see it? Then I may go back to Islam.
No, but the thing is, it's bizarre to me how when you look at the Bible and you say in advance, I know I will find flaws in it, and I will
You
say
want
that
some?
it's I'm good, thanks. You're saying I know that there will be flaws, and I know in advance that the apologetic point is going to be dismissing them as a human problem, because that just
Mhm.
like that makes sense if you already have the belief and you are trying to justify it and say perhaps this is a human contribution or another. But to step into a religion that's not yours and say in advance, I know there will be horrible things and I know how I'm going to excuse them, is interesting to me. And
Yes,
I'm trying
but
to
there's,
draw like the similarities between that and cherry picking in other religions. It's
see,
true that like the
I,
Quran is claimed to be perfect,
yeah.
but if Muslims do that with other concepts that are not in the Quran, isn't that exactly the same as what you're doing with the Bible?
But see, the problem is like if you go to Islamic rules and like Islamic countries, um, you can't just say that Quran verse is wrong, and or you can say like, okay, this is a better, for example, there's nothing better when he says something like your right hand possess, go ahead and do whatever you want with this. There's nothing that it can't, nothing cancels it. That's my problem. You're if I'm comparing to Christianity, uh I would say that's a little bit of because there is a verse in Bible that actually, I wouldn't even say verse, a statement in Bible that says to not harm women, just based on the morality of it, right? So I'm just saying like it's not, I'm cherry picking. They literally, Jesus said, if Jesus said this, that have sex with women who your right hand possess, I would not believe in Christianity too. I wouldn't even follow it. I wouldn't, I might have been just Buddhist, I mean, it just seems much more peaceful. So I mean, if I come across something like this, I am saying it, yes, I will leave Christianity right away. If something like that
But
goes
how
against
can
my
you
moral,
join
like
if you
Jesus said
haven't
himself.
like how can you join if you haven't really deeply looked into it?
I study Buddhism, yes. It's not really a religion, it's more like it's like more spirituality than
No, I mean like Christianity.
Yeah.
You're saying if you come across something like this or that, you haven't deep dived into Christianity completely
I
before
did. I haven't
realizing.
found anything. That's why I'm saying if something I missed, then yes, I will, go back to, maybe I'll just accept Buddhism. Like I said, it just, for me, it's hard to be an atheist. Otherwise, I think atheism makes more sense as the way it seems like we evolved from a ancestors that were apes and all that. So,
That's
but
not necessarily atheism. That's just one could be an atheist
agnostic,
and
or
yeah, it's
yeah.
not even necessarily agnosticism, but you're it is true that if you're an atheist, you're more likely to believe that evolution is a mechanism in this world. Yeah, but it doesn't mean that not believing in God has anything to do with believing in evolution. But it's just interesting to me how quickly you adopted the Christian faith.
There's another thing, like I didn't want to mention it because people will call me crazy, but I had dreamed about Jesus.
Mhm.
I had dreams
What
about
did
Jesus.
he say?
But I'm huh?
What did Jesus say in the dream?
No, I just seen him like see, it's a cringe, right? I don't want to be like I watched a movie. What's it called? That man, I forgot the name of the movie. Passion of Christ, right? I watched it when I was a child, so it could be a reflection of that I had watched that movie. So what I saw in my dream was I was on a ship, and it was wrecked, and there were soldiers on the floor injured, and Jesus was was healing them. And how do it's just the representation of the Jesus is what matched in my dream. I had it many times. That's a problem. That's why I just believe in
What
it.
did Jesus look like?
I saw him from the back. He was wearing white robe. He was having like this white, like glowing light coming from him, and he was like healing people. Just touching down, like bowing down, and then touching people, and they were like getting up. And that I had many times. That's my problem. And at one time, I had this really crazy dream of like I was in this void, like this black space, and God is like some noise is coming from the space and telling me like just that you should search for God. Like, and my mind is crazy maybe because I watched those movies. So it's just I just say okay, whatever. I'm just believing. I don't care. It doesn't work with me logically, but I'll believe it just to make life easier to me too. It's just
Interesting.
yeah.
I wish I could believe things that made my life easier just based on that.
Yeah. To each his own, right? To each his own. Like some people cannot believe in their spouse; they never get married, and they say, "Well, I cannot really put faith on a human being. She can literally cheat on me." And some people don't have kids because they think when they grow up they can become terrible people. So I don't want to have kids. So each his own. Like I can have faith and have kids. I can have faith and have a spouse. And she can cheat me, but fate is important sometimes for me personally. I'm talking about myself. I'm not like generalizing it to everybody. To each his own. Everybody has his own way of living life. If we are all humans, we don't know our consciousness, that where it come from, like what is the physical law that explains the consciousness of human being. And I can even like maybe next stream, I know it's too late for you, but we can talk about the philosophical problems with the concept of God. No, it's not problems with the absence of God philosophically, even physics. I'm actually a biologist. I mean, if you
Interesting. Okay.
it matters, but yeah.
Maybe we'll have that conversation next time.
Yeah, I know it's too late for you, but definitely, I've been watching your streams and you're interested because I like your demeanor. It's really calm. You're not like bullying people. You're not like mocking people. Oh, you believe in it. Why you're so silly? You're giving people time to explain themselves instead of just throwing judgments. I really like that. I would like to talk to you.
Thank you. I'm glad that made you comfortable to call to the channel.
Yeah, and you have really calming voice.
Thank you. I wish I found my own voice calming. That would be nice. But yeah. Thank you for calling in.
So next time,
again.
okay, we'll talk more about the why it's hard for me to not believe in God. Say what the probability. I know you must have heard those concepts, but I like to discuss it with you. What do you say? Okay, sure. About like consciousness and the probability or infinite possibilities of universes. That can also be saying like if there's infinite possibilities, is there a possibility of God? You know what I'm saying? Because they're infinite, it could be anything. But we'll talk about it later. Okay, just giving you a little bit of recap.
Okay.
I mean, not recap, but whatever it's called.
Sounds good.
All right.
Well, thanks again for calling in, and we'll catch up with you next time, Amir.
Sure. Yes. Next time, more philosophical, not religious.
Yeah.
All right.
Take care.
Take care. Bye, everybody.
Bye. All right. Thank you, Amir, for calling. The last caller, just read one comment. I don't know what this is. What is the father of Satan, Riban? I mean, who whispered in Satan's ear, are there two gods? I'm confused by this question. Who whispered in Satan's ear? One could argue Allah, because it was Allah's eternal plan that Satan will do this and that. So I don't know. Last caller I am taking is the Forgotten. I am adding you in 3, 2, 1. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. So tell me a bit about yourself and what you believe.
Sure. So real quick, is my audio fine?
Yeah, you sound fine.
All right. So, I grew up Protestant, but fairly recently I converted to Oriental Orthodox Christianity. I don't know.
So
what else
you grew up Protestant, and what are you now?
Orthodox.
Orthodox.
Christian.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So tell me, why do you believe in, or like, what made you switch from being a Protestant to an Orthodox, and why do you believe it to be true?
Sure. So in Protestantism, I saw a lot of things that, one, I wasn't really satisfied with the community and the church services itself. I felt that they weren't really honoring God in the way I liked. And Orthodox church services is a lot more traditional, if you will. Also, I prefer their doctrine. Protestantism, I don't really understand their doctrine of hell. They say their doctrine of hell is eternal punishment, but you also need Jesus for eternal life. So that's a contradiction I found. But in Orthodoxy, they teach that you need Jesus for eternal life, but hell is more, you pay for your sin. So it's a little bit more complicated. So listen, right? Sorry, I'm a little nervous. But
That's okay.
in Orthodoxy, they teach that hell is an eternal punishment, but the eternal punishment is not forever, eternal torture. Rather, the punishment, the torture, if you will, is temporary. It's to atone for your sins because you do not have Jesus covering your sins. Because in Christianity, there is no difference between a believer and a sinner. But you have the Jesus covering your sins, but in Orthodoxy, the non-believers do not, so they have to pay for their sins. And towards the end, they can either accept Jesus as God, or they don't. And then that's what the Bible talks about, the second death, and that is the death of their soul, and that is the eternal punishment. So I think that doctrine makes more sense. I think it's more biblically aligned. I prefer that doctrine, honestly. And yeah, that's one of the main reasons why.
Okay. And why do you believe in Christianity as a whole?
Yeah, so, as I said, I grew up Christian, but, anecdotal reasons, I can't really give you any scientific proof to prove that God exists and that God is Yahweh and Yeshua is the Messiah. But,
It doesn't have to be
evidence.
scientific proof. It's whatever convinced you, or if you needed convincing at all, you tell me why you believe.
Absolutely. So the stories I can share with you is, the first story is a little silly, I find, but I lost my cat. I love her dearly. I was maybe 16 at the time, and I felt very hopeless. I didn't really have a relationship with God, but I prayed to him. I said, God, can you please return my cat, as soon as possible? And as soon as I said amen, I felt a sudden relief, I felt good. I felt like my sorrow was diminished. And then within a minute, I swear on whatever you want me to swear on, within a minute, my parents called me down and said that the cat came back. So that was pretty cool. And then the second happened around a year later. At that point, I believed in God, but I didn't necessarily believe in Yahweh. I didn't know if he was the God. But I felt very lost and I felt very uncertain. So I said, God, show yourself to me, please. Like, I don't know what's up. Like, give me some wisdom. Show me what's up, So I saw 3 images that came to my mind. It was not a dream, I swear. I was awake. The first image was a man standing in the forest. He was looking up towards, the sky, presumably heaven. He had his hands up and he was obviously distressed. The second image was the left side of the forest. It was like a ghillie suit, if you will. And then underneath it was black. And you could see this creature, running through the forest very swiftly. And then the third image was this creature, massive creature. He had to bend down underneath the trees so he could face this man. And his back was all forested and stuff, but his face was all black. And at the time, I was like, all right, that's pretty cool. But as you read the Bible, you see that God, the Father, isn't described. He's described as being faceless and stuff. So this brought me towards Christianity even further.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that your cat came back and it wasn't lost. Do you think that if your prayer was not answered the way that you see it as answered, if your cat never came back, would it have affected your faith?
I suppose.
So yeah, go ahead.
It wasn't necessarily that my cat came back, it was that how fast it came back.
So if your cat came back like 3 days later, would you have thought that it had anything to do with the prayer?
No.
And do you feel like people who pray and things don't happen have more of a reason to not believe?
I don't think so, because it says in the Bible, this is why I kind of laughed at the people that were like, I don't need to wear a mask because God is with me. It says God works on his own. You can't command God to do miracles for you. So no, I think those people don't really understand what prayer is. And I can see I'm a hypocrite because I just told you not even a minute ago that I think that would have affected me. So I recognize that.
And how does that make you feel, recognizing that you just did something that God said not to do?
I didn't. Well, are you talking about when I prayed for my cat to come back?
No, wait, no, you didn't do something God said not to do, actually, but that you took it as proof that God was listening to you and got your cat back, and that is hypocritical. How does that make you feel about your faith?
What I thought the original question was people that pray and then God doesn't answer that question. Is that?
Yeah, because so in my mind, if someone prays and the speed at which the prayer comes true makes God more likely, it would be the opposite the other way around, right?
I think there's a misunderstanding. No, I don't think I understand your question. Can you please repeat that?
Sure. And you said that you prayed that your cat would come back, and immediately the cat came back, and you felt like God's answered your prayer, right? And that Christianity or God must be real to some extent. If you use that as criteria to believe in God, then someone trying to speak to God or ask God for a favor or pray to God and nothing happening would be proof that God doesn't exist. Isn't it like, do you feel justified to believe in God because he answered your prayer?
Yeah, I do, but I understand what people that, I understand why people that pray to God and their prayers don't get answered feel discouraged. I completely understand that. But, there's plenty of saints and prophets that have prayed to God and miracles have happened to them. And there's plenty of saints and prophets that have prayed to God and miracles haven't happened to them. And this is doctrine that you can't command God to do anything for you. I understand where they come from. I sympathize with them, but I don't see hypocrisy in my statement.
So if someone were to pray to Allah and their cat was saved immediately, would that make you curious about Islam more?
No, I guess, but it's the contradictions within the church, or I don't know what the equivalent for Islam would be, but the doctrine that I subscribe to, because although I pray to the Protestant God, I ultimately ended up being Orthodox.
Okay. I'm trying to understand the source of belief. If you see how it can be interchangeable. I mean, I want stuff to happen in my life. And if every day I pray to a different God and one of those prayers gets answered in a impressive, quick way, I may just end up being, a follower of some religion or another because I'm trying my luck basically till it happens that one of those times the prayer is so-called answered. But you, a believer in Christianity, would think that it is not a sign of anything unless the God that I was praying to is the Christian God.
Not
Do you not?
necessarily.
No? So if I were praying to other gods and I had my prayers answered that way, would that mean that I am justified to not believe in Christ?
No.
Yeah or no? Sorry, I didn't hear that.
No.
Why not?
So if you pray to another God and your prayers become answered,
Why would Christ be upset at me for following the same exact formula that you did?
oh, that's very good. You stumped me. Good job. I don't have an answer for you.
That's okay. Yeah. Now I'm curious about your thoughts. Do you think it would be fair if I found a religion because of prayer and the prayer being answered and then following that religion, but then I am tortured in the afterlife because it wasn't Christ that I was following?
Well, it ultimately depends on your evidence. You know, there are people that suffer from mental illness and they believe that, you know, some crazy conspiracies or whatever, and they convince other people that I don't know, man. I need more evidence based off of that, because you're asking me a question that I don't think God would do in the first place.
What would God not do?
He would not answer prayers to false gods.
But it does happen that someone would pray to Allah and they would have something happen immediately after. And maybe you're right that that's not actually God answering it. But do you think in that case it's just a coincidence that the person prayed and the thing happened?
Yes.
So how come it's a coincidence then, but not when your prayer is answered?
It could be.
So how do you know if it's a coincidence or not?
Because for the first prayer, I feel like if the odds are extremely unlikely that, well, first thing, let's say, we can't prove or disprove God. I recognize that. Can you recognize that?
Yeah.
All right, so that doesn't necessarily mean he's real, but it also doesn't necessarily mean he's false. So there might or may not be a God. I say a prayer. I feel good instantly. I feel a voice that says, you know, don't worry, everything will be okay. And then within a minute, I say, you know, my cat comes back. You know, what are you meant to conclude based off of that evidence? That there might be a God, you feel relieved, and then
it would only be evidence if you can repeat it and test for it.
No.
But
because
that's the thing.
Biblical doctrine that God works miracles, not you. You can't command God to do something.
Okay.
So that goes against Christianity.
So if you count that as evidence because you felt relieved when you made the prayer and the prayer got answered that time, would you count it as evidence if I had the same scenario but with a different God?
Sure.
You would count that as evidence for Allah or some other God if I prayed to that God and the same thing happened?
You know, it's not something to brush off. I would consider it, and I would need more information. I can't completely reroute my life and my faith of the afterlife simply based off of a hypothetical situation or a true situation. I need more evidence, and I need more knowledge, and I need more information based off of their doctrine.
What evidence and knowledge did you seek or find to commit your life to Christ after that prayer?
Sure. So I explored the Bible. I explored various other topics. I didn't. So after that prayer, I didn't necessarily believe in Christianity per se. I believed in a God. So after that, I've read the Quran. I've heard, you know, Christianity, various different denominations of Christianity. I've looked into Judaism. I've even looked into polytheism. You know, ancient Norse religion was my favorite, and briefly into like Buddhism. I wasn't really super interested in that, but after reading doctrine, I believe that the Christian doctrine is the most sound.
Yeah, but you said that if I describe the same situation with a different religion, you would think that's not nothing, but you wouldn't commit your life to it. You would need more evidence.
Yes, and that
What
evidence would be
what
found in
such
the doctrine.
evidence what such evidence did you find in Christianity that convinced you to commit your life to it?
Well, again, anecdotal evidence.
Anecdotal evidence.
Yeah, evidence you can't prove or disprove. Personal evidence.
Okay, so say I did a prayer to a different god, a false god. I felt relieved, it got answered, and then I had more anecdotal evidence that my new religion is true. Do you think that it's fair that I would be tortured for not following Christ when I followed exactly the same steps you did?
But you're going off the assumption that my God and my doctrine would allow for God to do that in the first place.
Would allow for what?
Would allow for that to happen in the first place.
Yeah, because it does happen all around us. I've spoken to so many Muslims who say the same thing.
Okay. I suppose not. I suppose it wouldn't be fair.
Is that something that might make you question God's fairness, a scenario like this?
Sure.
So do you think God is fair?
Yes.
Okay. Has it not crossed your mind before how people end up with different faiths?
It has. And I do believe that people do experience feelings of connection to God. Even if it's not necessarily.
Even if it's like a so-called false God.
Yes. Because Judaism and Islam, they're not necessarily worshipping a false God. It's the same God.
Or a different religion.
Sure.
One might have all these experiences with a non-Abrahamic religion. So what makes your method of arriving at your faith more reliable than theirs?
Oh, no, nothing. The relationship with God is a very personal experience. And God knows best.
But it doesn't bother you that using the same method that you use, they can end up in hell by following the same steps?
I don't know if my doctrine is true. It could, God, if he is truly fair, he may lead other people to different faiths and to different beliefs. It's God.
Sorry, if he's fair, then he will not lead them to other beliefs?
No, he could. It depends on the person's journey with God.
But God is, let's assume Christianity is true. God is allowing people to arrive at these false faiths using the same method that you did. We see that happen already.
Sure.
So how do you explain that in your worldview?
I don't.
It doesn't bother you that it doesn't fit with the rest of your worldview?
I suppose I never thought about it. I need to think about it.
Okay. It's good to acknowledge when we need to think about something. And yeah, I appreciate that you took the time to answer the questions and arrive at that. Yeah. Is there anything that you wanted to ask me or?
No, I don't know if I thanked you, but I know that this stream has been going on longer than it was planned to, and I would like to thank you for allowing me to have a little conversation with you.
Of course, yeah. Thank you for joining. It has been going on for a while, but yeah, thanks for waiting for a while and joining at the end. Yeah, and unless there's anything else that you'd like to share or ask? I'm guessing not, no? Then, yeah, thanks again for calling, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, thank you. You as well.
Sure, bye-bye. All right. One comment that I want to highlight. So Food Favors was saying, these conversations about why people believe are most of the times counterproductive. Belief is merely wishful thinking and backed by different fables. What we are in need of new moral fables. There's two parts of that statement. We are in need of more moral fables. I may agree with that. I think that if we come up with stories and myths to teach people moral lessons. They might be more, we already do that in stories for children and so on, but maybe we need some that are more universal, that aren't necessarily tied to religion. But I disagree with that these conversations are most of the times counterproductive. I know that they can be repetitive, at least from the point of view of someone who's listening to the same conversation being had by different people. It's not always the same conversation by different people, but maybe to you they're not as novel or interesting, and you might not end up enjoying that kind of stream anymore. And I'm okay with a rotating sort of viewership for this kind of stream, especially because once you've heard this kind of conversation, yes, there is variation, but it can be repetitive from your point of view as a listener. So it's okay for people to lose interest in this kind of stream. New audience would come in and so on. But to the person having the conversation, this is very new to them. Most of the people who called to talk to me today and other days, most of them have never had this conversation before, publicly or privately, or they've just never had it publicly, or they've never had it with me. So it's beneficial to them, and I'm still picking up on beneficial things for me and for the audience. So I disagree with that. But there's a suggestion here, maybe reframe it as, what evidence do you have for your belief? I think that is a very different question. That is a very different discussion to have. It could turn to, what evidence do you have for your belief? That happens in these talks sometimes. But that's not the point here, is not show me evidence for your belief, otherwise you're wrong. Maybe evidence doesn't play a role in their belief or faith at all. So to ask the question being, show me evidence for your belief, presumes that their position is built on evidence, which is not necessarily the case. But I let them arrive at that conclusion. Sometimes they tell me, actually, evidence has nothing to do with it, but I've built up evidence after I've had the faith. That's often, in my opinion, what happens with, at least with Islam. You grow up a Muslim, and then you start to build so-called evidence from all these, I don't know, talking points, miracles, verses, things like that. But it's not what they built their faith on. But it could be that someone converted to Islam and they actually saw certain pieces of information as evidence, and that would be beneficial for them to talk about. So I wouldn't pose that question as an opener, because everyone's really different about why they believe, and it's not always evidence. It's usually not evidence, but I don't want to make that presumption either. Anyway, thank you everyone for joining so far. Please like and subscribe if you'd like to see, more of this kind of stuff. And it seems like 66% of people who answered the poll, 289 votes in total, 66% think that I should have the call-in stream be general topic instead. Maybe I'll do that. Today was supposed to be talking to believers, but it didn't start off that way. Unfortunately, not enough callers. But maybe we'll have more streams in the future where it's just a generic, call-in stream, and we'll see what we'll end up talking about, perhaps. Yeah, thank you for joining me today. And as always, everybody, think critically and think for yourself.
The intention, you don't want to know the truth. You're not seeking the truth. So
and you make that assertion based on what?
Based on your words. Okay, you left Islam. Okay, okay, you are just discussing controversial topics